Voices blended, rhythmic quest. Lies will fade, truth will manifest.
This is what I said to him.
CT. and listen, just because you find one place.
Man, I was a grown man. I was a grown man.
Man, society.
Bend my ass, nigga. Bend my ass. You tethered ass, coon, buck dancing, tap dances, old massa sucking old masses. Boots and licking the shine on them to make them shine so you can see your monkey ass face in them. Nigga, get out of here. Listen, no, nigga, yo, I own 2,000. I'm retired, nigga. Listen, nigga,
I live a life.
Listen, nigga, I get a service-connected disability pension. Nigga, I get a retirement pension. I get all my Social Security and then some, nigga.
Right, Hotep, we can hear you in the back, buddy.
Not your buddy, punk.
No, all I said.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
listen. Okay, go ahead.
A friend. Hold on. If you. Oh man. Okay, now for the Nigerian tether, you gotta imagine you're doing a whole content show, and we'll be monetizing on this just based on yesterday. I don't have that, man. I don't put that much in. You know, I can do that, but I don't have that because you're doing a whole show about Ben Rahotep, old man, 70 years old. I already told you. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing. You're a bona fide liar. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers from because I'm not 70.
Okay, well, you have time to speak now, sir. Do you want to speak?
No. You the show. You erroneous, disingenuous, and fear or.
I'm your spiritual.
Something that is spiritual. Okay, you're my spiritual father. Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
If you're my spiritual father, what did you do to help shape and mold me to be your son?
The fact that you obsess over my channel, sir, and what I say.
And so forth and on, and debasing people, and the in the director chair, the small hat guy, you know, they want to lambast me. But let me tell you something. Stop holding up signs, small hat. You got enough issues. Your people got enough issues on the
you try to get some get back for the payback, but that put money in your coffers. Listen, they do it because this is comedy to them. When I come on your panel, it's not for you, CT. It's to challenge the lies and the myths that the people that come on the panel spew out of their mouths. You going to Starbucks or you going to some restaurant.
Man, do you want to do a show by yourself over here? Yes or no, man? I got to get up out of here, bro.
I ain't your brother, nigga. You on here grifting people with your damn hair standing up like a 500 black power fist, but you acting like a damn coon, buck dancing and tap dancing for these white folks and these crazy ass niggas that think like you. Nigga, you think you new? You not new, nigga. Think you new, doing something new, innovative. Nigga, you crazy? You crazy, nigga. You crazy.
Something that
you can't even get on PS4 again, nigga. You ain't network known, nigga. That's what you think you're network known? Them niggas, they don't even call you, man. I guarantee you can't even get on Jesse Lee Peters. And he the biggest coon to get on Jesse Lee Peters.
May I speak, Ben?
Talk about my world known. Nigga, you only known in the ether of StreamYard, and that's it, nigga. And try to make people think you some guy guru. Nigga, you ain't no guru. Nigga, you a grifter. You a coon. You a bamboozler. You a hood in Winkler. And as far as lactose, I never like milk. I don't like nothing white. I don't even like white people that like white people. I don't even have brown friends. I don't have black friends that got white friends. The friends that I know and I haven't seen years, and I run into them, They with a white woman and they talk about groovy shit and that all that. No, nigga, you cut off. You better not never drive up. If you used to know where I live, nigga, lose my address. Cause you just show up because you in the neighborhood. I'm sicking both of my Rottweilers on the way.
So again, CT, is that it's a feeling that you want to just say the N-word. You also, the repercussion of that is you're gonna catch a fade. Split ethnicity between the Moors and the Italiano. Let me tell you something, Dago. Let me tell you something, Wow. Let me tell you something.
More racial slurs.
Okay. Let me just say it's funny. I never been with a Yeti. I never.
Oh my! Never?
No, but what is the ethnicity or the ethnogenesis of a Dominican? What does that mean? Now you know if you're Hispanic, you are the Hispanic. You are the Spanish. You are the derivative thereof of the. But no, man. Really, be honest with you, I've never had that like just that fascination or what would it be like that. I never had that, man. I'll be lying to you. Never. May draw based on sight, thought, speech, and or action, based on those experiences. So I don't go around proselytizing, man, or I'm not a apologist for any theology or theos. He brought about linguists and different authors of the first 5 books of the Masoretic text, which we know is Genesis on down, which is the Torah, which those that classify themselves as Jews classify as the Torah. So you said I'm going to hell. You said I'm going to hell because of what? You said I'm going to hell for what reason?
You want war against God, and that's what you're doing.
I don't want war against God. I'm just dealing with the scripture. That's what in John 9:12, Revelations 9:12 stated that he had the scripture.
Your God is money. You know.
No, I don't have a God. I don't even believe in what you believe in. I'm trying to get you to persuade me to believe in what you believe in, and you're not doing a good job at it, Wesley. Let me ask you this, Wesley. I'm gonna give you an easy. Who was the writer of the first 5 books of the Old Testament?
Huh?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, what was his name? The person you just spoke about. I know that you're disingenuous. Okay. And especially, and it's good that you're a recovered drug addict, but right now, I think you're still dealing with some of that after effect or residue. Okay. From those psychedelics.
I'm not going to disagree with you about that.
Or nobody else. Don't come here with that Johnny come lately. Don't come here with that damn Johnny come lately religion. Telling me about some damn silver and gold. We're talking about the book of Genesis, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, Genesis 3 and 4, which is the creation story, which they give credit to Moses as right next game. The hate that hate produced. And let's not act all willy-nilly like that. There's some good cops and there's some bad cops. And the bad cops know who the bad cops are. Matter of fact, the bad cops weed out the good cops, the cops that want to be just and fair and that want to police fairly. And if an officer's in the line of fire and he has to use his service weapon or whatever it means to go home or back to his kids, I'm okay with that. If it can be proven within a court of law. But we know there's rogue cops out there.
Well, I'm down. So CT talks about all those blackity black books, but when he was taking African studies, I guarantee you, when he wrote a paper and had to give sources to whatever his interpretation of what the author was writing or trying to explain, I guarantee you he went through those same blackity black books in order to get that grade. I guarantee you. So I'll say this.
I did. What about it? What about it, man?
What about it is what I just said. If you didn't understand that, and I'm not even going to go there with CT today, because this is not a platform for some of the statements may be historical.
Why isn't this a platform? Why isn't this a platform, Ben?
No, it's not. It's not for that. This is for just what we're doing now. That's why I'm so calm.
No, I'm asking you, what about this platform makes you believe that it's not the platform for this?
Well, because I've seen some of your old reels from 2 years ago on other platforms. But this is when you were, and I could tell you were a little younger than what you are now by your face. Your face was a little more streamlined.
Man, you say the same thing every day, man.
No, I'm trying to tell you why.
You're a little rounder face.
Why?
The statements you were even making on those panels, I can't take a person like you serious.
What, like, what? Why can't you take me seriously? What have I said? What did I say that you can't take me serious?
Right now, I'm calm. I'm calm, CT.
No, I know you are calm, but I'm asking you, what did I say that made you believe?
It's not what you say. It's what you're saying now.
What am I saying, sir? Just say it. What am I saying?
You're trying to take the sting out of a person's comment or their statement or whatever it is they expressed on your platform, and you tried to take.
Ben, I don't know what you're talking about. Ben,
okay, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's not even.
We can tell if it's our deck.
Ben, listen to me.
And see, and Gimpy's being disingenuous when he's talking about reparations.
Oh my God, Ben.
No, dude, land the plane.
I have more of an influence on Linwood than you.
Yeah, you do. I think you do. I think you do.
Hush. So when you say I am not a serious person, sir, I
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the platforms.
Okay, sir, the platform, sir, this platform has a very, very powerful impact on people, and including Linwood, something that he's not coming to talk to you, sir. He's coming to talk to me.
No, he's not. He's coming to talk to you and probably coming to get you. And probably coming to get you.
Sir, that just shows you.
And probably coming to get you. That's true.
Ben, could you shut up, Ben? That just shows you how powerful of a leader I am. The fact that I can get such an emotional response from Linwood that he would do something like that. Don't you see? I've done something in 40 years that you couldn't do in 70, sir.
Well, he's not my son.
Sir,
he's not my son.
I know he's not. But he's my child. I know everybody's watching the show for different reasons, but he's watching it.
No, he's not your child.
Sir, he is my child, sir.
Your children has been all in your hands and in the toilet.
That's funny.
You know it. And you know it. All of your children, all that sons.
I didn't even read that card. What was that?
You could have all your scientists, space exploration scientists, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Oh wow!
Hey man, they're all in your hand. They all went in the toilet. Some of them probably still in the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. So that's where all your kids are.
Ben, listen to me.
Everybody
watches this show for different reasons. Some people watch it for
I agree.
Be quiet. Some people watch it for pure entertainment purposes. Some people watch it while they are at the gym. Some people watch it while they're studying. Some people watch it for white noise.
And
I know for a fact. Be quiet. Hush up. I know for a fact.
You tell your kids in the toilet to hush up.
Ben, I know for a fact that
you have any kids in your right hand right now? Because you did take a break. You did take a break.
Okay, that's funny. Ben, please, let me finish.
See, this is what this show is for. This is what this show is for. That's why I'm laughing and not taking shit serious anymore.
Ben, listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
What I've done on this show is I've done a hodgepodge of comedy, drama, politics, race. This is like a big gumbo, and I believe that this is the best form of entertainment that has ever come out in history before.
Okay.
And Linwood is watching this show because he yearns. Quiet, man. Because he yearns.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those books, all of those philosophers don't hold a candlestick to me. And I know that they don't, from his perspective, because if he did, he wouldn't come over here. He comes here because he is my child. He's in search of direction, sir.
He's one of your children.
Yes, I'm his spiritual guide, sir.
Yeah, but all the other ones is...
I don't know why. I know for a fact why Linwood comes.
Yeah.
I know why Linwood comes.
Mm-hmm.
And to a degree, Ben, you're my child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But guess what? I wasn't born in the toilet. And wasn't from your right hand, choking the turkey. That's the only difference. I mean, if you want to say that, fine.
Ben, here goes the thing, Ben. Here goes the thing. Think about this.
You're a habitual masturbator.
Ben, can we be serious, bro? Please, for the love of God. You're a 70-year-old man. Can we be serious?
I am serious.
Ben, here goes the thing, buddy. You and Linwood have read these smarty articles.
What you're about.
You and Ben have spent a lifetime.
No, I am Ben.
You and Linwood have spent an entire lifetime reading these smarty arty books, these little black books, and it hasn't gotten you to wherever go. Hold on, for and it hasn't gotten you to wherever you thought you were going to be.
Who, me?
You and Linwood to a degree. Now you are, in terms of practical success, you're successful practically. But what I'm saying is that Linwood is watching this show because I'm speaking to his soul. That's why he got emotional that day. Yeah. Because I know
he wasn't emotional today.
May I finish, sir? May I finish?
Let me know when you land.
With those guys on CTs, do you think they think like women or bitches or whatever?
Well, I know that majority of those men are mainly in shock value, like a low budget Howard Stern or a low budget Amos and Opie and Anthony. And they're just trying to mimic what was then shock jock radio. I get that. And I don't really, to be honest, I don't see much intellectual conversation over there. I think it's just nothing more than entertainment, something to kind of get people watching or shock and awe that a non-white person can say nigger or spick or whatever.
Yeah.
And just get a crowd. Just get people angry. Get people ready to, kill you or ready to beat the hell out of you. That's all I think what CT show is. But as far as really actually having constructive conversations about current events, things of that nature, no. I don't even believe CT is I personally believe CT is a so-called conservative. I think he's an opportunist. Okay, I can jump on the conservative bandwagon because, hey, let's keep it real. These white folks got money and they're going to pay a nigga. But when these white folks stop paying and these white folks catch on to my scheme, I got a trap door beside the house. By the time they know that they've been robbed or conned, I'm out of there.
Yeah.
So I don't knock a man for his hustle. But you shouldn't even steal from a racist.
I'm pretty sure a lot of black people over there giving money, but I get your point.
If you're gonna steal from somebody, I guess you should get out of that racist.
No, you shouldn't even steal from nobody. Not even from a racist, you shouldn't steal.
I'm just gonna say, you don't have to be ashamed for wanting to smash a white woman. And if by some chance you do, I'm in your corner, buddy. I'm rooting for you.
Well, having sex.
Daniel, at what point did you learn that we now had an incumbent black president?
Well, I learned it as soon as they took California. I was watching it on television, and as soon as they took California, that was it.
Well, he's not an incumbent. He's a president-elect.
President-elect, right. That's the right word. So
still a nigger.
Well, that's right. And he's already a nigger.
Right.
He's always been a nigger. He always will be a nigger.
He's not a nigger incumbent.
Really?
26 must be the money. Must be the money that funds my lifestyle. Must be the money. Must be the money. The party's at my place.
Must be the money.
It's got me rolling so smooth. Must be the money. Must be, 'cause I got folks wanting to be my friend. Must be the money. People I never thought I'd connect with. Oh no, I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got them on my side. Must be the money. Must be the money. I'm never doing wrong. Must be the money. Must be the money that keeps me looking fly. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me cruising in style. Must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. Got to be, 'cause I got folks wanting to be my friend. Must be the money. People I never thought I'd connect with. Oh no, I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out.
Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. Some dude with the $5 super chat and the membership. Salute to you, man. Says Obama is on the P. Diddy list. Him and Big Mike were at the freak off. Loving dudes.
Must be the money. Must be the money. I've got so much bling. Must be the money. Must be the money. 26 without this wealth. Must be the money. Must be the money that funds my lifestyle. Must be the money. Must be the money. The party's at my place.
Nas with the $2 super sticker. Salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Must
be the money. Must be the money that's got them on my side. Must be the money. Must be the money. I'm never going wrong. Must be the money. Must be the money that keeps me looking fly. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me cruising in style.
Chicago mayor says blacks are the Earth's most generous people. Guys, I got a lot to talk about today. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I want to kick in the back of Brandon Johnson. I've done several streams kicking in the back of his ineptitude, his disaster of a mayoralship of Chicago. I want to kick his back in. I want to dissect what he said about blacks being the planet's most generous people. And I am black, and I can give commentary on that, being a black. So I want to kick his back in. I want to definitely dive deep into that statement. Also want to go over a plethora of other topics. Did you see that roof in China that collapsed at some ancient building that was built in the 12th or 13th century? Vladimir Putin was discussing the Ukrainian regime yesterday. Bishop Wooden slams black civil rights leaders. Afrikaaners are not refugees in America, and whatever you want to talk about today, guys. Get the likes up, share the video. Lena, can you get on camera? I can't do the off the camera thing today. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me know how my mic is sounding. I got 111 all the way in the back. We were corn bombed last night. I don't know who did it. I don't know who done it. But please, if you can just come forward and admit it, you don't have to get on camera. Please don't get on camera, but just come forward and admit, why did you do that? Why did you? We were having a good stream towards the end, and you came in and you corn bombed me last night. Listen, if you are a hater, be a man about it, or be a woman about it. If you are a hater of this movement, the Great House of Chaotic Truth, just be a man about it. I would respect someone who is an open air hater, just like an open air racist. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love open air racists. You know, if you are an open air racist, you have my respect. You know, people who are like sneaky and conniving, that's dirty shit. So be a man. Be a man about it and just admit you did it. Call in today, guys. Get the likes up, share the video. We have a lot of people in the chat. Get the likes up, guys. The likes need to match the amount of people that are in the chat currently, and we already have 130 people so far. I got Lawrence. I mean, not Lawrence. I got 111 in the back. Get the likes up, guys. 111. Is that you, buddy? Wave your hand again. Just wave your hand again. Let me make sure it's you. There you go. 111. Go ahead, buddy. There are accusations that you are the corn bomber.
Actually,
I don't necessarily believe that you did it last night or have done that anyway. That doesn't seem to be your character at all.
No.
But why do you believe that people are attempting to sabotage your name? Go ahead, sir.
Well, the thing is, these people don't like it that I ratted their server out before, so they're trying to frame me for something I didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Because I checked your Twitter DMs too, CT. I gave you a link to the server.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go
They're
ahead,
basically framing me for shit I didn't even do. They're just doing it because I'm Indian and I'm a Pajit. That's why they're doing this.
Yeah. You seem.
It's very CT. It's very easy to blame Indians for sex crimes. It is very easy.
Yeah, definitely. You guys have a high number of grapes in your country, but you don't come off as that. So anyway, grapist. Go ahead.
So
sir.
they're just blaming me because they don't like me for being Indian. Well, that's how it is. But I don't.
Go ahead.
But I don't hate non-Indians for hating me. I hate nobody. But people hate me regardless. Shit like that. Shit like that makes me want to do some massacre type shit. I'm not
easy.
I'm just telling you how it is, CT.
Community guidelines. But one thing about me, 111, is that I have the ability to read a room. I have the ability to decipher and go through information, and it doesn't seem like your modus operandi, your MO, to do something like that. It doesn't seem like that. So
I wasn't even there, CT.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't even there for the most part yesterday.
Yeah, even the message itself, that's more older people. Like jigaboo is not even in your vernacular as a young person. So, so for people who do not know, there's people out here who are attempting to undermine 111, who's a great panelist, and they are saying that he is the corn bomber. But the message says this dumb old jigaboo CT, and I know. First of all, Indians don't even use that phrase jigaboo. That's more of a white term or older black term. So I knew it wasn't you, buddy. Go ahead. You got the
floor. One more thing, CT.
Yeah, go ahead,
my
buddy.
thing isn't even that big or white.
Yeah. You've told us that. Yeah. Well, we knew it wasn't you anyway. It was a white guy. Go ahead. Go ahead,
but they're just blaming me because I'm the doxer, I'm the Indian hacker because I leaked Mike's info once off their server. They provided me the info to leak Mike, and now they turned on against me because they can't use me anymore. That's why they're doing this. They ratted their server out to you and Mike.
Yeah. No, again, man. I knew it wasn't you. You can always trust and believe that whenever I receive information about the show, panels, or whatever, I'm gonna use the best of my ability to go through the information. I knew it wasn't.
And they also used a deep fake to threaten me. Do you know what a deep fake is, CT? A deep fake
Not really. What is a deep fake? Go ahead, buddy.
A deep fake is an AI generated image of me, the real me, saying something I never say. So they could have used that on me too. They were threatening me for using that for me exposing their server to the online world.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe you should get out of this Discord game? It looks like it's causing you a lot of ajna, whatever the word is.
This Discord game, this Discord thing is killing me, literally. It's stressing me out. They're trolling me, harassing me, threatening to dox me. It's got to end. And the mastermind behind it is Imperious.
You think Imperious?
If I ever find you in real life, you're done. You're done.
Easy. You got to use certain words, or you got to be able to circumvent the algorithm. Go ahead, because YouTube can look at that as hate speech or threats.
Because Imperious, your server used me for their own benefit against Mike, and now y'all turning against me.
So you believe it was Imperious? Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, it was Imperious and Dr. Chink was assisting him with like building the server.
Mm-hmm. So it could have been Imperius that actually porn bombed.
Yes,
okay.
It was Imperius behind the whole server, the framing me, the harassing me, and even the doxing and deep faking me.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, man. Anything else before I get to the topic, buddy?
That just makes me like unsure about my future on the internet because being an Indian on the internet is dangerous.
You're not lying about that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just like it is in real life to a certain extent, it's dangerous being on the internet as an Indian.
Yeah.
They will tarnish your reputation. So that's why doxing is justified if I do it to a non-Indian.
Okay. Is that it?
That's about it. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you so much, man. I don't know if you want to stay on the panel, but you are feel free to stay. Moxie, what's up? Salute to you, Moxie. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light, guys. Get the likes up, share the video. We got Cliff in the building. Salute to you, Cliff. Let me see. We have Mr. Stinky Brew says, hate this show. Very blacks are victims, bollocks. Take responsibility for the way the majority of your race acts. Be a changer, CT, not an enabling. Well, to be honest with you, you need to be a changer amongst yourself and learn how to write proper English. Salute to you. Can we get on camera, Lena? Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Mr. Wise guy is in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. We got Mike in the building. Salute to you, Mike. Positivity is coming your way. We have Carpenter's Journey is in the building. We have Raheem in the building. We have Pink in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Pink, at the speed of light, guys. It is May 21st, 2025. It is a beautiful day where I'm at, guys. Get the likes up, share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light, guys. Who else do we have in the building? Let me get this video prepped before I really want to kick his back in, and I'm going to do it. Where's the video at of Brandon Johnson? Here we go. Brandon Johnson. Here we go. Kabluka. Here goes Brandon Johnson. He's the mayor of Chicago. He is the mayor of Chicago. Chicago has high crime rates. It does. You have the many institutions that want to leave the city proper, the Chicago Bears being one of them. Let's listen to what Brandon Johnson has to say about blacks. Here we go.
That will push back on me and say, some detractors that will push back on me and say, you know, the only thing that the mayor talks about is the hiring of black people. No, what I'm
kind of like against the law to hire only black people.
Saying is when you hire our people, we always look out for everybody else.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. I've worked in black environment. God damn. I didn't want to have to do this today. Yesterday, I was kicking in the backs of the Middle Easterns. Now I got to kick in the backs of the blacks. I can't stand a lying ass black. Brandon Johnson, stop lying. We do not look out for each other as blacks. We undermine each other. We throw each other under the bus. Stop it. Stop with the lies, buddy. We are inept. Stop it. We got to be real with ourselves, Mr. Johnson, Mayor Johnson. That city is ran horribly by your administration, and you know it. It's all black administration. Stop it. Here we go.
We are the most
Why is everybody clapping?
generous people on the planet.
No,
Please look out for everybody else. We are the most generous people on the planet.
No, we're not. No, we're not. How can we be the most generous people on the planet? That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. You mean black Americans or you mean blacks overall? Because if you do blacks overall, you really lose the argument. You will really lose the argument if we do blacks overall are the most generous people on the planet. Do you see what the South African indigenous blacks do to the West Africans when they come to that when they come into Joburg or one of those cities? Do you see all the xenophobia in South Africa? Do you see what's going on in the north in Nigeria? Okay, let's keep it with let's just keep it with the Black Americans. We are the most generous to each other. High crime rates in our inner cities. We are the most generous to each other. Are you kidding? Are you out of your goddamn mind, Brandon Johnson? Once again, lying. Once again, not looking in the mirror, not admitting the truth. We are not generous to each other. If we were generous to each other the way that we think we are, our communities would look like the goddamn future. We are not. We are destructive towards each other. And you know that, Brandon Johnson. And the only reason why Chicago still thrives is because of all the big businesses that are there. As soon as those big corporations leave, Chicago will look like goddamn Mogadishu, Somalia. You and I and all the blacks who are realists know that. Stop it. We are not that generous towards each other. Get the likes up, guys. Call me if you are from Chicago. Ra Hotep is in the building. CT, I live in Chicago all my life. The crime is committed by young people. Also, Brandon Johnson has 35% black and 34% white workers. He's a pro-black mayor. He needs to be a pro fixing up the city mayor. Can you do the job, CT? No. I didn't run for mayor of Chicago. I'm just a person looking in, looking out, critiquing. That city has all types of gangs. Let's be honest about it. All that generosity, and what did it produce? Drill, what's that? Drill rap, drill music. I don't know what that shit is. I don't listen to that music. That's generous. That's generosity. Stop it. I wish I could talk to Brandon Johnson. He'll want to fight me. That's generosity. Let's listen to this dude. Chicago Rilla's in the building. Here goes some. Here. Oh, okay, Chicago Rilla. What are you about to say? CT, you need to update your rhetoric. The black population in the city is dwindling like Atlanta and DC. Whether it's dwindling or not, this is what this man just said. This is what your mayor said yesterday or the day before that. He said that blacks are the most generous people on the planet. Stop it. If we were the most generous people on the planet, I wouldn't have to worry about leaving a black neighborhood before the sun sets. If we were so generous, Chicago Rilla, your mayor is such a liar. If we were so generous, Chicago Rilla, we would have businesses in the black community opened up 24/7. How generous of people are we? If we were so generous, we wouldn't blast our goddamn music up and down the streets in our cars. And I don't do that shit. How generous are we as a people? Why is this man continuing to lie? Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Lindy Lou is in the building. Says, good morning, sir. Good morning to you, Lindy Lou. Positivity.
Must be the Monday that's got them on my.
Ben, can you get on camera, bro? Jesus Christ, man. How many times I gotta tell you that? Get on camera. The Lucia says, CT, the Mexicans blast their music too. I don't care what the Mexicans do. I ain't Mexican. See, that's the thing. I don't care what the Mexicans do. I'm talking about blacks today. I talked about the Middle Easterns yesterday. Where were you at? Now, I'm talking about the blacks today. And I'm talking about what Brandon Johnson said. He said that the blacks are the most generous people on the planet. He's a goddamn lie. Here we go. Get up, guys.
I don't know so many cultures that.
Get the likes up, guys. Share the video, guys. Get the likes up. Join the membership tab. Go over to Just the Guys podcast and subscribe.
I don't know too many cultures that have play cousins. That's how generous we are. We just make somebody a family member. Cultures that have.
Listen to this stupid shit. Listen to this. Listen to this dumb shit.
I don't know too many cultures that have play cousins.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine being a 50-year-old man talking about some goddamn play cousins? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, nigga. Oh, you know what? I'm going to stop saying the N-word too. I want to get into YouTube's good graces. I kind of want to do something new, like, or something like, you know, like a breathing sound, like, nigga, please. Play cousins. I didn't make that up. This nigga just said play cousins. Childish. We are a childish people. Play cousins. Listen to what this nigga just said. This nigga.
I don't know too many cultures that have play cousins. That's how generous we are.
He said play cousins. Play cousins. The nigga just said play cousins. It's a 50-year-old man. This is a 50-year-old man talking about, I don't know. I don't know too many cultures that got play cousins. Man, we are never going to build submarines, fighter jets. Man, we are never going to have our own semiconductor manufacturing. We're never going to have fobs making the semiconductors because of shit like this in our culture. And he's a smart one. He has a master's degree. He's a smarty arty. He's a smarty arty. He's a smarty arty. For people who are wondering why, if you come into the chat and I'm sounding like I'm hiccuping, I don't want to say the N word anymore. I want to substitute it with higger. This is smarty arty higger right here. Play cousins. Could you imagine somebody in R&D, research and development, somebody in, I don't know, man, Lockheed Martin or whatever, talking about some play cousins? This is why we don't have stuff like this as a people. We lie because he lying, talking about blacks are the most generous. He needs to stop that shit. I'm black. I can tell you we are not the most generous people. That's a goddamn lie. But this whole thing about we different because we have play cousins. Let me see. Paul says play cousins are a form of lying and deceit. Mike from Boston says he does not think correctly. Salute to you, Mike from Boston. What's up, roller skater, Texas girl? Positivity is definitely coming your way. EAE says we used to be those, CT, in the 60s and the 70s. Play cousins. Play cousins. No other culture got play cousins. Oh, they would have kicked me out of that damn church. I'd have been laughing. I'd have been like, man, what the blank are you talking about? What are you talking about? Play cousins. This is why other groups of people have high trust societies. This is exactly why other groups of people are 30, 40. I would even argue some cultures might even be 100 years into the future. Japan. Because they don't go around talking about some goddamn play cousins. Play cousins. We are a silly people. Especially black men. We are silly. That's a silly thing to say, you silly. Play cousins. Listen to this nigga. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Positivity's coming your way. Get the guys. Go hit the join button to become a member, guys. Go over to Just the Guys podcast as well. Always play as CT ain't a damn game. CT guys, get the likes up. Pop Fried says, "What the blank is a play cousin?" You gotta ask this dude. We lie so much as blacks. The nigga will lie. The nigga will make things up. He says that we are the most generous people. No, we are not. We might be the most ignorant people, but generous, no. Hell no. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Young and Blessed says niggas don't even mess with their blood cousins like that. Speaking of that, I could say this for myself. When Brandon Johnson said this, it kind of made me mad. Young and Blessed. You ever borrowed like $10 from another nigga? Hey man, hey nigga, hey. Oh, I said the N-word. Hey, I need $10, man. You know, whatever, for some gas. Young and Blessed, that nigga will be on the phone in 2 minutes talking about you begging. $10. That ain't generous. Generosity is doing things out the kindness of your heart. Hey man, here goes. Here. You ain't gonna tell anybody. Why would I tell anybody anything? That's between me and you. That's between me and you. I ain't got nothing to know. Nobody has to know about this transaction. Blacks, I'm telling you, man, even when a black tries to be generous, they'll be on the phone, Young and Blessed, man. He was begging for $10. Gossiping about 10 measly dollars. You can wipe your ass with it. Get the likes. Get the likes up. Roller Skater Texas girl with a $20 super chat says, "Thank you so much, CT. Thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna get some tea and some coffee with that. Positivity is definitely."
Must be the Monday. It's got me rolling so smooth. Must be the Monday. Must be, 'cause I've got folks wanting to be my friend. Must be the Monday. People I never knew. People I never thought I'd connect with. Oh no, I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out.
Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Mama Carol is in the building. Mike says CT is cooking today. Guys, get the likes up. Share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. Welcome to the great house of CT. Today, I'm kicking in the back of Mayor Brandon Johnson because he said that blacks are the most generous people on the planet. If we are, I ain't never seen it. Now, individually speaking, yeah, of course. But as a population of people, in terms of a scale, hell no. I didn't get no goddamn loan from the Black Bank. I didn't get a car loan from the Black Bank. Even in these communities, it's either the Catholic Church or some sort of philanthropic organization that gives to the blacks. It's never any other blacks. And again, even if it is, man, it's under some nefarious little scheme. So I don't know what Brandon Johnson is talking about, to be completely honest with you, man. But it's funny listening to it, though, to be honest with you. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
You just make somebody a family member, right? That's just how we are.
No, that's not how we are. Stop it. Stop. No, we not. We don't even talk to our own families. Let's be honest about it. Come on, man. Stop. Hey, man. Hey, family. I need to stay with you for 6 months. No, you can't stay over here, mother. You can't stay. Get the hell out of here. No, man. No. You would never see 20 niggas in a home and trying to build without any chaos or confusion. We ain't that damn generous. Now, Brandon, stop the lies, bro.
And so, business and economic neighborhood development, the deputy mayor is a black woman.
Yeah, and
Department of Planning and Development, it's a black woman.
Could you imagine being so stupid that you're breaking the law, but you're openly breaking the law by openly on camera breaking? You know that this is a violation of federal law. Oh, I only hire blacks. Here we go.
Infrastructure deputy mayor is a black woman. Chief operations officer is a black man.
Yikes.
Budget director is a black woman.
Uh-oh.
Senior advisor, is a black man.
Yeah, he's going to jail.
And I'm laying that out because when you ask how do we ensure that our people get a chance to grow their business,
he's going to jail. Yikes! What up, Ben? Mayor Brandon Johnson, sir. Go ahead. Said black to the most generous people on the planet. Go ahead.
No, I disagree with that.
I disagree with that too.
No, we're not. We are the most generous to non-black folks.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Just like yourself, you're very generous to people that don't look like you.
Go ahead.
You know, I can take that and juxtapose you against that because you say white women when they come on your show, they have white women status, white women privileges. So you're the but you know, and also I would even say white men because you mute them less and drop them backstage because see, I understand the mechanics of what you do, but you would never say, hey, you guys of Chaotic Truth, this is what I do. I do this because on this end, I'm really trying to bash and trying to degrade and dismiss this person or these people. But you guys make the show. And also, I don't even have to say it on my platform, make a public oath that I would never disagree with or say anything critical of a small hat. So you know what you're doing, and you're right. We're not. That's the whole premise. We do not have that collective unity that we should have and should have had since we've been in the continental Western Hemisphere ever since we've been here. So I agree with you. We don't. See, you're not even advocating the very thing that you say that he's not advocating. And no, CT, he's not going to jail. Because so-called white people do that daily. They don't get out on no podium and stand up and say, we only promote white people at this Ford Motor Corporation or this assembly plant. They just do it. And no one says anything and they don't push back. And you know that. See, and I can tell when you're turning up your kokuyu lips that you know this. And just like 111 was talking about how certain things are said to him and said to Indians, that a lot of, and a matter of fact, I would argue with you that I don't see a lot of Indians or Sikhs on any social media platform unless you're getting news directly from the Asian continent or from India.
Yeah.
I might go to sites where there's people that are from Bangladesh, from Calcutta or Banda Aceh, but you're CT, you're saying you're trying to get in good grace with YouTube. But you can't. You have so much information out there. I saw you on an old reel when you was on Fatty's show.
Yeah.
And the names you called this man.
What did I call him? What did I call him?
What? You know, but you know what you call him.
Okay.
You know, your head's big enough to retain at least that much information.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Who are the most generous people on the planet, sir?
To who? To themselves?
No, I'm just asking.
No, that's what I base generosity on.
Go ahead.
I base generosity inwardly on, just like you said. So you use terms like spacefaring, into the future, and you don't know what that is. You those are talking points. You don't know what no in the damn future is. You don't know what that means. You're on a platform, CT. You're not even investing in semiconductors.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to get out of it.
I never had stock in TSMC.
Yeah. No, you probably did, but I know one thing where most of your stock is, most of your is on super chats and the funding partners of other social media conservatives that are doing the same thing you're doing.
And what are we doing?
You guys ought to rent a banquet hall or something, and all you guys get together and talk about your strategy, because that's what you do well.
Yeah.
And most of you are not really versed on geopolitical or military issues, how the three branches of government. You guys just you guys take headlines, make your show out of that, and then you, the podcaster, or you, the host, you don't even have notes in your damn hand, which is, and you just be talking around shit And then you got people come on the panel. Yeah, CT. Yeah, CT. Hey, guess what, CT? Hey, CT. Hey, CT.
Yeah.
And these people don't even know. They don't even have no real. They're not really students.
Yeah.
Of the arts.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I said the show serves its purpose, but it's for the people that fund you.
Yeah.
You know, and they, you know, like the Moxies and all these people, man, these people are not these. Take art for instance. I can tell art did not get into this type of dialogue in social media content until recent, and I can tell the way he talks. Sometimes he has his arms folded, and he looks just bewildered. And if he thinks too fast, he grabs his head. He starts rubbing his head and rubbing his face and his beard because he don't know what the fuck to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
And then he'll parrot you.
Yeah.
No, Ben. Answer what CT just said. Damn, CT right here. He can talk for his own goddamn self. What are you in here telling me to answer CT's question for?
Yeah.
Damn.
I want you to address what I was saying when I was looking at that video. Why?
I'm addressing it. I said I agree with you a lot on that.
But I'm about to ask you a question. Why do we as black men lie to ourselves?
Well, just like when you take your breaks and you come back and you're moving your hands around a lot, especially when you start doing that running motion like this shit. In between that break, something's happened when you're not on that camera.
And what do you believe is happening?
Now, I pointed out what my theory is.
What do you believe is happening?
We lie about a lot of things, you know.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, I wouldn't put yourself in that. You're not in that we. You're outside of that we.
Yeah.
You place yourself outside of that we. You can't get that card back for time to come. 111, wake up, man.
Go ahead.
You can't get that card back. So what you should say, CT, is I, as a black person or a Nigerian lineage person in America that loves white culture, that loves living around democratic or liberal white folks, that lives in an efficiency box.
Yeah.
I'm your color, but I'm not your kind.
Jack, you gotta get on camera, man. I'm not doing hang tight, Ben.
So
Jack,
you should call yourself, you should say, I'm their color, but I'm not their kind. And my platform is about giving these white people that think like I think a platform. And matter of fact, you said it. You said it on Fatty's show that you give a diverse audience that where you give all people, but particularly it's a place for white people to come and vent their grievances of black people. And you know, yesterday when we were talking about we were talking about the Houthis. How many people were on the panel?
Go ahead.
They were terrified to speak. But as soon as you come up here kicking in the back of blacks, just like what you're doing with the mayor, which I agree, because I never supported him.
Yeah.
I never supported him. And everybody's putting in the text, you're cooking, CT. But when you're showing them little kids, they couldn't say a goddamn thing.
Nah.
But you kicking in the Chicago mayor, you cooking today, CT. See?
Yeah.
So
call them out. Call them out.
This is basically comedy hour to me. You see? But when you were saying, matter of fact, the day when you were trying to find out who the conspirators that are trying to undermine your show, and you said you got information and you know who the people are, guess what? You said, y'all punk, at least Ben, at least Linwood comes up. And I told you, I said, I'm a straight up. I said, I hate your guts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah, you did.
I said, I hate you. Yeah, you give me a platform, but if I saw you in person, I just grab you, but I can lift you up by the collar from the back of your shirt and you be off your feet.
And why would you want to lift me up, sir? Why would you want to lift a grown ass man? Huh? Go ahead.
I would just want to do it to turn around and look.
That's what you said. Why would you want to lift a grown man up? Go ahead, buddy.
No, you're not a grown man. You think you're a grown man.
What am I?
You're a child in a grown man's body.
I'm a child in a grown man's body. And why do you believe that?
Yes, sir.
Ben? Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, you don't believe that because you haven't looked at yourself lately. And you don't spend quality time with your wife. If you spend real quality time with your wife, you would know that you are not the man that she married, or you're not a full man.
Yeah.
Your height speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Little men talk like you, CT.
How do I talk, Ben?
They're very grandiose. They need a lot of praising. If
Very
you look at Napoleon,
I literally say every day that I'm a ape. I literally say that I don't know anything. I literally say I talk grandiose. You don't. You talk about your degrees. I literally, I know, not in a bragging way. I don't, but I literally.
You don't.
I literally say I'm a humble servant of the people, sir. How am I speaking grandiose? Go ahead, buddy.
You're a humble servant of what people?
I said, Ben, we don't have to go through this again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but I don't know what you mean of the people. If it's the people, it's all people.
I'm a servant of you, Ben. I mean, I'm serving you now. You just said this is comedy. Hold on. Whoa, take it easy.
Open your show with what you monetize.
Hold on. You just said that this is comedy hour. So obviously, I'm a comic to you. Or
no.
You just said out of your own mouth. We just heard.
I told you what.
Put a one in the chat. Shut up. Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you just heard this old man just say.
I said you're cool.
This is comedy hour. You just said this is comedy hour. So
I said you're cool.
Therefore, I'm entertaining you by making you laugh, sir.
No, I'm not laughing right now.
Well, yeah, you.
Sometimes you do make me laugh.
Yeah, exactly. This is comedy.
And sometimes I make you laugh, right?
Yeah, you're funny. I think you're a very funny guy. Yeah.
Okay. So, but even though you think I'm funny, I mean every bit of it.
Okay, go ahead.
So I see you on some of these other panels, and I'm just watching. This is just videos that's uploaded from other panels that you're on, where you're the guest, so you're a part of the panel.
And what about it?
And you change characters, CT. I noticed that you're different when you're hosting your own show versus when you're on someone else's show.
How am I different?
Because you get real animated. It's almost like you put on your performance jacket or vest.
I'm animated on this show.
No, you're more animated on other platforms.
Really?
Yeah. When I saw you, you have to look at yourself. Go look at yourself when you was on Fatty's show. Yeah. You wouldn't let him get a word in edgewise. He said, "Man," he said, "Sir, can you look me directly in my face and make that statement about the history of?" You just went on and on. And I noticed a lot of times when you go on those panels, you don't have your best on. You're showing your brand.
Yeah.
And that's purposeful. You don't do that. You don't wear short sleeve shirt for nothing when you do that.
Let me ask you a question. What is it about me that compels you to study me the way that you do? Go ahead, buddy.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's just like when the guy, somebody told me, I didn't see it. Yeah. Somebody was saying on the chat this morning, somebody did on camera what you do in private daily. And you're trying to get down to the bottom of it. And you want the person to come forward.
Oh, yeah.
I know for a fact the way that people's minds are.
Yeah.
What people are. And that everybody, see, it's one thing if you think I'm your enemy or you think that I'm against you or don't like.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you, Ben. I hardly think about you at all, to be completely honest.
Okay, but the ones that will come up on your show and masturbate on live video, they could take your shit down. And I think they're gonna start doing that more often.
Oh no, Ben, I've already gone through the P-bomb wars. I remember there was a time when
they get ready to start back up.
No, I can handle it, Ben. I've gone through that.
Yeah,
war.
I bet you can. I bet you can. I mean, because a masturbator no masturbator.
I've gone through that war before. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, but you know, masturbators no masturbators. So yeah. You probably don't even if YouTube would allow
you. Ben, hang tight. Hey guys, get the likes up, share the video. I got some super chats to read. L says, to be fair, CT. To be fair, CT, you also called a divine spiritual guru. Yes, I did call myself that. And Ogun with the $2 super chat. Ben is in love with you, CT. That's why he's.
And what did I say you was?
Go ahead.
Must be the money. When you said you're a divine guru, what did I say that you were?
I don't understand it. Brandon
Johnson, I said you are. Listen, I'll repeat it.
don't understand it. I don't understand it. Brandon Johnson, who's the mayor of Chicago. Chicago has high crime rates, high gang rates. He got up here and openly lied in front of a congregation full of blacks, and you said that you even disagreed with him, thus agreeing with me. But why am I the target of your focus? Why are you so focused on me?
You're not the target.
Why don't me and you collectively kick in the back of Brandon Johnson?
You're not the target.
Why are you focused so much on me?
You're not the target. I'm telling you.
When the topic is Brandon Johnson and Chicago, sir.
Listen, if Brandon called in your show, I would kick that. Listen, this man was selected for that job. He wasn't elected for that job. CT, CT, it just behooves me that you have degrees. You said in various different disciplines, but at the same time, you don't bring that scholastic dynamic.
And how so? How so?
Because you're naive in to think that somehow I can team up with you, even though I agree with you. So you're naive in that matter, and it might be because of your youth.
I'm 40.
You haven't caught a lot of fades. You haven't been in. You probably had fights. Most of them you were running from.
Ben, I've tried my entire life not to fight other blacks.
I know it. I know this.
I've tried my best not to try to fight another
black.
But
you're in an arena where you may have to fight. You're in an arena.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know I already know what I have to do if I'm confronted by blacks. I'm gonna say I'm going to call the white man because I know you.
I know
cowards,
it. See,
cowards.
And that's what.
Be quiet. Shut up. Because you cowards
are afraid.
Because you
cowards
take that back. For some reason.
Take that back.
I'm not taking it back. Because you cowards are afraid when
I'm not a coward. I agree with you. You're a coward.
So I've already said it before. If anyone confronts me in a negative manner, I'm going to tell them I will call the police. And I will lie to them too and say that I think this Higger got a gun on him and he talking about shooting up some white women. I will lie like that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know you would. I know you would, CT.
Yeah, I would.
Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yeah.
Bonaparte did it. You will. Little. Listen.
Yeah.
Little dwarf defeated.
You've never met Napoleon Bonaparte. Trisket with the membership. Salute to you. Positivity's definitely coming your way. Thank you so much for the membership. Go ahead, buddy.
I read the history about Napoleon. No, I never met him. You never met Trump, but you talk about him. You got his hat on your mantle, so you never met Trump.
Hang tight. Cliff wants to know. CT, ask him, please. Why don't you study your own kids and grandkids? Why don't you spend your golden years with your grandkids? Ask him that, please. Go ahead, buddy.
My grandkids are almost grown, man. Where do these people live at, man?
Yeah.
My kids are older. My oldest child.
Granddaughter, was that your granddaughter that poked her head into the room 2 days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
I see my grandkids all the time, CT.
Yeah, I don't.
Damn, I almost sound like impure. Yeah, I see. I interact with my kids all the time. My grandkids all the time. Their parents not so much because they're on the move with their careers and doing their thing. Yeah. So anybody that asks a stupid question like that is out of touch, man. And most of these people that come on your platform, with the exception of a few, they're about your age, CT.
Yeah.
They were born in their 80s. Some a little later, some probably in the late. They don't know. They don't have a clue about shit.
And why do you believe? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Because they went to school under an American educational system, and they never thought to think out of the box and question the very education and the very lives that they were indoctrinated to believe. That's the reason why.
Okay. And what do you believe is the correct education? What do you believe?
Self enlightenment, self inquiry, and investigation on subjects that you hold dear to yourself or that you consider to be important enough to where you will spend your time, your efforts, your finances in gaining as much knowledge about those subjects and taking those subjects and matters and taking them to people that are like-minded to do something, to build something, or to change something. These people are not like that. These are people that like come on and watch Saturday Day Live or Saturday Night Live. These are not real serious people.
And you watch this because you have some sort of, what is it about a platform like this?
I've done it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I basically see this, what I'm saying. Most of the people come on here, they may be Bitcoin investors, they may whatever, but guess what? Most of them have never been out of the continental US. Second of all, another thing is that most of them, if they do have kids, they didn't stick in there for the long haul, for the ups and downs, for the trying times, and raise their kids to help ensure that they was able to stand on their feet and move forward and forge in the world. No, they're not like that. Most of them don't even like kids. Like yourself, you don't like kids. You despise kids.
I don't despise kids.
You might love your niece. You might love your niece.
Yeah, I mean, I don't despise.
You don't
want to have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you don't want to have kids, and that's your choice. But it's not because you can't have them.
If there were a racial,
you can't have them.
If you could rank the racial groups of generosity, who would be at the top?
That have generosity toward one's own collective or self or group?
Self and outside the group.
Well, you got to understand, there's a book called Rule by Secrecy, Jim Mars, Rule by Secrecy. Well, philanthropy, or depending on your objective and your agenda, could be used as a anchor, or could be used to manipulate and undermine. You know, it's like cooking out on the grill. Okay. You got to get the heat hot. You got to get the coals and so forth, and the hickory wood or whatever the flavor wood you're going to grill with. But it's to cook the meat. See?
Yeah.
So people tend to just like this. Okay, all the monies that they donated to Ukraine, all the funding, military weapons and aid packages, was that to really rebuild and reconstitute Ukraine? No. It was an investment. It was an investment to appease Russia and China. You see, so when you look at like the small hats, they are serious about helping small hats at the maximum capacity.
Yeah.
When it comes to others, they may throw some crumbs or some philanthropy or help set up some organizations and so forth and on. But it's not so that you can have full autonomy and control over that organization and have influence. You see, so even with the Italians or some of these other groups, even I can say with Hispanics. See, so there's a lot of groups that do that, but sad to say that we don't do that. So that's why I say I agree with you. And the mayor of Chicago, I never agreed with any of his policies, because the first thing he should have done when he got in there is brought in organizations within former veterans, Marines, and so forth, and deputize them to help work with law enforcement to get the black on black violence under control.
Yeah.
If he'd have did that his first term as mayor, he'd have been out of office. He wouldn't even be in office today. See, people talk about violence, but they don't want anything really done about it. Because any organization that went in to try to bring up gang truce, turf wars, and things like that, the people that started the organization and went out and reach these brothers and set up conferences so that they can have some dialogue about what the beef is about. If it's drugs, is it turf? Those organizations end up being investigated.
Yeah.
So listen, we got to really be real.
Yeah.
So in that manner, I disagree.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. You got
So you know, you hear people say, well, just like B. Bray, well, the blacks, what he's really concerned about is those people that he talk about coming to their senses and kicking his damn door in. That's what he's really afraid about. That's what he's really afraid of.
You believe that?
Not that they're destroying their own shit. Once they start destroying their own shit,
yeah,
their own infrastructure, their own neighborhood, start cleaning their own neighborhood, and get a citizens defense league together. You watch what happens. You're gonna see the National Guard flying in, propelling from helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
So people are being disingenuous with all this old bullshit. Well, why do they get like they care that we kill each other? Come on, man. That's a farce.
You got the floor, man.
That is a farce.
You got the floor. Go ahead,
you know, so and look at what's going on in what they call the Bible Belt.
Yeah.
There's so many poor white folks in those ran down rusted factories, wood mills, and companies that used to be those steel mills.
Yeah.
But they don't show you none of that shit on network news.
No, they don't.
They don't even show you that shit on YouTube unless you're looking for it and searching for that type of content. But other than that, you don't see it.
Yeah.
What's happening with these white farmers who were subsidized and told that they're going to being given double resources if they hold back on their crops and allow Monsanto and the big food corporations in food industry subsidize them while they're able to import grains and food sources from other countries. And then they told American people, you know what, that's going to keep prices down. Goddamn tomato right now is almost $5. Now, and these white folks that went for the bait, they don't show you them at those town hall meetings. They almost ran Chuck Grassley, who's over the Senate Finance Committee, ran his old ass up out of that town hall meeting. So they don't show you that, man. And these poor, lily white folks upset. But guess what? They got to save face. That's where they unite. Because they cannot let the world know they were duped. Can't let the world know that they effed around and found out. They're effing around. They effed around and they're finding out. And now everybody's like, where's the black people in the protest? Where's the niggas? Where's the black? Where were they? We marched in the... No, this y'all shit. This is what y'all wanted. Hispanics for Trump. What did he do? Order C-130s to fly their ass right back over to wherever they came from. I wouldn't be surprised if he pushed them out of the goddamn plane. I didn't see no footage of that. So this is disingenuous, even from the members that follow you, CT. But when you there kicking in, as you said, blacks, oh, they all for it.
Yeah.
Soon as you show video of some little kids, man. Mom's the word. You can hear crickets.
Yeah.
And these are grown folks that come to this panel. Grown folks.
To a degree, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't say shit. And you were calling them out. Guess what?
Oh, I call them out.
I think it was 2 or 3 people on the panel. 2 or 3 people on the panel. I'm like, wait a minute. Then you ask them about Sharia law. Sharia law, what is that? You know, what is that a meal?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that a Mediterranean or Middle Eastern meal?
Yeah.
Man, let me explain something to you. Now I'm going back to my military days. Do you know who Ayman Azawahiri is?
No, I do not. No, who is that, sir?
How about Mullah Omar? Have you ever heard of that name?
I have heard of Mullah Omar. Yes.
I know you're familiar with Osama bin Laden.
Osama Biden, but Osama bin Laden, but you call him bin Laden.
No,
yes,
it's actually pronounced bin Laden.
No, I didn't know it was pronounced that.
You know anything about his father? Who was he was a construction tycoon.
Father was a wealthy. Yeah, I know. His father was very wealthy.
Yeah. Okay, so you got to understand the age that Osama bin Laden was is the age those children were in that video.
Yeah.
When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan and fought that almost 12-year war, and the U.S. called the Mujahideen what? Freedom fighters.
Yeah.
And they were backing the Mujahideen to go in and move against the Taliban and push Soviet forces out of Afghanistan and beyond the Hindu Kush Mountains.
Yeah.
And back into Chechnya, back into Georgia, back into Tajikistan.
And what did that eventually create?
They created what? What we saw, 9 what?
Because
the U.S. reneged.
Yeah.
They reneged on the promises to the Mujahideen. So I said that to say this. An idea is something you cannot crush to earth.
Yeah.
Blood in the soil and bones in the earth, or what we call Mother Earth, will always cry out to the universe for compensatory vengeance. That's just the law of the universe. A dolphin or a whale or a mammal will always beach itself when it cannot breathe in its own environment. When its waters and its natural feeding habitat is disturbed, you disturb the ecosystem in the world in which they reside in. So what do? They beach themselves and yield to the universe. Universe take me. Because energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's taught in basic physics.
Yep.
You can discover energy, but you can't create it. You can harness it and use it, but you can't do nothing other than modify and take the principles of the matter of that matter and expand upon it to use it in order to forge society or mankind forward. That's all you could do. You can build weapons out of it. You can take it and build space lasers. You can do all type of shit with energy, but you cannot create it, nor can you destroy it. If you try to destroy it or create it, it only changes form, but its natural matter is still there. So the thing it is, it's very disingenuous, man, when these people come on here and see where now we're moving to the age of whose side do we stand on? Where do we have more of a chance surviving? So people are picking parties, but they're doing it on social media platforms. You know, you got your angry man, you got your Daniels guy and Anton Daniels. I can't even get on their panel. And I think they're looking at your show and said, no, as soon as they see that Rahul Taylor, I told you I'm banned from Sharon's.
You think Anton Daniels has banned you from his show?
When anytime he's live, even when he's not on members only, and I click on the link, it says the administrator has blocked you. That can only happen if they see your name come up on the dashboard in the control panel.
Yeah. So they're watching you. Yeah, they're watching you. Have you ever thought about buying a membership, purchasing a membership?
No, it's not that serious, man.
Okay.
When I start my own channel, I'm just gonna kick their backs. I'm just gonna kick their feet off of them.
Gimpy with the $5 super chat. Why hasn't Ben reached himself and finally given himself over to the universe? That's a good question. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell Gimpy why. The same reason why Gimpy hasn't grown his hair back or lost his hair. Same reason. The universe has not yielded him any new hair follicles to grow that patch where it looks like a lawnmower went crazy or just somebody just took a lawnmower over his head. Same reason.
Yeah, speaking of generosity, we were talking about what, Brandon Johnson. Maybe you should break the cycle and be generous and join the membership over at Anton's.
Let's try, CT.
Why not?
You can untie your lips.
Why not break the cycle and join?
I wouldn't give them the charity.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give them the. You know what? I can get back on Sharon's site.
Yeah.
Sharon. Only if I do a certain thing that was requested, and I can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't apologize. I don't apologize for what I believe is my truth when I speak.
Okay.
And I don't apologize for what I mean when I say it and what I said. I'm principled in that matter. Have I ever apologized to you, CT? Be honest.
No, I don't want you to, but go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. I respect you for that, sir. And I never apologized to you.
No, yeah, exactly.
So why do you think I'm going to pray for a membership and go on this show and say, yeah, I'm glad you accepted my membership, and so what do you want to say, Raul? And no, man, I'm not made out of that, bro. Everybody right now could be compromised, just like we were talking about yesterday. If the social media powers that be come to chaotic truth, listen, chaotic. Name your price. What's your number? Just write a number on this posting right now.
What would I have to do for the number?
No, just write down what your price is.
$100 million.
To sell, huh?
To sell what?
Sell you.
What do you mean?
And your product. Sell you and your product.
Oh, $100 million.
If they pay you, they own you. If they own you, you do what they say.
$100 million. $100 million.
So that means you do have a price.
I do. $100 million. Yeah, $100 million.
Okay. At least you admitted that, because you didn't seem to be too sure about that last week.
I'm definitely sure about
it. Okay, $100 million. So you have a price.
Yeah.
So you have a price. Don't be surprised they don't reach out to you.
Yeah. $100 million. Yeah.
See, I already knew you have a price.
And why did you already know I had a price?
Because you don't have no kids. You don't want any kids. You say your wife don't want any kids. I never heard your wife come on your panel and say, hey, you guys, how you guys doing? I'm CT's wife. I don't want any kid. So
people have talked to my wife before. A lot of people have, actually. She's come on the panel before.
Oh, well.
She's just not a YouTuber. Just
okay. But I know you have a price. I can just tell where you look, you have a price, man. It's all over your face. $
100 million. Yeah, $100 million.
Yeah. So you would sell your soul for $100 million.
Lindy, can you get on camera? Yeah. Oh, yeah. My soul. Yeah, of course. There's no such thing as a soul anyway. So yeah.
Okay. So why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Here goes my soul. Here, $100 million. Get $100 million. Here goes my soul. Yeah.
So you're basically saying you do have a price.
Yeah.
And your very moral values and essence, you will parlay that out and sell it and share it out for a price.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing
any man or woman that has a price.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm not doing any gay stuff, I don't really care.
No. This is beyond that
platform. Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, of course I would.
Yeah, you thinking it? See, they're not going to pay you that.
Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it.
Do you know they don't even look at that like that?
Well, I don't care.
Based on my research.
Yeah. You do you believe in a soul? You believe in a soul?
Yes, I do believe it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, but it's not the soul in which people relate to based on theology.
Yeah.
Or any particular religion, organized or disorganized religion. No, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe in that concept of a soul, but the fact that you have a price. I mean, just like I told you, I know Jesse D. Peters way back in the day. He used to wear raggedy shoes and Dockers that was too short, and flooding and too tight, old plaid shirts and old vests similar to yours, but it looked like you got it out of a thrift store, Goodwill.
You probably did.
Someone reached out to this man, and he has a soul, but it's been sold. That soul has been sold.
Yeah.
And it went to the highest bidder. Now he has a whole studio. See, you have followers. You're on StreamYard. You're on YouTube. But Jesse Lee actually has a real studio.
He does.
And listen, and the coon thinks he's a pastor.
Yeah.
He really thinks he's a pastor. He thinks he knows the Bible. He uses that. That's one of his props. That's just one of his props. He's a deviant. He's really a deviant.
Why do you think Jesse Lee Peterson is a deviant, sir? What does he do?
I know he is, because I know when he started.
So what do you think he's done? Like, why do you call him a deviant? A deviant.
He's a deviant in the sense of, and I'm not saying so much as sexual, he's deviant in his character as far as why he chose to put himself to basically take the payout. They came to him, said, we're going to give you a spending allowance. You're going to be flying all over the state. You're going to have a state-of-the-art studio. All you have to do is talk about nigga. Debase them. Dismiss. Don't let them get any footing on making any excuses about any damn thing, even if it's legitimate. See, that's why when he always acts, when he had black people come on his show. So do you believe, he set off just like this. So do you believe in racism? What is racism? What is white supremacy? And then he'll throw something like this on it. So is there such thing as black supremacy? And the people, because they're not studied and well in control of their thoughts and their speech, they always get caught. He could take the steam out of your argument, just classifying you as a black supremacist, like you do sometimes. Because sometimes you'll say, well, Ben, he read those, those blackity black, smarty arty black books. But it's the same books you use to get that A or get that B. And I rarely mention the name of authors on your panel. Rarely. But, CT, and I said, what, I might take CT up on that offer to come under his platform. And I said, but no, I can't get in there. I can't do it. Because I hate you too much, CT.
You hate me?
Yeah, but I hate you in a dialogue way, in a discussion way, in a content way. I don't hurt you per se.
What do I do? What is it about me? Because I'm very open for discussion. I don't.
No, you're not open for discussion.
Well, you're talking now. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you were saying.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Now, you said something the other day. You said you're a coon, but so and so is a bigger coon than you. Now you had to recognize coon when you saw coon, right?
Yeah, but I was more or less joking around. We were talking about RG3.
Oh no, on the contrary, my friend. No, on the contrary. I don't think you were joking around. Because coons don't slip up and say that without careful thought.
Okay, go ahead.
See, a bamboozler, a bootlicker, a tap dancer only knows how to tap dance.
Yeah.
He's not going to get up there and do the electric slide when the only thing he's been trained to do is tap dance.
Yeah.
See, coons, no cooning. But like I told you, there's different tiers to cooning. You said, well, what level would you be compared to that person we were talking about? I said, you'll be somewhere like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But those top tier coons, that's where Jesse Lee Peterson is.
Yeah.
See.
Who would you rather? Who would you rather have live around you, a coon or a drive-by shooter?
I have coons, drive-by shooters, disorderly people of all stripes live around me. There's so-called poor white, as Brave say, they live around me. But you know what? They don't bother nobody. They beg too damn much. They always got signs out talking about. I told this one guy. He asked me, "Do I have any spare change?" I said, "What is spare change? What is spare change? I don't have a pocket where I just put spare change in." And I say, "This is spare."
Yeah. Did you eventually give him some money?
No, I told him to get the hell out of my face and go shave and get his hair and take a bath and go to a Goodwill, get him a suit. And this very store that he is standing in front of, he'll be able to get that job before I get the job.
Yeah.
Already clean shaven.
It was a white guy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, so-called.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the thing it is that going back to the mayor of Chicago, I never liked him. I never liked his policies. I've never liked the fact that from day one, his agenda was to hire more law enforcement, but not put them together, not to give them a directive to clean up the streets, to take some of that budget money and put them in those neighborhoods in overwhelming numbers that the citizens, the elderly people, the women and the children and the schools can be safe. He didn't do that.
Yeah.
And whenever we do that and take action, bold actions like that to clean up our community, they send in.
What would you have done if you were the mayor? What would you have done if you were the mayor of Chicago?
I did exactly that. That would have been one of the first things I did on day one. But again, also, I would have picked my own team.
Mm-hmm.
I would have went and reached out to those veterans and sons of those veterans that I served with to post up and tell the mayor that you would give us unequivocal backing and support to do this job. He signs off on that, we'll take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think I would do if I were mayor of Chicago? Well, how would what would you think my administration would be? What would it look like?
I don't know, because I can't really say, CT, because if it's similar to how you conduct yourself on Chaotic Truth.
Give me an example. What do you think I would do? What do you think I would do?
I'm not sure, CT. I can't really speak to that, but I don't know, man. You already said there's a price, $100 million. If certain people will pay you a certain amount of money, so that means that you know most politicians already being bribed. The majority of them are on the table. So if you're a mayor and you in finance, economic upper mobility is your weakness, and the things that you could buy for your wife and friends you can help out and give jobs to, you're already compromised. See, you have to be real principled and grounded, not just from the outward appearance, but from your own internal core, in order to say no. And sometimes it could be under threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, look at some of the leaders of the old. Look at Lumumba. Matter of fact, case in point, Ibrahim Traoré.
Yeah.
They're working day and night on how to go about getting young captain. One thing, someone in his administration, I would say his chief of staff, should promote him to prime minister of Burkina Faso, or supreme general.
Yeah.
Captain, he's way beyond a captain.
Yeah.
See, General Langley, he's a 4-star general, but he's working under the auspices and under the confines of Secretary of Defense. Trump is not even in the game, man. And Trump will not serve 4 years, I believe. Not because something's going, wishing nothing on him, man. I'm saying he's just physically drained.
Yeah.
His body mass index has increased. I've never seen the man do any physical exercise other than, hell, swing a golf ball, because he's riding around in a damn golf cart.
Yeah.
Which can barely move him around on the golf cart. He was sitting in the golf cart one time when it reached in his pocket and gave somebody some money.
You're kind of like babbling. Hang tight for me, Ben. You know what I would do if I were the mayor of Chicago or any city with a large black population?
What?
I would declare a state of emergency and request that the governor send in the National Guard to specific areas. That's what I would do first. Then I would clean. Then I would clean house in the my administration. I would get to firing all types of people. People who
Only way I would bring in the National Guard.
Damn, Ben, you let me talk or not? Ben, whoa, damn, dude. Let me tell you what I'd do. Tight. So I would request that the National Guard comes in. I would fire who I'm allowed to fire. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to fire unilaterally, like a police chief or a fire chief or whatever, whomever. I would definitely speak with the what do they call the city lawyer, the safety director or whomever, to see if I'm allowed to implement certain policies like arrest on site if you see people loitering or littering. I would make it. I would make it to the point where it'd be a police state in anywhere that we are at as a people until we get it together. That's what I would do with us.
Well, you better have a very educated state attorney general.
Yeah, that's
city
what
attorney general.
Yeah.
Well, I would bring the National Guard in probably, but I would like to pick the regiments.
Sure.
And so it wouldn't just be sending the National Guard. I wouldn't just say, "Oh, let's call the governor." Yeah, Mr. Governor, can you send in 30,000 troops? And
hey, real quick, CT, I believe you have done more for Ben these last few months than he has had his entire life. No one has given him this much talk time. Thank you, CT. This is righteous. No problem. I am the servant of people. Lindy, what say you about what Ben is yapping about? Go ahead, Lindy. Go ahead.
Now, wait, hold on, CT. Well, we were having a dialogue. Now you say I'm yapping. See, that's the reason why.
I'm not saying that what you were saying is wrong. I'm just saying you're yapping. You're just yapping. I'm yapping.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot who's on here. Yeah. I forgot they had privilege. I forgot they got that.
Yeah, they do. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Linda. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Hey, CT. Hey, Ben. How are you?
How you doing? How are you?
Actually, Chris just said it. Chris just said it. Actually, I was just going to come up. I was just going to say hi to Ben. Hey, Ben, how many panels do you go on? How many other panels do you go on? I'm just curious because I thought you just said the other day that Sharon banned you from his panel. I mean, I'm curious. You have all this smoke for CT, and is there any other stream, is any other panelist or any other content creator that gives you at least 20 to 25 minutes of nonstop time to talk? I mean, does anyone else do that besides CT?
Yeah. Well, Sharon did.
They do.
Until I had to drag him through the mud because I caught him in a lie.
He let you go up there and talk like this?
Oh, yeah.
He let you go on and for this long. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Did you watch?
Just curious. I was just curious.
Did you watch the show opener before CT dropped the link and started the show?
Oh yeah, I know.
Ben was all over that, right?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay, so Ben was all over that. So the question is, what does CT get out of Ben?
What does CT get out of what?
What does CT
out of Ben?
Get out of Ben? What is it that you feel that you need to do whole production monologues on Ben?
That is a great question, Ben. Great question. Ben,
because no other panelists do, no other content creator does.
Let me answer the question. Damn, hold on. Jesus Christ.
You got to be quick, CT. You're younger than I am.
Great question, sir. Ben, what I am doing is not just content or entertainment. This is also what I believe a historical piece as well. Something that maybe something a quarter century or 50 years, somebody will look back and they will see a relic of the past with you. This is why I love when you call in, man, because you are very antiquated. Your views are very old. They're antiquated. And I truly believe that you have stayed in the 70s. I think that mentally you are in the 70s. That's why you
let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead. And I think it's incredible content, man. I don't
Do
mind.
You think there were coons? You think there were coons in the 70s and 60s?
Sure, Ben. There were coons in the 60s and 70s. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so do you think your type of cooning, because you said what tier coon would you be on? I said between the 3 and the 4. So you think what you're doing is something new and innovative?
But Ben, you and I both know that your whole blackity black thing has been exposed. You don't live around a large black population. If you live around any black people,
no, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't, bro.
No, I do.
No, Ben, stop it. You go outside right now and walk with your camera on or your cell phone on right now and show me all the black neighbors. You don't, Ben.
No, these people are not. These people are not just like home or just walking up and down the street.
Ben, what neighborhood in LA do you live in right now?
You trying to pivot, CT?
No, I'm just asking. If you live in an all-black neighborhood, you would be willing to say it. You don't live around.
I never said I live in an all-black neighborhood. I never said that.
Ben, brother, you did not have to say that because I already know your type. So you calling me?
Oh, you know my type?
Yeah, Ben, you calling me a coon is comical.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Ben, I'm not trying to go in on you today. I actually want you to talk. Ben, bro, you calling me a coon may have worked.
I'm about to noon chuck your ass.
You calling me a coon may have worked 60 years ago.
No, on the contrary.
Ben, both me and you live around white folks. We've benefited off of white institutions. You benefit off of the military, man. That was great about white folks. That's great about white man institution.
Since they created and they made all the contributions to all of this military.
I never said that. I never said that. Hang time. Ontario with the $2 super chat. Ben, how sexy do you find Lindy on a scale? Come on, Jesus Christ. Well, shit, Ben doesn't even find Cindy Crawford attractive. So, go ahead, Ben. You want to answer that question? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't indulge in that type of,
yeah.
Come on, man. Somebody, you know me, CT. I wouldn't even get that. They should have given you $20 just even ask that question.
Yeah. But no, Ben, seriously, when you say coon or Uncle Tom, it could have worked back in the day, but everybody's with social media, we all are exposing each other. And Ben, you don't live around a whole bunch of black.
Okay, what is exposed about you, CT, that you think since you've been doing
I'm just upfront with it. I'm just upfront with it. I like living around white people. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, not about that. Not about that.
About what?
Where you like to live.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about other things that you engage in and like to do.
Like what?
You know what they are.
Ben, you're making me uncomfortable with this whole masturbation.
Get into your mental Rolodex. No,
Ben, I joked about it one time. You don't have to keep beating it like a dead horse, man. I joked about it one time, man. It's pretty disgusting.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about that.
Go ahead.
I don't know why your mind went to that. I was talking about things you said about people on your panel, on your show, and on other panels. And you went there. I didn't go there. What made you want to go there?
Anyway, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
No, they know anyway. Answer the question.
Go ahead, man.
You went there because you thought that's what I was thinking.
But Ben,
let's just be honest.
Go ahead.
But at the same time, CT, about the mayor, that whole thing, you and I have a lot with him that we agree totally on.
Yeah.
And the only thing about as it relates to cooning and buck dancing and all that, you guys are just not embarrassed to be coon. You're not. It doesn't deter you.
Ben, you were also a coon too.
Never been.
Ben, who's?
I know what. I would know it. Know what? I take that back.
Ben,
I didn't know what it was.
Ben, you're not even speaking a black. Ben, you're not even speaking a black language. You're not speaking a black.
And why? And why? And why?
Because you.
No, why do I not speak a black language?
Because you.
Well, you don't speak a black language.
Ben, You are calling people a coon or an.
You don't even speak the language that your mother's father spoke.
Ben, I like English. I like.
No, you don't like English.
I like the Western civilization, buddy. But you are
okay. You do like it.
But Ben, you are calling me a coon and Uncle Tom, and you are a coon and Uncle Tom.
No,
you're just like
a coon based on your politics, based on your moral values, and based on who you affiliate with.
You just agree.
Now, if you want to go head to head with me right now, if you want to go head to head with me right now, we can do it.
And did you not vote for Donald Trump?
No, say you want to do it.
Did you not? Yeah, let's go toe to toe. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, now, okay, let's do it. Let's do this.
Yeah.
You get these antiquated, disingenuous arguments. Well, I like white culture. Why you don't have a white woman? Why you not married to a white woman if you love it that much?
Because, Ben, I've generally have found black women to be more attractive.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Why ask me a question if you're going to tell me no, I haven't? I mean, what do you want my answer? I'm more drawn to black women. Does that answer your question, sir? Does that answer your question? Go ahead, buddy.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I know you, CT.
And what do you know about?
I know you.
Go ahead.
You're like Dorothy.
I'm like
Wizard of Oz.
Sure, go ahead.
Clicking your heels like there's no place like home. And you wake up, there's a 10-man scarecrow, the lion, and you're back in that little efficiency. You're trying to get out of that efficiency. You're afraid to move beyond that efficiency. But if you do, you know you're going to need a set amount. You need a set salary and income to front that. You're not going to be able to do that on super chats. I'm not even. I would be surprised if you even paying taxes on any of that. So I hate this is going to be a standoff between you and I, like at the OK Corral. But we had something we agree upon with the mayor. But you want to make it about, and you tend to do that. Soon as white folks show up on the panel, I don't care who they are. They could be ragtags or scallywags or duty dads. And you start getting animated and you start pivoting. We start off real good and then you start licking your lips, pushing your cheeks up, frowning, looking like you smell shit. And I don't understand. I do understand because I knew young black men like you. But this is not going to last long, CT. You're going to be able to do this for a while. But as far as getting on the big stage, if you look at your age, you're like 43 now, 45.
How old do you think I am, Ben?
Well, you said you're like in your 40s, 43, 44.
How old do I look?
You look like you're in your 40s, like you're in your mid 40s.
Okay, we'll go with that. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
And so the thing is, you're going to have to do something different at some point in time. You're going to have burnout on this.
Yeah.
You're going to have the same super chats. You're going to have the same people. You're going to have Bob, Gimpy, and all these people. And you're going to look up one day and say, I'm 50. I'm almost 50. Mm-hmm. Almost 52.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have an epiphany.
Yeah.
I have a couple of degrees. I haven't got a call from none of the big networks.
Yeah.
And guess what?
What's that?
I have no kids.
Yeah.
And my wife probably, she may be there. I hope she is for your sanity and safety. And the contours of your face is going to change. And after that time, especially when gray hair get in, CT, you're going to look in the mirror.
Yeah.
You say, I'm short. I'm black.
Yeah.
My vision is starting to go. I'm short.
Yeah.
I'm black.
Yeah.
I don't have any kids.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bow-legged.
Hold on, let me read this super chat. L says for the $5 super chat, CT, white women are the most beautiful angels on the planet. Why don't you have a white woman, CT? CT, I find black women more beautiful. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
So you'll get to a point, CT, and you're gonna go in. It might be in Starbucks restaurant. You're gonna look in the mirror and say, "I wasted all that goddamn time."
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted, but damn, I live in a 2-bedroom or maybe a 3-bedroom.
Yeah.
Upstairs, downstairs, probably
Yeah.
2,800 some square feet. I don't have a dog. I don't have no kids. And my own family hate me.
Why do you think my family hates me, Ben?
Oh, I would if you were related to me, man.
Yeah.
You lucky you're not my brother, man. I'll drive straight over your house. Every time you do a show,
Yeah.
and you come out of pocket, I'll beat your ass.
And why is that, Ben?
Because you bring a disgrace to the family name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I know Mama CT and Daddy CT. They like, what happened to him?
How am I bringing disgrace to the family? Go ahead.
We ran through the streets of Nigeria to get here, and he just came here and just lost his goddamn mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any brothers?
I do. I have several brothers, actually. Yeah.
Are they older than you or younger?
I have 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother.
They should all get together and just beat your ass.
What if I told you that my brother has actually been on the channel before?
Yeah, that might be fine, but he should be beating your ass while he's on the channel. Yeah. Wherever he's at, in proximity to you, he should be whooping your ass.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
But CT, like I said, you're good at what you do. And you do it with malice, you do it with sometimes you even lie. And you fudge information.
Ben, real quick. Do you you obviously you are projecting. When I was younger,
you're still younger.
Well, I'm talking about a lot younger, in my 20s. Mm-hmm. A lot of my friends told me to go to Hollywood or go to Broadway, et cetera, et cetera. I had one friend tell me, you have a great dinner conversation. You could talk about pretty much anything. Ben, I'm actually in my dream. I'm in my No, hear me out. Just hear me out. I'm in my dream. I don't think that you've ever been in your dream. And now you are projecting something on me that happened to you. I believe that you had an epiphany in your 50s. You looked at your dogs, you looked at your wife or home or whoever and said, is that it? Is that it? And I think that happened to you. Because I wake up every day like, wow, I'm actually in my dream. I want to do content creation for the rest of my life. I don't project anything on people. My life is super awesome. Super awesome.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Suppose StreamYard, YouTube, there was no such platform or system like this. What would you think you'd be doing?
What would I be doing if there were no StreamYard, Ben? I would have my own website with my own channel like I've done before, and people will come over to me and listen to me. Even if it's one person, Ben. I would do this if it was one person watching me.
Really?
Ask Seven Steel. Ask Rise Girl. Ask Mike from Boston.
I can't answer any of those.
Ask the day ones. They were here when it was 3 people. They were here when it was 3 people.
Those are sycophants. Those are sycophants. I wouldn't act sycophants.
Sycophants. Sycophants are not. Sycophants.
No, CT. That doesn't make sense. Ben, you have degrees.
Ben, my dream is not to work a 9 to 5. My dream is not to.
Okay, that's good.
I don't like being told what to do. I don't like I don't like stupid meetings. I don't like TPS reports. I don't like it. I'm in my dream, sir. I'm in my dream.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Do you still owe anything in student loans? Anything?
That's none of your business, sir.
I bet it's not.
That's none of
you having degrees is not my business either.
That's none of your business, sir.
You having degrees is not my business.
Yeah, but sir, whether I owe student loan debt.
No, sir.
Whether I own student loan debts or not.
That's the first time you ever said that something's not my business.
I'm in my dream, sir.
I thought you the whisper. And you you're transparent.
I am the whisperer, sir.
Now, I think the thing you would not tell me
how
is
much
that
do you think I owe a student loan?
was a porn addict.
Okay, how much?
But here you are telling me your student loans is not my business.
How much do you think I owe in student loan debt?
I don't know. No, you said no. It's not my business. It's not my business.
Ben, you are projecting.
I don't know no student loans, man.
I know because you went to the military, sir, and thank you so much, but sir.
I don't know no student. Don't thank me for my service.
Sir,
please don't thank me for my service. You don't know what. Come on, CT. Let's get back to the mayor. I see this is going nowhere. Let's get back to the mayor.
Back to the mayor. Go ahead. The mayor.
Bring somebody else up on your panel. I'm going to get another cup of black tea, of black tea, and think about your black ass.
Sure.
And the fact that you told me, out of all the things that I think you were honest and transparent about, the thing that was not my business.
Yeah.
And then you're going to double down. Well, how much do you think I owe? That implies you do.
Sure.
Still owe student loans.
Sure. And
with the degrees that you're not applying that.
I apply my degrees every day when
See you in a minute, CT. Cheerio, mate.
Yeah, I apply my degrees every day. Lena, what's up? Lena, what's up? All right, here we go.
Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they passed every.
They weren't persecuted, Marco.
Every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the.
Moxie says, "Why has Ben drinking black tea, thinking about CT's black ass?" That is a good question. Here we go.
Requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay.
Is that true?
Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs.
So why prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset. It's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were based.
Let's be honest. The Afrikaans are not goddamn refugees. Those 50 white people that came here are not refugees, and I'm willing to believe a lot of that stuff is over exaggerated in South Africa, to be honest with you.
Basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people entered this country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the quote persecution of Afrikaner farmers, go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity. And the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the.
Sherry says the whites in Africa were being targeted and killed. Yes, they are. Have you not heard them saying kill the farmers and making speeches saying kill them all? I've heard the speeches. I've heard the rants from Julius Malinga, who is the president of the EEF. The chants, though horrifying, Sherry, there is no G word taking place with the whites in South Africa. A lot of that is largely propaganda. We've had several South Africans call into the show. We literally had security boss, whom is not a South African, but an American expat living in South Africa, who has stated that they don't really hear about these things happening there. I believe a lot of that stuff is over exaggerated. Is there violence in South Africa? Sure, why not? There's violence all over. but I don't believe there's any GI or G-sides taking place in South Africa. I got to say this, Sherry, a lot of the stuff that we get, a lot of the information we get on Twitter, on any other social media platform might indeed be propaganda, to be completely honest with you. At this point, we got to hear from the source, Sherry. And I rock with you, Sherry. Thank you so much for all of the support. But at this point, you know, calling 50 white people that look like they got off of a goddamn cruise ship refugees, stop it. I don't believe that shit. No, I don't believe that to say. No, absolutely not. Guys, get the likes up. Thank you so much, guys. Sherry says, I saw the pictures of the black Christians being killed too, and it was awful. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the South African blacks, they might delete each other, but they're not really deleting the whites at a large scale. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. The whites in South Africa still to this day have a higher status in the government, in the population, than the blacks. And we've had a South African gentleman call in. He called in all last week. This is the guy who built his own home. He even confirmed that, you know. So, I mean, at this point, Sherry, I got to hear from the horse's mouth, to be honest with you guys. Get the likes up, share the video. Moxie says the refugees are coming in yachts. Oh, of Aaron C says, dude, they came from a country with all the sun people. You know it had to suck. No, it doesn't suck, of Aaron C for them. Pretoria, a lot of those places in South Africa where the whites are at it's immaculate. It's immaculate. It's immaculate. A lot of this shit that we're hearing is BS, to be honest with you, man. So those people, I don't know what the agenda is by, you know, portraying them as refugees, but they are certainly not refugees. Let's be completely honest about it. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Acid reflow. SB says she doesn't hear about it in her gated community. Her community is not gated, by the way. She doesn't live in a gated community. Michael Brown says, what did the Afrikaans expect? You can't do what they did and not catch the go around. Oh, yeah. Get the likes up, guys. Here we go.
The governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of agriculture minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the minister of agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim that there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa, did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner party. And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance of who they want to allow
Okay, I'll agree with Marco Rubio with that one.
Come in.
But I think I'm going to ask you what.
Yeah.
So a well-justified fear of persecution.
Yeah, they
you don't
thought
think
that their
means-
farms
you
were
don't
being
think
burned
that
down and they would
means
be killed.
anything?
I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're
Okay.
afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It
Well, wait,
requires
but
prioritizing the interest of the
statutory
United States.
phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
You're
can you
allowed.
have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently, you are, because you don't
No,
like the fact that they're
I'm
white,
just
and that's why
asking
they're
you to
coming.
say that.
I don't know. That's quite an accusation. That's quite. I think that the Democrat. Who is this guy? Yeah, I don't think that this senator. Who is he? He's not a senator. He's a representative. I don't think that's what he's arguing. I think Marco Rubio was gaslighting with that one.
That would be unacceptable.
Well, no,
That
I would say that
seem
the
to be
United
a
States,
very easy thing.
the United
to say.
States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United
Even
States.
based on the color of somebody's skin.
No one's. You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
You're
are people whose
refusing to
farms were being
acknowledge
burned
that it
down and they
should
were
be
killed because of
even-handed.
the color of their skin.
Well,
Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain
who has
criteria.
said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
in
you
that
said
particular
said
case.
this weekend that
But
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million.
And
people
now
a year come to this
there
country
is one
legally.
group
No
of
other
people
country
that
in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I think it should
Shocked
be
at that.
applied in a
And I
way.
yield
No, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do.
Sherry says, I do like that Marco has found his backbone to stand up and talk back and stand his ground now. Yeah, he is starting to talk back a little bit more. At the early set of the administration, he was looking like a kid, always sitting on the couch while Trump and Vance were talking. Loopy says Tim Kaine was going to be vice president with Hillary. Just imagine that. Mama Carol says, I'm glad being hushed. He's stuck in the 50s. I couldn't agree with you more. David says, I'm preparing to be a dual citizen by 2032. The writings on the wall. Hopefully, be prepared when the kids turn 18 years old. Okay. Get the likes up, guys. Here we go. Play the rest of this.
When they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world, millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute toward.
Africans are still Africans are still bathing in the same water they pooped in for centuries. Can you prove that, Felontavious? Can you get on camera and prove that? Can you prove that? Can you call in? Can you get on camera and can you prove that Africans are shitting or bathing in the same water that they shit in? Can you prove that? Can you get on camera right now and prove that? Security boss who's in Africa, she got on camera. She lives immaculate. She got on camera. She got on camera with all of her friends in a 25,000 square foot home, maybe. I don't know. Africans have gotten on camera here. The one guy from South Africa who built his own home, he had a nice shower head, nice toilet, built his own home. Where are you guys getting all this information that the Africans are bathing in the same water that they shit in? Can you disprove it? Because people are getting on camera, Felontavious. People are getting on camera. Can you disprove it? Sherry said, yes, she had a nice home. She definitely did. She definitely had a nice home. She definitely had a nice home. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. And I rock with you, fella Tavies, but I want you to prove it. I want you guys are living in a bubble in America. You know, you get a lot of videos that have been in circulation for years, one or two of the same videos. Oh, yeah, they're doing this in this country. It's the same damn video. But hell, I did a show, Moxie, last year or the year before that. They have a shit meter, like a shit app. You know, you get an app in South or San Francisco, and it shows you where all the shit is at. They shit all over in the streets in San Francisco. They got an app, a shit app. They have a shit app. A lot of this stuff is made up, man, to be completely honest with you. Bill says, CT, you can watch the Africans doing it on the beaches. Bill, have you ever been to any African country? Have you ever been to any African country? Have you ever been to any coastal West African country? Have you ever left the United States, chartered a plane, landed in mommy Africa, and seen Africans defecating on the beaches? Have you ever seen it? The Africans that are calling in here, the people that are living in Africa that are calling in here, they're showing you something totally different. You got to stop believing everything that you hear or sometimes even see on social media. Sorry about that, buddy. I rock with you, man. But you guys are, yeah. Let me see. Give me a second here, guys. Ivan says the Dutch folks from South Africa will be a lot more productive and safe in Europe. Africa is a lost cause. We'll get to kick out the Dusties and Muzzies too and make room for the Boers. Yeah, I agree with you. The Boers should go back to Europe. And Africa, hate to break it to you, Ivan, Africa is actually on an upward trend. Nigeria has incredible not just continental trajectory, but global trajectory too as well. And then you have people like Aliko Dangote, who's a billionaire. You know, he controls the concrete industry, the oil industry there. He's created thousands, tens of thousands of jobs for Nigerians. It's on an upward trend. A lot of African countries are on an upward trend. Rwanda is on an upward trend. I don't even know what they produce in Rwanda, but I've known people who've lived there, who are born there. They have a lot of American expats there as well that have started businesses, man. So yeah, I think you guys are completely wrong about the continent of Africa. Don't sleep on Africa. You slept on China. And look what China did. Look, China's beating y'all ass. You smarty arty Americans. You Europeans, you know, the EU. I call it the EU. Look at China. China's in the future. Hell, America doesn't even have a goddamn bullet train. Don't even have a bullet train. And you over here, Ivan, talking about Africa is a lost cause? Shit. Y'all better wake up, man. Africa, truth be told, might be the sleeper. That might, if anybody's ever boxed, I've never really boxed. I've hit the speed bag. You know what a sleeper is. Africa might be a sleeper. It might actually be a sleeper. And while you guys are getting misinformation about people shitting in the streets and shitting on the beaches, a lot of these Africans, man, wherever they go, just like the Chinese, just like the Indians, they dominate in tech. Go to Silicon Valley. Who's dominating in tech right now? Who's the CEO of Google right now? Or Alphabet, excuse me. You Americans, man, you guys are in the past, man. I'm over here talking about Ben, but a lot of you Americans are still living in the past too, man. You guys think it's 1954. Africa's not a lost cause, man. No, hell no. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. And truth be told, the same thing could have been said about the Middle East. Look at Dubai. Look at Saudi Arabia. I mean, even though it's under Sharia law, your own politicians, and I rock with Trump, but hell, man, sold you Americans out. Sold you out with that UAE deal. And you talking about Africa's a lost cause? Shit. Yeah. So I got to agree with Brave to a degree on a lot of this stuff, man. I got to agree with Brave. There's a global agenda. And you ain't in it. Y'all ain't in it, to be completely honest with you. The world is moving along. It's purring along. And you guys are still with these old tropes. The Africans are shitting in the streets. You got Americans. Half the damn country's on drugs and alcohol. Half the goddamn country in America is on antidepressants. And you got these Africans, man. Hey, look, man, it may not be as developed, but these Africans are doing what you guys aren't doing. They're breeding, for one. They are, in some cases, more conservative than a lot of you Americans. A lot. So I gotta call everybody out. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Placido says, not CT, dragging Americans. Oh yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Oh yeah, I drag Americans too. Oh, definitely. So, you guys are over here talking about, Africa. Again, look at Security Boss. Look at Security Boss, what she called in. Look at all the expats, that expat community. They look like they were living large. If that home was in America, that home would be $50 million. Minimum $50 million. Depending on where it was at in America. If it was in Cali, Cali, that's at least $50 million. Florida, 20 maybe. Depending on where at in Florida. Look at what they're doing in these places, man. Look at the deals that like Ibrahim Traore is doing with China and Russia. And you guys are talking about they're shitting in the streets. They're going to be purring along too. And Americans, we're going to be in our little American bubble, thinking that we're just so better than every damn body. And truth be told, a lot of the times, man, America is we have problems in America. So yeah, man, don't sleep on Africa. Don't sleep on Africa. Guys, get the likes up. Share the video. Here we go, guys. Placido says FBA not going to take this lightly, CT. Bobby says you are making me want to watch Sinbad in a different world now. Let me see. We got, what's up, LG? Positivity is definitely coming your way. All right, here we go.
To the society from a merit standpoint, that should be.
There we go. Yeah, man. So, you're sleeping on China. I'm sorry, you sleeping on Africa. You're saying Africa is. You would like to think that they defecate in the streets, Gway's called in. She's from Liberia. She's never said that. She's when she was a little girl in Liberia, even during the war, she never said she defecated in the damn street. That's what a lot of you guys would like. But the truth of the matter, is that a lot of that shit is just propaganda. To be completely honest with you, it's just propaganda. Yeah, what up, Ben? Yeah, what up?
What up? What up?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, you go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No, I was just talking to the people in the chat who were, who don't believe, man. Like the world is, man. I gotta say this, man. It's past. Hey, go ahead, Ben.
That Haitian, remove that.
You telling me to remove something that I put on the screen?
Listen, man. CT.
You want me to remove it, man?
Yes.
Okay, I'll
see, you're dissing. See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. That's why. That's what I'm talking about. I could respect you more, CT, if you was just fourth. Now here you're talking about what someone is talking about.
L with the $10 super chat. Brave says it's a global agenda, but YNs or young higgers on the street corner selling $5 bags of Reggie that lives with their mother or grandma is ruining America. Brave is autistic, sir. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
You know this. Let me just deal with the Brave thing first. You talking about be brave?
Thank you so much, Fernandette, for the $10 PayPal. Go ahead.
You talking about Be Brave made that statement?
Be Brave has made the statement that there's a global agenda, but for some reason he believes that young black boys are destroying America. But go ahead.
So if there's a global agenda, what global? Okay, let's look at this, Willie. Let's unpack it. If there's a global agenda,
yeah,
by some group that has global reach and authority and autonomy,
yeah,
how is it that we have global destruction in something that doesn't affect Be Brave? That just doesn't make sense. Something's wrong with the man. Either he's a bona fide, certified racist white supremacist, and or he really believes that shit.
Yeah.
You see, he uses one argument. There's a global cabal, a global agenda, and there's someone. But what he calls blacks or ends are doing is more destructive.
Yeah.
So we don't have no tanks that we're sending over to Ukraine. We have no tanks that we're sending over to the Middle East. We have no treaties. We don't have a seat at the United Nations. We don't have a Security Council seat. We don't have any of those global outreach statesman seats to advocate even for South Africa.
Yeah.
Here it is. Those Afrikaners, those Boers and those people still controls 80% of the world's resources in South Africa, but in land, but also controls and administrates the government. So those two things can't be true simultaneously. See, Brave is focusing on something that it is in an American jurisdiction. You notice Brave never says anything about the Klan, the Aryan Nation, the percentages per capita of pedophilia. He doesn't talk about the dots that are on the maps of Megan's Law's state federal sponsored website, but he wants to focus on what blacks are doing.
Yeah.
That indisproportionately does not even affect his daily life.
No, not at all.
That is a person. That is a person that is hell bent on drawing a narrative to make him feel good or to somehow justify what he already feel and what he was already taught to believe. He came up in that culture, man. This was not something that he believed as a child. This is what he was introduced and indoctrinated into.
Yeah.
So it's very disingenuous. That's the reason why I don't take him serious, because there's nothing that comes out of his mouth that meets any scholastic or academic discipline. It's just basic street level white trash talking points. The trash, the black, that's all. This shit I heard all my life, man. But he won't talk about Kensington, Philadelphia. He won't talk about all those predominantly fentanyl heads laying all over the streets with their ass out in Kensington, Philadelphia. He won't talk about the big meth labs that are in the Bible Belt and in the Midwest that are in the Dakotas, North and South Dakotas. He won't talk about that because what he considered that to be safe trash. Safe trash. They might string one of us up or...
What was that again? Safe?
You heard what I said.
No.
You heard what I said.
Well, no, I'm not.
You heard what I said.
No, did you say safe?
Man, I said safe. SAFTE. So
SAFPE.
you got your dark. You got your dark glasses on.
Wait a minute. What the hell word is SAFPE?
I didn't say nothing about no FBE. What are you talking about?
I'm asking. I just didn't understand the word. Could you just say the word again? Is it safe? Trash is what you said?
I said safe. Safe. That's safe in your mind, nonviolent white trash. And that trash is acceptable to you.
But
because in your view,
safe is the new safe, SAP. What are you saying? I'm not being a smart aleck. I'm asking you. Is it SAP?
No, you can't be a smart aleck because you're not smart.
Right.
So I know you're not being a smart aleck.
SAFE is the word you said? SAFE, safe?
See, this is what I'm talking about, CT.
Never mind. Move on. I'm sorry.
This and now watch this. By the time we get through this, unpacking this, his complexion will be different than what it was when he first came on. Because they can't control that thermometer. That redneckness, they can't control it.
Yeah.
Can't control it.
By the way, there's a larger percentage of blacks that are child molesters than whites. Sorry, Ben, on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
You think so?
Yeah.
Where's your okay? Where are you getting your studies from?
2022, the numbers were 195,000 versus 85,000. 195,000 of 200 million is 0.1, and 85,000 of 40 million is 0.2.
Okay, so the percentage of white males, what type of treatment do they get?
Go look them up anyway. I'm saying,
do they get slaps on the wrist?
You don't get to assign child molestation to whites, Ben. Nice try.
No, I'm not saying they're predominantly. I'm not saying they're the only ones.
You implied it. I'm going, nice try.
I'm saying that they are the ones that have unrestricted access to children. That's what I'm saying.
Look at the people that are arrested
but
for it.
They are 9 times likely to go free, get a slap on the wrist, and serve no jail time, and be put right back in the same community to have free pickings of the children that they molest.
Basic run-of-the-mill stat. Never mind. Carry on.
No, that's not a run-of-the-mill stat.
Go ahead.
I can respect you. I can respect you more, Brave, if you can just say, be brave. I am a racist, and I look at things through the prism only of race, not based on what is just correct and reciprocity. If you could say that, but I know you can't say that. You cannot say that.
No,
because your privilege of white classification cannot allow you to say that, because you begin to denote your responsibility in understanding that white privilege as a get out of jail card free, pass, go and collect $200 is in effect, and it has been in effect ever since the history of the Americas. And that's what you can't allow yourself to say. And I understand that. I can respect you more if you said, you know what, man, you're right.
I'm not a racist. I'm a culturalist.
No, you're not a culturalist.
No,
because you have no culture. The culture that you have.
No, I'm a culturalist.
No, you're not. You have no culture.
I'm judging.
There's no such evidence of white culture.
I didn't say that. I'm a culturalist and that black culture is trash. I'm not saying people with black skin are trash.
Okay, so what do you say about white
pieces of shit?
As a culturalist, what do you say about white trash?
Oh, white trash are fine, upstanding people.
Then see, if you put that on a scale,
they're not shooting up the streets.
If you put that on a scale, if you put that on a
they're not.
If you put that into equation,
they're not apologizing for murderers. They're not apologizing for people that shoot up and carjack and rob.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Well, there's no whites.
Yes, they are.
No.
Every time a military soldier comes home that's been deployed in war theater, they give them medals, they give them stripes, they give them parades, and they exalt them. Yes, you do. You do apologize. Yes, you do.
I'm saying whites, whites don't apologize for kids shooting up the streets, Bob.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Well, you better go back and look at Sandy Hook. You better go look at these mass shootings, and I guarantee you,
there were no whites apologizing for that. There were no whites.
Yes, they did. Maybe not the one, probably not the ones you heard of on social media or on network news, but yes, there were. They said the problem is not the shooter. They said the problem is mental health. When it's people of other social or racial dynamic backgrounds, it's just pure violence.
Okay. All right, I'll go here with you. That was the blue-haired liberal that said that. I'll guarantee you that.
A blue-haired liberal. What makes you sure of that? Name the person.
Oh, I guarantee if you heard somebody say that, they were a liberal.
No, you just said you're sure. Listen to the word, assure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So name the person.
If somebody said
name a media outlet.
No, never mind. Yeah,
you can't. See, you can't back. You can't.
Because I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Okay, so what are you saying it for? Because what are you saying something you can't prove for?
You don't see white people talking about, it's poverty. That's because they're poor.
No, yes, you do.
No,
yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Let me read the super chat. L with the $5 super chat. Brave speaks well, but doesn't read books. Ben reads books, but doesn't speak well. These two need a racist buddy comedy movie ASAP. Yeah. Hang tight for me, guys, in the back. I'm gonna bring you guys up in a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
I wouldn't be caught with that. I wouldn't be caught with that man in a damn, probably on the freeway. If I saw him in a car next to me, I'd get in another fucking lane.
Jeez, ow. Wow.
Really, I would. I looked up and said, "Damn, that's Be Brave."
Would brought me
first of all, I might follow him home to see where he actually lives first, and get that intelligence.
What brought me up, CT, was the guy that said I'm talking about kids on the street corner selling $5 bags. No, I'm talking about kids shooting up streets, folks. I'm not worried about
Okay. Let me ask you this, Be Brave. Is there any shootings between white people against white people in white areas? So-called predominantly.
Yeah, in the home. Yeah, they're not on the streets. They're in the house doing it.
Oh, they're in the house doing it.
Yeah, big difference. I know you don't get the difference. It is laughable. The difference. You are correct. Laugh on. It's laughable that you don't.
No, it's just in the house.
Streets.
It's just in the house.
Killing somebody in a house.
It's just in the house.
I know. I don't blame you for laughing if you think it's funny. I mean, I think it's funny that you don't get it. I'm amazed.
What is the highest grade of education you've had, Be Brave? Be honest.
Sixth grade.
Hey, CD, bring somebody else up on. Bring somebody else. I'm gonna mute my mic, man.
I just also wanted to come up to say, when due to your title there, blacks that are in their right mind, CT, I think they are more pleasant than most people. I do think.
I'm sorry, but Brave always has his tongue tied when Ben brings it up. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, Ben. Yeah, the reason because I can't speak because he's over talking me. No, but
okay, make that statement you just made.
What statement did I make? What?
You just said blacks tend to be something, then you said other people.
Yes.
Who are those other people?
Who are
those other people?
All other people. I'll give black.
No, name them. Culturally, name them racially, culturally. See, they like to throw the old chicken noodle soup with the gumbo in it when you're talking about other people. But when it's blacks, it's blacks. It's blacks.
Yeah.
They can distinguish blacks. But when it comes to other people,
I said all other groups, whether it's Asian, whites, Indians, name it. I said all the other
groups. I'm going to end on this. I'm going to land my plane on this. Be brave. Do you really believe you're white? Really, really. I'm sincere in this. Do you believe that you are a white human being?
I believe I'm a superior human being, Ben.
Okay, but you know that's absent of racial classification, right?
I think being born white probably helped me establish myself as a human. Yeah, it was easier.
Sir, that's not the question.
It's a white culture.
You said you're a superior human being.
Mm-hmm.
So that denotes or denounces your so-called whiteness. So if you consider yourself to be that type of human being, then you're a human being only. Why do you bring the whiteness as a part of the component?
I'm tongue-tied.
I know, because you only went to the 8th grade.
At 6th.
6th. Oh, 6th grade, that's even worse. That's even worse.
And it is obvious that you
how did you spend all your time as an adult man navigating through life with a 6th grade education?
That's pretty easy. I have white skin.
Thank you, sir.
It makes it very easy.
I salute you on that honesty, Mr. B. Brave.
I've never lied about it, man. I've never lied about it. White skin makes things real easy. I know other whites don't like
it. Uncredible. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I understand.
That man is something else. See, because he thinks he's something that he's not.
No, what?
Big Dolph, as Zeke says, this old here. Ben says the same nonsense every day, guys.
And I'm going to keep on saying it. You know, I'm going to keep on saying it to CT.
Why?
Because I stand by it. I can prove it. And no one has disproved me. They threw some ad hominems and some jokes and just came against Ben and paid to have me drop for 10 minutes and all that. But what they can't do, CT, I've been coming on your panel for a while. You know, if you go 8 hours, 12 hours, I've been there most of the time. You went 8, 9 hours. These other old men and even some of these young men, they get on your panel and lose their train of thought, say they don't know it just was on the tip of their tongue. I didn't know it. I lost my, go ahead, CT, I can't think. I see a lot of and these men are they're almost 30 years older than me, man. Some of them are younger than I am. And some of them are 40 years younger than I am. And they can't even think outside.
What's up,
they
Chris?
Can't even think independent of their own thoughts.
Be brave. So, Mr. Be Brave, it's the white people getting what they want under Trump. And Lawrence says Ben Brave dropped out of the 6th grade, so he could have more time delivering presents all over the world every December. And define uncredible, CT.
And he comes on here. He makes sure his little powdery beard is groomed. Put his little dark shades on and Indiana Jones hat.
Yeah, back to the conversation. Go ahead.
The man is afraid. He's behind a door, barricaded. But at least he admitted it. He said there's currency and access, even with a 6th grade education, in the system of whiteness. He just admitted it. So I have to respect him on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's unbelievable. Ben, would you consider yourself a racist, Ben? Would you consider yourself a racist person?
Yes, I would consider myself a racist if you can prove to me and give me your best definition of racism and action of racism where it collectively has affected.
Right.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm not finished. Until if you can explain to me. No, you asked me a question. We either going to have a discussion or you're going to talk to me and over.
Ben, you have to stop talking. You babble. You babble for freaking hours.
No.
You babble. Oh, dude,
why are you even on the panel?
Ben, you're not that
important.
How
can a felon?
You're not that important,
I just don't understand.
You're not. You're a master of your own sick mind. You're calling
Be Brave
a racist.
You're a felon.
You said
you're
10 times more racist stuff than Be Brave's ever said.
You're a felon.
Be Brave said he has certain beliefs. And dude, you pick on everybody. You make fun of everybody.
No, I don't pick on everybody. No, I don't pick on everybody.
Yes, you do. You just
do. I pick on 111? Do I pick on 111?
You pick them up.
Do I pick on 111? Do I pick on 111?
So you would pick up. So you physically. You said earlier.
Do I pick on 111?
Physically harm CT. Ben, would you physically harm CT? Ben, you said if you saw CT, you'd physically harm him. Didn't you say that earlier?
Yeah, I said that.
Didn't you say why?
Yeah, I said
why would you harm CT? Why?
That's between me and CT.
Ben, this is the truth. CT would wrap you in a triangle and put your old ass to sleep, and that's the truth. See, you're living in the 60s, Ben. You're a 70-year-old man. Ben, if you tried to fight me, I would knock you out. Knock you clean out.
You're living under an expunged.
Clean out. Be Brave would beat your ass. Dude,
you're
CT would hurt.
Under,
dude.
You are living.
See, you're old. Dude, you still think that you're 25, 30 years old. Dude, you're 70 years old.
I'm not 70 years old.
You're an old man. Stop trying to play the rah-rah card. Ben,
you are
Ben, you'd be in the ER. You'd be in the ER.
Felon?
Here we go.
Are you a felon?
He circles back. He circles back.
Yes.
Ben,
yes. Yeah, I'm going to circle back.
Ben,
you are an expunged.
If you came to my
you are a free.
Ben,
you are a free.
Ben, I train.
Functional.
Ben, you see me?
Expunged felon.
I train.
You're a felon.
I'm 20 years younger
but still,
than you.
You're a felon.
CT is 30 years younger than you. He would knock
you
out. He would knock you out.
For himself. CT's never said
the floor sleeping.
CT's never said.
CT is Ben, I have over 20 years of martial arts training. Ben, I would obliterate you.
You're
Ben,
an FBI agent. You have 20 years of martial arts training.
Over 20
I haven't
years.
seen you do a martial art demonstration or anything.
And Mike, get a 10-minute break, please. I bring Mike back at 1:32. And Big Dog.
Is that Yakub? What's up, Yakub?
Ben to go get some sunlight for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Salute,
guys.
Ben. How are you doing, Ben?
What's going on, Yakub? I didn't recognize you. You changed your name.
Oh yeah, sorry
What's that all about?
Forgot to change it back. It was just a joke. Nothing serious.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I see the name. Okay, I get it.
Hello, Be Brave. Hello, CT. Thanks for having me on.
Hey there.
Real quick, guys. We got some more super chats coming in. JoJo with the $2 super chat. Ben not gonna fight. He gonna pop you. Con Shonery with the $2.79 Canadian. Ben's first car was a covered wagon. And Roz Girl says, "Can Mike go, please?" Yikes, Mike! I'll bring you back at 152, and each and every last one of you get a must.
Must be the money.
And Mike don't understand. People don't like this.
Must be the money. It's got to be, 'cause I got.
Thank you so much, Roz Girl. Salute to you. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
There's people that really disagree with me and give pushback. Okay, I respect that. Be Brave is one of those people. But people, literally, there's people on your panel that really dislike Mike. I'm telling you, he doesn't even recognize. They despise this guy. He doesn't even recognize.
CT, about the topic. I think Mayor.
Will Sharia law be under Trump in America? No, it won't be under Trump. No. Go ahead.
I got a question for you too, CT.
Yo.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask Mayor Brandon Johnson should ask servers and waitresses who the most generous people are, and he'll find out.
Con Shiner says, "Oh, they canceled his blood type." That kind of was funny. Thank you so much. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
And I think he's basically standing in front of a pile of burning trash, and he's saying, "Look, we did this." It's either he's completely stupid or he's trying to wail a message and saying, "Look, we need help. We tried it, and it's completely, it's not working at all." But he tries to keep his voter base.
Hey, Jaku, can you say that about America as a whole, as it relates to its economy?
In what sense?
Can you say the same thing about America as a whole with the economy and its infrastructure and also its the so-called tariff wars that are going on?
You mean it's a burning pile of trash, or what?
Real quick. Damn, Mike, they don't want you here, man. Damn. Oh, hang tight, guys. Hang tight. Jesus Christ. Must be the money.
This guy doesn't get it. There's people that truly disagree.
Hold on. Big back with the $20 super chat. An extra $20 for Mikey to stay off. So, Mike, I'll bring you back now at what is it? 212. Yeah, 212. All right, go ahead.
They got Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Ben, I'm not following. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say about the economy?
Saying basically, if you look at your country or look at Europe, Europe as a whole, and compare it to America, and how Europeans see America's might, its economic prowess, its military prowess, would you say it's comparable to what it was 10 or 20 years ago?
No, I would say it's in a moral crisis.
That's what okay, thank you.
But the reason for this could be, in my estimation, that I think we're in a time of turmoil where we have to decide which way we're going. Like humanity as a whole is in a new stage of consciousness. We're entering the new, the new era of humanity with all the digital stuff and all that.
I agree.
So there's a turmoil during this decision making. And I think America is in a deep moral crisis.
Oh,
less people are religious. You can be a fan of religion or not, but I think it works as a societal mechanism to keep people together and, have the same goals. It's very effective in that, in creating a nation.
Yeah, I would say it has its benefits because it's about it caters to the artistic individual expression as to what people believe the very essence and meaning of life or existence is about.
But
once that starts to tear and rip,
just let me finish
people
my
lean
point.
onto their own devices and own mindsets to make sense out of their status and status.
At the same time, you have a demographic change in the US that is quite significant. In the last 50 years, you had like 30% influx of non-white people. And now the majority of people is becoming the minority. It's inevitable. We can see it on the horizon.
Yes.
And now you have the whole America as a whole has to rearrange, its society. Because
do you think that's why they talk about the replacement theory?
Western societies cater to the white mentality, I guess, for lack of better words. And it's based on empathy.
Say that again. Can you repeat that?
Western countries are catered to a white mindset.
Okay, thank you.
It's a very intricate machine, It's very
Ben, they
fine.
wanted you out for 5 minutes, Ben. Hang tight, Ben. I'll bring you back.
Come on. I was just talking to Ben.
Yeah, they wanted Ben out. Yeah, I got to honor that super chat. $20 for Mike stay. So now Mike can come back at what? Was it 52? No, 42. He come back at 142 now. I'm gonna give you the must be the money. Ben, I'll bring you back in 4.5 minutes. Thank you so much, Roller Skater Texas Girl. Positivity is coming your way. Go ahead, Yakub. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm rambling, but I think to answer Ben's question, America as an empire is going to change really quick. It's becoming more like Brazil. Not that bad, but there will be similarities in how you will structure societal, how would you call it, like castes, you know? It looks like there's a build-up of a caste system. And it's very frightening, if you ask me. I don't know if you guys see similar patterns or if you disagree.
White people are going to go off into the sunset nice and quietly, Yakub, while they're accepting hush money to do it. White people have too much to lose to say anything about anything that's going on, and they're just going to slowly slip away.
But be brave.
In other words, they're living so well that they'll never say anything until it's too late.
If we look into, past examples, for instance, in Spain or in Portugal, Italy, in the Balkans, even in Austria, they had this massive influx of hostile people, and they somehow managed to get to come back.
Yeah, that's why I say when you were talking about changes, what I'm saying is it's going to have to be a complete something. I don't see anything happening to stop the white slide. Because white people are subdued now. It's going to take it's going to take something really, really intense for white people to even say anything. Just this little thing about the black fatigue thing that just is riling up, and whites, over the Shiloh Hendricks and everything. Relax, folks. Whites ain't going to say shit to nobody. It's back to the same business as usual.
Hang tight for me, Brave. Right. Carmen with the $5 super chat. Again, America's dysfunction is profitable. Claim we want to be united, but yet spread mass dysfunction. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Carmen, I agree with you. Everywhere I go is mostly white. I don't believe that there's a large influx of all these people from the border. I just don't see it. I really don't see it. Maybe it's because of the proximity of where I'm at, but I really believe that the country is probably 85% white to this day. So yeah, but I think a lot of that shit is propaganda too. But anyway, guys, you guys go ahead, guys.
You think they're fixing the numbers when they say it's 65%?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Brave. Without a shadow of a doubt.
I know this much.
I really believe too. I believe that there are states in America that there are no blacks or Hispanics in right now. Like, I'm talking about the northern states. I'm almost willing to bet that even those numbers, when they say it was 5,000 here, I think they say it's 5,000 people in like North Dakota, black people. Man, I'm pretty sure it's probably maybe 500 people at the most that are black. I don't even think it's that many damn blacks in some of these states, man, to be honest with you. That's just what I believe. That's what I believe. I could be wrong, but I think a lot of this social media shit is really skewing with our brains, man, to be honest with you. I just don't see it. Oh, go ahead.
At the same time, they count a lot of Latinos and like mixed people as white, in the statistics. I've seen this in the crime statistics, and they show the picture of a guy that looks like, Latino or mixed guy, and he's classified as a white person.
But CT, I want to ask you a question. Since you asked it to me yesterday. Okay, so we were talking about, you asked me, would I rather live in Sharia law or a black culture, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so and I'm thinking, well, did I answer too quick on that? And I'm thinking, no, because when I think of black culture, I think of countries in Africa, correct?
Sure, that's black culture.
I think of Sharia law. I think of Dubai, Iran, Egypt. So I know you're a black man, so I don't know how blacks get along in those countries. But would you rather live? Okay, whatever.
Let me read this real quick. Kev with the $5 super chat. CT, you live in Cleveland. Go to Texas or Arizona or New Mexico. They would definitely disagree with you. But those are only a few cities that you are naming. Texas, these are states. But there's 47 other states, man. I'm telling you, I really believe America is mostly just white, to be honest with you. But anyway, go ahead, Brave.
Yeah. So if you look at Iran or Dubai or something like that, and we didn't have to worry about skin color, Would you rather live in Iran or Dubai in Sharia law or Nigeria?
Probably Nigeria. That's only because I don't really want to live around. I don't want to be anywhere around Islam.
I see.
Like as a state, like it's a theocracy, right? So I don't want to be around it.
What about Nigeria, where half the country, Nigeria is
the northern part of Nigeria is mostly Muslim, but the rest of the country is not. So no, I would rather live in Nigeria.
Would you? Yeah.
Yeah, but
I was wondering.
Yeah, not anything Middle Eastern is going to be a no for me. I don't want to live around any large numbers of Muslims.
I'm just strictly going by peace of mind. In Sharia law, they actually have law and order. I don't think it's a horrible. I don't think they operate on complete bribery.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go.
Or they maybe do. They may operate on more bribery than I'm thinking, as far as bribery economies. But yeah, no, I'm just thinking. If I don't want black. If African countries are a representation of black culture, I'm going to take my chances with Sharia law. I was just wondering.
Ben, you can come back too. Go ahead, buddy.
Brave. Under Sharia law, you will be subjugated to the jizya. That's a tax for non-Muslims. You can either pay the jizya, you can convert, or you can die. Those are the three options.
Well, in the country that I'm mentioning, Iran and Dubai and stuff like that, they're under Sharia law. You also have running water and sewage systems, though. So I don't know.
No, that's not Sharia law. What they have is Sharia law light.
Well,
Sharia law in full effect is a whole different animal.
Right. No, that's why. But it is still Sharia law, though. I mean, they are Sharia law countries. So
trust me, Brave. You don't want to be around it.
I don't want to be around
black culture any day.
Yeah, CT just asked me to take a choice, and I'm going. If I have to choose between two of those shitholes, I'm taking Sharia law.
Then you're a crazy old man, and I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thanks for the thought, buddy.
Your pick.
Why would you rather live in Nigeria over Dubai?
Oh yeah, of course.
Would you really?
Yeah, Brave.
Dubai is a hellhole of degeneracy and just immoral behavior.
Oh, I know.
It's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, you think Nigeria is just fine upstairs?
Like Brave, like truth be told, Brave. Nigeria is a largely. I mean, there's a lot of.
There's 90 million people in Nigeria without electricity.
There's a lot of. Brave. There's no toilets in. Well, in Dubai, they have shit trucks to take the shit away from because they don't even have advanced plumbing systems.
Yeah. What about Iran? Iran's a pretty good place too.
Brave, let me tell you something. Nigerians typically are very, very Christian. You don't really have a lot of that debauchery taking place in Nigeria like you do in Dubai. Women in Dubai literally are there getting shit on for $1,000. They don't have that energy.
I know where rich people go. Shit happens. I get that. I'm just talking about the regular run of the mill common man. I'm taking Iran. I don't know. Maybe not Dubai, but Iran or. Even hell, I'd probably even be more interested in Saudi Arabia, Egypt.
I got a lot of super chats. Hang tight. My fault. Carmen with the $5 super chat. Crazy that you are comparing black culture to Africa when most American blacks never step foot in Africa. But okay, Chris with the $5 super chat. I want to ask you why you think that Mr. CT. Why you think we won't have Sharia law under Trump? And thank you for my super chat. I don't know if we're gonna have Sharia law, but I do know that Trump has sold this out to the Middle Easterns that nobody's really talking about. Get the lights up, guys. But no, we're not gonna have Sharia law in America. That's never gonna happen. Go ahead, Brave. Go ahead.
Sold us out to the Middle East that nobody's talking about. Everybody knows Trump is a puppet of Israel. Come on, man. Yeah. Jeez, dude. Man, oh, man. Yeah. All the presidents have been. Hell, they all have to swear allegiance.
Yeah.
That doesn't even worry me. I'm just going, come on, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, Brave, you would rather live under Sharia law than to live in Nigeria?
If I found the right place, yes, because I just the impoverishment and the lack of
infrastructure and system
and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just I can't. It's just too much. But I could be maybe, you know, and I'm thinking Nigeria. You know, it's just you go a little ways this way, and you say people aren't shitting in the dirt. Excuse me, where are they shitting? They don't have any fucking toilets, man.
How do you know that they don't have any toilets?
Well, look at the.
You said in Niger, right? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Look. You look at pictures of the places where they live.
Wait, what if I told you that a lot of? What if I told you that?
They got? You think they got underground pipes running from?
No, Bray.
Let me ask you. You think they got infrastructure running from shack to shack?
Bray, all I'm saying is I'm willing. You know, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Yeah.
But we've had several people from Africa call in, and it don't look like they're shitting in the streets.
No, I know you're talking about South Africa, which is a white country. No kidding, no shit. You mean a white country that's up and running?
Well, I mean, O'Shea Duke Jackson gets on camera from Uganda, and it doesn't look like they're shitting in the streets either.
Right. I was just getting there.
And that's a black country. That's
I was just getting there.
Yeah.
It's that you got to be in the right place and you got to be able to afford it. Is my point. Other than that, it's like, God damn. It might be in the Sharia law, same thing too. I could be wrong on that. I don't think it's as rough. I think in Iran you could function as a peasant. I think in Egypt you can make your way, probably in a house. In Iran you could probably have an apartment. And if that's wrong, then I'm not sure. All I know is
I saw a video from Iran, Brave. This guy, I guess his wife cheated on him or something. He chopped her head off and was walking around some little shitty town.
Oh yeah. No, they're crazy.
It was just normal. Like it's like and I'm like, God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do say here in America though, I've always given credit to blacks that have their shit together. Blacks are the easiest to get along with of all the groups. Not easiest to get along with. They're just less grumpy than all the other groups. They really are.
$2 super chat. Salute to you, JoJo. It says, "Be brave is 5'6", 230 pounds, full of yellow chicken." And Marcus with the $2 super chat. But friends have squat toilets. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Salute, right? You know, Yakub mentioned something about the migration and the demographics changing, etc. You know, to be honest with you, I think America is going to be fine because the majority of people they're getting from South America, at least they're just working people, if you exclude the gang members and shit. But the working class people and the Christian folks from South America, they're going to be fine, I think. As opposed to I would gladly replace all the Muzzies in Europe with Mexicans if I could do it. I would gladly do it. I would gladly deal with Mexicans on daily basis than to see Muzzies around. Trust me. Every major city you go to in the West right now, it's like you're walking through fucking Pakistan or Iran and the fucking dark ages and shit. That's how it looks like to me, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that's why I think the Yankees will probably be fine with the Latinos. It's the Muzzies that are really the destructive force behind this mass migration shit.
Ivan, it doesn't really matter if it's Muzzies or Latinos. The fact that they are different and they have a different culture, that alone, even if they're the perfect immigrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're just the way you wish them to be. Even that creates a sense of not owning your country. You're sharing it with somebody. You know what I mean? Your house is not your house anymore. There's other people in your house and they live a separate life from you. And you have regions that are not accessible to you anymore. The same,
because
the connection to the blood isn't there anymore. It can be perfect, in every aspect, but just the fact that they are different, that alone will slowly dissolve a nation and in its identity.
Oh, we're being done away with. And you were talking about numbers that you don't believe, CT. I'll tell you where I came from. There were a lot of Mexicans, my friend.
Really?
Yes. All the industries relied upon them. In other words, take the Mexicans out, industry shuts down. That's how many.
The Mexicans in general, a lot of the Latinos, they're an extension of the Spanish culture, man, really. Because, they're Catholic, they're devout Catholics, they have a lot of kids, and etc. So it's easy. it's a lot more easy to deal with them than it is with somebody from fucking Pakistan and shit.
Get them out of the large cities. They keep their neighborhoods up very well. Maintenance
They're
of
not
homes.
really. They're not really Catholic. They also have their own beliefs and their own, ancient religion. They have influences of those. They're not really Catholics. Yeah.
You know, the South Americans I've met in Spain personally, because I've been to Spain plenty of times. I've met South Americans there. They're really more educated, working class people, and etc. They're normal citizens that contribute to society. And I'm sure, there's a lot of criminals that the Yankees can get, but that's because of proximity. Just like we're close to the Middle East, and that's why we get the trash from the Middle East. When I was in America, like when I was talking to folks from Chicago and New York about some of the problems we were having with the Middle Easterners and stuff, they would tell me, "Oh, I can't believe it," because all the Middle Easterners I met in New York and Chicago are all normal people. Yeah, because they're carefully selected. They're not the proximity to a certain places that gives the criminals the incentive to go. They're not interested from crossing the ocean to go commit crimes in freaking New York. Why? They can do it in Paris and get away with it. You feel me? Just like, a lot of the Latin American gangs are not interested in coming to Spain or Portugal when they can commit crimes in California, when they run the California prison system.
The problem with the Muslims in the US is they're a small minority. As soon as they become more than 5 or 7% of the population, they will start to organize, and you'll have the same patterns as in Europe.
Yeah, but they're also carefully selected. They're not like the ones you can't vet. They vet them more carefully. The
If you
UK,
can call
the
it,
France,
if you can
Germany,
call it
they don't vet
careful.
anybody. Yeah, they don't vet anybody here. They're like letting anybody in. Just let them in. We don't care who it is. It's
Even
fucking ridiculous.
different questions. Can Mexicans hold double citizenship in the US?
Probably.
CT, do you know, or Brave? Are Mexicans?
I don't think so. No.
I don't know. I know the dual citizenship that's rampant is Israel.
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
Is that like an exception for Israel, or do other nations?
There's Israel. There's people in Congress with dual citizenships, man. Senate and everything.
Yeah, I know about the Israeli dual citizens, but I wasn't aware of Mexicans.
Yeah, there's probably.
Oh, yeah. Mexicans can hold dual citizenship. I just looked it up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, since 1998, Mexico's nationality law permits Mexican nationals to acquire another nationality without losing their Mexican citizenship. Yeah, they can hold it. Yeah.
If you allowing people to have voting rights in your neighboring country is absolute insanity. It makes no sense. The imbalance it creates is just you might as well abolish, the democratic vote. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, you guys know there's no reversing any of this, right?
No, you think so?
No, there's no reversing it. You're not going to stop this.
I mean, you can't deport them all. There's too many of them.
It's not even. It's just no matter what people do, they have the power to just offset it with things, and it's just they just continuously take the media and they shape perceptions. Everything they do, it's like there's no stopping this. This planet is going to go where they're going to take us. Yeah, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping it.
I'm not so sure about it, Brave. It can change all of a sudden quickly.
Well, yeah, it was something catastrophic. Yeah, there's something catastrophic.
Guys, here's the thing. There's Trump. For one, Trump doesn't have enough time. He's only got 4 years. And the other right-wing politicians in Europe, they got to go through, parliament and stuff. They don't have enough power. They don't have enough time. So in order to reverse the process, you got to start deporting people who are born, whose parents were illegal migrants and they were born on European soil or American soil. You got to get rid of them in order to start reversing the process. And that won't happen, probably. There's not enough time. There's not enough, there's too much roadblocks. So I don't think it will happen. The reversing process is way too long and way too painful, man.
No, I think you can have these cultural revolutions or patriotic revolutions in both ways, and they happen really quick. It can be instant, that the country changes.
Yeah,
I wouldn't lose hope. Yeah, I think Europe can turn around.
Yeah,
that's one option, but
they could turn around, but not going to be without a complete breakdown of all the systems, and then they will. In other words, when it turns around, we'll be back to hunting and gathering, damn near. That's the only way it'll turn around. Back to hunting and gathering and start over.
No, I mean, if you look at the wars, Brave, if you look at wars right now, it seems like they're more going the small route. You know, they're not using big weapons anymore. They're using more infantry and artillery, smaller artillery. I think the future wars is not.
Yeah, I agree.
They don't want to do it seriously. That's why.
Let me read this real quick. Chris Reed with the $5 super chat. Mr. CT, that guy you had on your show, the Army barcode. It is true that he was speaking the truth. I don't remember. Carmen with the $5 super chat. What other countries are going to accept an influx of Americans? Are the immigrants going to fight for USA against their home country? What do you guys think about this super chat?
The countries are going to.
They won't fight. They won't fight. They fled from conflict. Why would they sacrifice their lives for another country?
Yeah.
If they fled from a conflict wherever they came from, it makes no sense for them to sacrifice for their new place. No, they're just going to go somewhere else. It's simple.
And Americans aren't going anywhere. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Americans by droves are going to emigrate. Sure, right. Got it.
Brave, why do you believe whites aren't having a lot of children? Why do you believe it?
It's a fluency, and the things, people just they don't have any. First of all, Americans have become lazy, and big families are work.
Yeah.
Number two, it's a fluency. Yeah, people are more interested in being able to buy a big house than have five in the expense of 5 or 6 kids.
Yeah.
So it's an old, I forget who said it. He was an old Russian fella. He said America is going to destroy itself with materialism, and we're doing it.
Mm.
Yeah, he said it. He said it like it was in 1960. He said we don't have to do anything. Americans are going to destroy themselves with materialism.
Okay. Yeah, because I really believe the problem is that the Muslims they are breeding, man, and Africans breed a lot, and Indians for damn sure breed. So whose fault really is it?
Oh yeah, it's ours. Oh, that's when whites are done. I'm not going to be pissing and moaning. I'm going to no shit.
Yeah,
but East Asia is below replacement too. East Asia is below replacement. Yeah. What the plan, in my opinion, is like automation's coming, so they're not going to need that many people anyway. Because a lot of jobs will eventually disappear. Humans won't be needed in a lot of different fields. So,
and the Muslims also understand the value of a woman in the home, I think, still. So when they have a lot of children and they got a woman in the home.
Brave, here's the thing.
Hold on, it just makes family much easier if your woman stays home with the children.
But in general, people are conditioned to think, listen, if you got 5 or 6 kids, you also have to provide a good life for those 5 or 6 kids at the same time. The Muslims, they don't really care because, the religion has the brain rot, that religion that cult causes. They can have 10 kids living in abject poverty. They don't care because they think in the afterlife, Allah's going to reward them. So they don't care about the living conditions the kids grow up in.
I'm talking about
their education or any of that shit. They don't care.
I was talking about Muslims in America. When they come to America, if they're having kids and they got the little lady at home, they do the family value thing, which makes family a lot less work, which means, there's more incentive to have. I'm telling you, family is hard work. And when you got some stupid ass woman that thinks she needs to go out and make a pittance, in other words, women now will rather pay daycare $300 a week and go to work when really they only bring home $340. So actually, outside of the $300 bill they spent, they're in their supplemental income, they actually get $40 of it, and they'll do that stupid shit rather than just stay home with the kids. Don't worry about the $40. Save the $300 and stay home and have the mom quality. But no, women in America are fucked up. Women in America have the heart of a whore. 80% of them have the heart of a whore.
How do you think this whoredom culture came about? Where do you think it came from, Brave?
it's a natural thing that both men and women are born pigs. We are.
Yeah.
We all love that. We all love that fun of that nudity, and women are just now. Women historically have been the ones that, culturally, I should say, have been the ones that were more reserved with it. Now they're set loose. Now they're just now they're acting like whores. So it's
I'll give you an example. Remember back in the day when you dated a woman, you waited. You didn't just jump into bed. You had to ask. Now in our culture, in the Italian culture, you have to ask her father for her hand in marriage. You have to ask her father, can I please date your daughter? Because what happened is with pornography and debaucherism and women being emboldened and think they're more than they really are, it's out of control. A woman used to be subservient and she served her man. Now a woman is a creator. She creates life for the family. So the woman is precious, but women now are just wiling out. They think that they're the end all be all. But I think the pornography is the problem, where women are twerking online, OnlyFans, all this. Back in the day, this stuff didn't exist. There was no smartphones. You actually had to ask a girl, can you be my girlfriend? Can you be my girlfriend?
Mike, actually it did exist 100 years ago in Europe during the Weimar Republic. And we have similar patterns going on in the Western Hemisphere now.
And like with even with Karma Sutra, with Karma Sutra, it was for married people. It wasn't for some promiscuous moron on the street. It was for married people to keep their sex life going. So pornography has always been around, but it's being used to demean and destroy relationships. That's just what I believe. That's my opinion and my opinion only. And people are not getting married anymore because what's the use? You're going to be divorced in 3 years anyway. What's the use anymore?
The divorce is going to cost you more than the actual marriage. So, yeah.
Just why not be a hoe and just bang whoever you want? Because that's what society is. We're living in end times, gentlemen. We are living in end times.
Yeah, if there's such a thing, we're in them. That's for sure. If there's such a thing,
I disagree.
If it's not the end times, it's going to be a complete reset real soon.
Okay,
I mean,
a moral destruction. Does that make sense to you? Like we're just not moral anymore. We're just all over the place. We're hateful. We hate each other. We want to fight every single day. What happened to loving your neighbor, loving thy neighbor? Where did that go? Why did that go away?
Real quick, JoJo put out a super chat. The Neanderthal woman was the first one. Yikes! Didn't even think about that.
We were always immoral. There was no time where humanity was moral as a whole.
And morals are very subjective.
If these are the end times, they're pretty comfy to me. I'm in my hammock. I'm chilling.
Yeah, good for you, bro.
That's why I say even at the end.
Just to say,
yeah, go ahead, Yacoub. Go ahead.
Just one thing. The reason why white people aren't having kids is because they live in a state of perpetual adolescence. Nowadays we worship youth more than wisdom, than age and wisdom, because we are afraid of the future, what it brings. Do you know the story about the Führer's bunker in Berlin during the Second World War?
Well, I know he blew his brains off with Eva Braun.
But there was this big bunker, and the story is the Allies were encircling them, and there was no way out. So they had a huge orgy in this bunker. They were making, bang bang, and they were drinking and all that, and then they blew their brains out at the end.
Okay.
And we're living in similar times, You're being suggested everywhere you go that the world is ending, climate change and all that, and there's wars everywhere. And young people are losing hope. I mean, who wants to bring kids into this situation?
I know I don't. I know
nobody wants to take responsibility, and you have all these expectations and standards for the kids. Yeah. My father grew up with 6 siblings. They shared the bed. They shared everything. My mother had 7 siblings, and they were dirt poor, but they somehow made it. Nobody of them had a separate room and new clothing and all that. And they were perfectly happy. They had the best family life ever. They had animals and they were singing together when they were, harvesting and all that. They lived like in paradise, but they were poor. And we have everything, and we're afraid of having 1 or 2 kids. Instead of bringing kids into this world and changing it for the better, we're not doing anything. We're just being cowards and running away from the responsibility.
Materialism.
Yeah.
Materialism.
It's not materialism. It's a lack of morals, and it's a lack of bravery.
Materialism is still a very strong argument. It's just that a lot of young people are thinking they want to provide a better life than what they had for their kids, which costs a lot of money. And the more it costs money, the more people are thinking, how am I going to pay for 5 kids? If I can provide for 1 or 2, that'll be fine. But 5 is just way
I'm
too
not
much.
disagreeing, but it's just it's a symptom. Materialism is a symptom of the root problem. And people feel lost because they have no moral compass. Moral compass guides you the way, and if you don't have one, you're lost and you're just walking around like a fool. People have no morals. I think that's the biggest problem.
Or you could say insane materialism causes moral decay.
No, I think the moral decay is must be first.
JoJo says, I'm black and had my own room and bed. Me too, JoJo. I had a very big childhood home and room that I kind of wish I can go back to sometimes. Thank you so much, JoJo, for the $2 super chat. Go ahead, guys.
I had hand-me-downs all my life as a kid.
L with the $5 super chat. Yakub is very profound when he's not being racist. Yikes! Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree. Yeah, I think we all agree with that one.
I'm not racist.
Brave Brandon Johnson and Mike too. You guys are in the States. We know he's full of shit about his city, but he said something that pissed me off, and I want to do a story about it. He said that blacks are the most generous people on the planet. Brave, I could tell you as a black, we are not the most generous people on the planet. Brave, I could borrow $10 from a black right now, and in 2 minutes, that nigga will be on the. I was gonna say Higga will be on the phone gossiping. Blacks, we gossip, we throw each other under the bus. I don't know what blacks he's around, but we are not that generous. But Brave, which people would be the most generous people on the planet from your perspective? Go ahead, buddy.
I don't know what you're determining as generous. When I think of generous, I think of just being able to
use out the goodwill of your heart. You just do stuff like as a culture. Overall,
I'm thinking blacks rate pretty high. CT.
Really? High trust society.
No, not necessarily. Well, but there's only a small percentage that are destroying it, with the 70%ers that are fools now. But as society goes, and when I'm growing up, I'm telling you, it was just blacks were the less grumpy people. They just were. And why are you less grumpy? Well, because you're happier.
Let me read it. Carmen with the $5 super chat. Again, dysfunction is more profitable. They don't want peace. Peace don't make no money. Sooner y'all see that, the better. Also, my twins run us $150 a week. Yikes. Mike, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brave. I'm going to hear from Mike because I want to see, are the Italians the most generous people on the planet? Go ahead, Mike. Who are the most
Italians are very generous to their family members. Like, in other words, we spoil our family. If you ask me in CT's words, if you ask me who is the most generous people of strangers I've ever seen, this is my opinion, is Filipinos.
Oh,
they are extremely generous.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You've been in the Philippines then?
I haven't been to the Philippines, but and Roman Catholic, I'd say half of the church is Filipino. And there are people that actually have hardships. We had somebody who actually had a roof issue. They had a leak in their roof, right? There was like 15 Filipino people on their roof fixing their roof for free. For free. Filipinos are some of the most loving, dedicated people. And I know this because I was married to a Filipino.
Wow.
So they are amazing people. They will give you the shirt off of their back. Italians will go to war for you, will battle for you, but you have to be their family. Does that make sense? The Filipinos, these are total strangers that they will dedicate their entire day to help. That's my opinion, gentlemen. Just my opinion only.
Yeah, I agree. I observed that with Asians too. Yo, CT, I gotta ask you something. Do you think Brandon Johnson is actually worse than the one that looked like Beetlejuice? I was in Chicago when she got elected.
That's a good
That was
question.
June.
Yeah,
2019.
I think Brandon Johnson is a lot worse. I think
Oh
he's
shit!
yeah.
I was in Chicago when Beetlejuice got elected, though.
Yeah. I think
Yeah. Look, I gotta go, guys. See you. God bless, and have a good one.
Have a good one, Ivan.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you.
Moxie says CTJs are either very generous or very nasty. Laugh out loud, no in between. I've always had great experiences with the Jays throughout the course of my life. Cliff, salute to you, man. Thank you so much. I'm reading your email. Guys, get the likes up if you are in the chat. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. All I'm talking about with generous, you were talking about roof fixing and giving the. By generous, I guess I consider generous to be just who can you sit on a park bench with and have a conversation with out of nowhere. And I'm thinking you get an older black guy and there ain't nobody that can't sit next to him and just start talking about any goddamn thing that you want. You go up to an older white guy. Oh, he'll stay a few minutes. He's not interested. You go up to a lot of other races. Mexicans are pretty good about that, but I've always noticed through my years, and it's always struck me how when you get around blacks, it's just they're just always the ones that are nice and pleasant to be around. They're just not grumpy. Again, and that's a key word because even if people are a little bit grumpy, it's one thing or another. But blacks are just not. It's the play gene, and it's a positive part of the play gene. It's a positive part of it. Yes.
Yeah, I and be brave. I believe it's how you're raised. I believe how you're raised it dictates how you accept other people. If you're loved, you're going to love other people. I think love is passed on throughout history, and some people are very cold. Some people had a terrible upbringing, horrible, and some people had a great upbringing. I think that passes on. It transcends, if that makes sense. I think that if you've had a good life and people took care of you, you pass that on. You pass it forward, right? CT, you pass it forward. Yeah. You pass that positivity forward.
Kev says, CT, who do you think would be a better president, AOC or Gavin Newsom? Well, since we have real world experiences between the two of these morons, I would have to go with AOC. Look at the travesty of a state that Gavin Newsom has California in. At least AOC hasn't. Yeah, we don't know what AOC can do at that scale. So I would rather have AOC at this point. We've seen at a large scale what Gavin can do. What do you say, Brave, about this question?
You don't want women as the president.
You still want the man, even though we've seen what Gavin can do.
The hell with that noise. I don't go. Look, I'm talking about they're all puppets. As a figurehead, you don't want a woman figurehead for a culture.
Okay,
it's not good. It's not good. If I want my puppets to be men.
Well, do you think, be brave? Do you think a woman could be a good governor instead of a president? You think a woman could be a good governor, of a state?
I think they could be a good one, but I'm just saying it wouldn't bother me near as much for a woman to be governor as a woman to be the president. That it's not good for the culture. It's just not. We're a white culture. We're a patriarchal culture, and we know that's slipping away and everything. And I'm talking about grasping at the last straws of what's left. The last thing we need is a woman president right now. It's just not good for the image. No, it's just not good.
What if she has big tits?
It's funny because a lot of men.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Big tits. You stop. You can. Yo, how hot was Sarah Palin? Come on. How hot was she? She's hot.
She was super hot when I was a kid. I was a teenager when she was running, I think.
I would have voted for her just on the hot factor, bro. Like just to have a hot white.
And she was hot and dumb.
Hot.
Yeah, and she was kind of dumb. This
But the thing is that
go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So Virginia, so I'm in Virginia, and be brave. Most likely, I would say 90%, we're going to have our first black woman governor, Mrs. Sears.
Right.
She's the vice governor right now. She's going to run. She's going to run right after the governor is done because he's already had his term. But we're going to have, so we're setting records, and she is amazing. So do I think a woman can be president? I personally believe the right woman could lead the country. I believe that. That's just what I believe. But it has to be the right woman. But I think a woman can step up and lead the country. I just disagree with you on that aspect.
No, wait. I'm not saying it's not possible. What I'm saying is they're all puppets. So when you're talking, we're in two different planets, Mike. I'm talking about they're all puppets. They're all told what to do. If you want to put a woman in there and tell her what to do, I'm sure she can function. What I'm saying, it's just not good for the culture to see a woman running the culture. Yes, a woman can be an excellent puppet. You are correct. I'm not denying that at all.
Mike,
I'm not subservient, but go ahead, please.
The biggest problem I see is even if the woman is the most based woman, right? Women are quick to sacrifice freedoms for safety because they have no power of force. They can't enforce laws. So they're more than willing to sacrifice your freedoms to guarantee some safety. You know where I'm getting at?
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not men. There's a
right.
They're nurturers. They're supposed to be taking care of children and supplying the soft side of life, while the man provides the rough and tumble side of life. Yeah.
The problem with most women is they will actively avoid violence when it's most needed. There's some point where you have to go all in, right? And they will be there and they'll be weak when it matters most. Because when everything falls, violence will be the final answer, the final language.
You're right.
They just can't do it. It's impossible.
We're animals. We're animalistic. We're animals, right? So wouldn't you rather have someone more thinking things through than pushing that red button? Wouldn't you rather have someone in charge that's not going to act off of their own ego? This is just a discussion. It's a discussion. Wouldn't women be better in that position to think things through off of acting off of aggressions? Is that a good analogy? I'm just asking if that's a good analogy.
I would say they're more aggressive because they are more led by their emotions. You have to be very rational. And in general, they're more emotional than men. That means men in general are more rational and more logical thinking than women. And out of compassion, I don't want to put them in a situation where they have to make such decisions. It's just too much for them. I'm sorry, I might sound sexist, but you can't tell me it's not true.
What's great, though, is we can have these conversations respectfully between four men. We're being respectful. We're just having this. We're just what ifs. We're what ifing right now. What if?
A panel of four black men, proud black men.
Yeah.
Well, be brave. You like black women, right? Be brave. You like black women, correct?
I like all women.
Well, I like black women, be brave. So
I like them all.
We have that in common.
If they're pretty and feminine, they're pretty and feminine and curvy.
That's it, man. They ain't nothing better than it, man.
They gotta have that. They gotta have that femininity. They gotta be a soft, sweet woman.
CT, you ask. Sorry.
Have you guys noticed that women are getting more and more aggressive and almost like butchish, like you said, be brave. Femininity is going away. Like, remember the hoity-toity women, powdering her nose and doing her nails, and I mean, women look like dudes now. It's crazy.
Mike, I have a hypothesis about this topic. I believe contraception, birth control changed women, especially in the West. Massive influx of hormones, and if you add the carb-rich diet to this, which will also affect your hormones massively, that's the reason why women are becoming more masculine and men are more feminine.
That's it.
as a
And do
whole.
you think a lot of these, we'll say, you know, the things that go in our arm, a lot of these things that they give us to try to help us actually end up hurting us. All the jabs end up actually reversing and actually making us sicker with all these untested chemicals that we're putting in our body. I won't take any of that stuff. I won't. I barely go to the doctor, but I think a lot of the stuff that we take, thinking that it's going to make us better, actually makes us worse. Do you think that's possibly true?
From what I've read is that certain viruses are needed for humans because, let's say you have an extreme flu and you have high fever. What it does to your body is that your marrow bone releases like heavy metals and stuff that it collected over the years. It affects your whole. It's like a cleansing process for your body. And if you don't go through certain sicknesses, your body will accumulate more of heavy metals and, you know, all kinds of bad things.
Sure.
And you'll become weaker after a while.
Well, if you think about it, if you think about it, okay, so our life expectancy has increased dramatically. Okay, now imagine if the things that increase life expectancy, which is sanitation and available food and everything, think if all of the poisons we weren't ingesting and shooting and breathing, if we had this this sanitation and the ease of living that we have now and weren't poisoning ourselves, we'd probably be up, our life expectancy would probably be 130. But we're poisoning ourselves back. We're poisoning ourselves out of that. We'd probably be 130 years old if we really just had all the sanitation and all the health and everything we could do with all the contaminants, minus all the contaminants. We'd probably have the human up to living to it till they were 130 years old.
Brave.
So we are capable, but we're being poisoned.
You have to be careful when you talk about life expectancy, because let's say 100 years life or let's say 300 years life expectancy was 40 years. That was only because at birth, like half of the children died.
In a hammock that fall out.
You're gonna love this analogy. Do you guys? Did you guys see the story of the pink water coming out of the faucets? I can't remember what city it was.
Oh, it's
Thanks
all
for
over.
having me on, City. Have a good one.
See you, Jakub.
Jakub, salute, man, salute.
Yeah, it's
Jakub
all over.
living his best life.
It's at every turn. That's why I always say in 1,000 different ways, live your life and love it, because we ain't got long. We're burning this shit up.
Crocodile Dundee played by fucking Sean Cameron.
But one of the biggest things, I can kind of been reading up on this. One of the biggest things is that the water that we ingest, a lot of the tap water, you know, it's polluted. So you have to be real careful with the water that you drink.
And you know what? You almost can't even avoid anything anymore. You might as well just do it and see how long you last. That's how prevalent all of the chemicals and everything, the sewage, the fresh water being polluted, the air being polluted. You know, it's just, you know, that's what I say.
Living in a plywood hut filled with guns is not the best way to do it, I don't think.
Okay,
all right.
Oh, damn.
Here we go. But yeah, no, he can live the past. Oh boy.
Oh,
yeah,
don't
you take it. Yeah.
Don't tread.
I'm not.
There's no place left but to tread. If I don't tread, there's no place. I'm not going to step backwards.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You look like a little white trash guy in a hoodie. What are you talking about?
There's too many people on the earth that
what are you
think
talking
that
about?
You guys do. You're always trying to argue about nonsense, literally nonsense.
Who is?
Like
me? Me?
Everybody knows General Moore.
It's a panel. This is a panel. We all talk to each other. Why are you here? You look like Darth Maul. Why are you here?
Why am I here? To fuck you up.
Dude, you look cracked out. You look methed out right now. You look methed out. What are you talking about? Why are you attacking Brave? Brave's a friend of ours. Why are you attacking Brave? Why? What's that? I can't hear you. Can you hit that meth pipe? I can't hear you.
I said you sound like a shitty meth.
You notice how these two? You notice how these two? You notice how these two crackheads show up at the same exact time? These two crackheads show up at the same exact time. Look,
do they on a regular basis?
Here we
You better
go.
watch
Here
your
comes
mouth,
the
man.
drum. Here
You
comes
better
the
watch your mouth.
Did they come on the panel together usually?
Yeah. Watch my mouth. EB3.
No,
Watch my
no.
mouth. You don't think I don't know you're behind all the scenes, all this bullshit behind the scenes, EB3? You don't think I don't know that?
Behind all what, Mike?
It has nothing to do with this.
All the bullshit happened to CT's channel lately. You're behind all. You're one of the people behind all of it.
Not at all. Yeah, I was invited to the same server as all of everyone else saying they were invited to.
Am I wrong?
I understand. I understand.
Wrong, mate.
People.
Am I wrong, mate?
Whatever. I'm independent,
Am I
mate.
wrong,
I'm
mate?
not part of any group. I'm not part of any gang or any clique or anything like that. I work solely for me.
When's the last time
anything
you
I
took?
do
When's
is
the last
purely for
time you took a
educational
shower?
reasons.
When's the
I
last
don't
time
do
you took a
gangs.
shower?
I
Was it
don't
sometime this
work
month?
as a team. There's no I in team, so therefore fuck the team. Right? Yeah. Me, myself, and I, mate. I don't work as a team.
Yeah, right.
I don't collude with
I'm
anyone.
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah. I'm Gordon Ramsay. Yeah.
If you write it,
Dude, AB3, I know all about you, dude. I know all about you. You're a provocateur. You're trying to cause problems.
If you know all about
That's
me,
what
then you
do.
should be fucking worried. If you
Dude,
know all
your
about me, then you
entire
should be
channel-
worried and you
your
should be
entire
shutting your mouth right
channel
now.
is restreaming CT. Your whole channel is restreaming CT.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I've never restreamed CT.
It's garbage. Your channel's garbage. It's garbage.
No, well, it
You look
is
like
what
a
it is.
hobo. You
man.
look like you're homeless. You look like you're homeless. And you brought your Darth Maul junkie over here with you.
Does this make you feel better?
I'm not Darth Maul
Attacking
junkie.
people's
I'm not-
looks and that, like, yeah. Don't you think I
You
know I
remember
look
that?
like? Don't you think I
You're
know
not
I look
listening.
like a hobo? But do you think I give a fuck?
Jay, these are the ugliest white people in the world.
Do you know what I mean? Do you think I give a fuck about what I look like?
Ain't got nothing to do with it, man.
Do you think anyone? Hang on, super chat.
Real quick, Republic Room with the $10 super chat. Can Mike get a break at some point? We all get tired of his lies and gaslighting. And JoJo, Mike, do you treat black girls like you treat white girls? Get the likes up, guys. Share the video.
I mean, white girls. Oh, my bad. Oh, was you about to say something?
Here we go, guys. Take it. Hold on for 1 second. Trump confronts the South African president. Let's see what he says. I guess this just happened today.
Turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this up. It's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one.
Why is he showing? Okay, so Brave, do you know what's going on here?
Fuck no.
Why is he showing him a video of Julian Malinga? Like he's not even. Like, he's in opposition. So what is Trump buck breaking the president of South Africa? Right. So he's showing him a video of Julian, who is the leader of the EEF. That's the group. It's a political party. They have a few seats in government. They were the guys that were in the stadium saying "kill the Boers." So you're not familiar with this?
No, go ahead though.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I wish I could get a louder video.
You can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land.
Let me see if I can find a louder video. I can't hear anything. Can you hear anything from there, Brave?
I'm hearing it. Yeah, it's low. You got to listen.
Yeah. Let me. I don't know why it's so low on Fox. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Hold on for a second. Trump confronts South African president. Let's see. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find another video. I think this is it. This one sounds a little louder. Yeah, this one sounds a little better right here. All right, guys, stay on mute, okay? EB3, stay on mute, Jay. Here we go.
So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have great South Africans in the mix, as you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country.
You hear that, Brave? They have golf courses in South Africa, Brave.
Yeah, sure. Move there then.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Rupert Roads. So did any else.
Hit the fucking road, Jack.
Our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President. So I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period. Right. And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment. Right. And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with the rest.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting?
Hold on, I'm trying to go to the part where, like, this just happened today.
When we have talked.
Hold on, let me try to find it real quick. This just happened today. I'm trying to find it where he shows him the video. Let me see. Is it here? Let me see. Is it this part?
A very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job. I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. I'm
trying to find. I think this is it right here. Okay, I guess this is it.
All right, that was an interesting bit of business there in the Oval Office. President Trump is actually conducting a show and tell in this high stakes meeting in the Oval Office between President Donald Trump and the South African white of allowing tension between the two nations after President Trump accused South Africa of allowing race-based genocide to occur against white farmers in that country.
Oh, stop.
I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that.
South African officials, including Ramaphosa, have vehemently pushed back against these claims. South African native and one of Trump's top advisors, Elon Musk, has been amplifying the, quote, white genocide claims. That's what it's called. This is a contested issue in South Africa. White genocide is what it's called.
White genocide, Brave. Bullshit. Bullshit. Ain't no white genocide taking place in no goddamn South Africa. Go ahead, Brave.
Well, I couldn't say there isn't, but from what I've heard, it's not safe for whites, is it?
I mean, Brave, 40 was it 20?
There are parts you had Suzu. What was his name? Suzu.
Who?
Suzu, the South African black dude that was on here. Zuzu.
Oh yeah. We could go. Yeah.
No, he made it clear though that excuse me, whites still run the country.
Yeah, they still run the country, bro.
So something isn't adding up.
And even security boss say I think Cape Town is mostly white, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, yeah, I don't think there's a genocide taking place in South Africa. Hey, here we go, guys.
And he was present. You can see him there. Elon Musk for Ramaphosa's visit today. So joining me now, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang and our South African producer, Liesl Tom. So Selena, first to you, what a show and tell it was. These two leaders, they've got different opinions on what's going on with white farmers in South Africa. And what was the actual business that was meant to be conducted here? Why is it was Ramaphosa there only to humiliate him, or was there actual business being done?
It seems like he was there to get humiliated, in all honesty. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Terry, first of all, I mean, this was an extraordinary more than 1 hour meeting that we saw play out in front of the public. And what was really remarkable was how the South African president carefully planned this out clearly to try and appeal to the president in a variety of ways. He started the meeting by praising President Trump, thanking him for the help during the COVID-19 pandemic. He brought two professional golfers with him that President Trump is fans of. He also said he was gifting the president a 14-kilogram book about golf. And really, really the start of this meeting was very cordial. You had both leaders talking about wanting to enhance economic ties. The president of South Africa saying he wanted to deepen investments between these two countries. But then from there, it very quickly devolved into this dispute about these allegations that President Trump and Elon Musk, the South African billionaire, have been making, despite the South African president trying to.
Real quick, L says, why does EB3 look and sound like the Mandarin in Iron Man 3? I have no idea.
To convince President Trump that what he said is untrue, the president appeared unmoved. But at times, Terry, you even had the professional golfers weighing in. You had other members of the delegation. There was a striking moment when a reporter asked President Trump, what would it take for you to believe that there are not these, not genocide being committed toward these white farmers? And the South African president, Terry, actually jumped in and he said that it would take President Trump's friends, some of whom he brought, it would take President Trump listening to them to understand that what he believes is untrue. And I just
can we find some video? Go ahead, guys. Let me try to find the video of them actually talking where it's loud. But go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, CT? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not to assume that you're a biased, racist individual or anything, right? Yeah. But how many people with my complexion from South Africa? I know you've interviewed Zulu and that, right? Yeah. But how many people with my complexion from South Africa have you interviewed on this matter?
I had a lady who did I got some you know what exfoliating is, and she was a South African woman, white, and she said that her family fled this was years ago. She said her family fled because of breaking and B&Es or breaking and enterings in South Africa, and the whites were where she was from, the whites are pretty much helpless where she was from, a particular township or whatever, but there are no genocides taking place in South Africa against whites. I mean, that's there might be some crimes, but there ain't no genocides. There ain't no genocides.
Sure, I know. But listen, it might be being dramatized and glamorized to the hardest level, but it's no different to what the left do with the trans issues or trans genocide, whatever, and shit's going on over there because of color of skin, and it's being emphasized. That's clear to see, man. And the only people that are denying it have got biases about that, right? Yeah, they've got biases about it. I'm not denying that people with my complexion haven't ruled over them with the iron fist for hundreds of years or whatever. But let's just be honest about it now. They are kicking certain farmers off because of the color of their skin, right? Yeah, whether and putting people there that can't even farm and suffering the consequences because of that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, there's people that have immigrated back to England. Right, yeah, they're South African, but their families have come back to England, right? Yeah, because their ancestors are from here, their great grandparents immigrated over there in the first place, right? Yeah, because of that, right? Yeah, I have, you know, people that have been to China firsthand. I know people that have come back to England because their great parents come from here because of this situation happening in Africa, South Africa right now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, so. The majority of these people have got connections to England, right? Yeah, so it's easy for them to come back. But the ones that haven't require some sort of route back to America or some sort of safe passage to claim asylum, like any other type of refugee. Whether you call it, they are suffering political persecution because of the color of their skin. They are what you would call legitimate refugees if they have got no legitimate ties back to England.
Hold on, here we go.
And decide what will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
My president will respond to you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table.
Oh, so this is the video. Here we go.
We're going to occupy land. Yeah. South African occupy land. That's who we are. Can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament? Yes, honorable member. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer.
It's just a song. It's not meant to be taken serious, Brave. EB3, this song is just meant to be it's not meant to be serious.
They were just kidding.
Yeah, they were just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Just like the little kids were just kidding.
I'm not trying to beat my own horn, CT. I've got an interview on my BitChute with someone from South Africa within the last year, right? Yeah, we had a little debate about law and stuff like that, and he can't afford to get back to England or anywhere else. He's literally held hostage in his house, right? He's scared to leave 100 meters away from his own property.
Right.
Yeah.
EB3, do you think when the African delegation came into the White House, do you think they put the plastic on the furniture so they don't get the soul glow on the back of the couches?
I don't give a fuck, mate, about frivolous shit like that. Find someone else to spar with, Mike. It's not me. Seriously, no, I'm not that. I'm not the guy you think I am.
You are South African, sir. Go ahead.
I wanted to come in and remind people that Britain in the 80s were letting South African whites come into Britain because of the conscription that the apartheid at the time did to I think it was under 17. Yeah. So when you came out of school, matric, you went to the military for 2 years, conscription, right? And I knew guys who were given asylum in Britain to get out of that. Yeah, they got their ass to England somehow, or Europe, and they got into England and they were given asylum then. So it's no different. In some ways, it's worse because of affirmative action that has happened. And what, as you say, the EFF, is it the EFF? I believe it is. He is calling that, and what's going on there in South Africa is, I guess, communist ideal to what they ZAPU and ZANU were, Pan-Africa, and also what happened over that period of time with, the expansion of Africa with, the Cape of Good Hope and etc. that expanded out because of the empires of Europe. That's how it worked out. That's how it is.
And don't confuse me with someone who gives a fuck. As far as I'm concerned, all the people who kicking the farmers off can do what they want with them. As far as I'm concerned, let me just land my plane. 10 seconds, Mike.
EB3, did you serve your country? EB3, did you serve your country? Did you serve your country?
Don't confuse me as someone who gives a fuck.
I'm asking you if you served your country. I'm asking you.
As far as I'm concerned, South Africans deserve everything they get.
African is a South African.
Don't confuse me with someone.
British military. He was actually a soldier. So show this man some respect. You dirty Jesus piece of shit.
What are you on about?
Show this man some respect.
How do you know what I have and haven't done?
I can look at you and see that you're a pansy. You're a woman.
Mike, that's fine. Mike, so. you don't stand for another person.
You've never seen war. You've never been punched in the face.
You don't bring that in. Mike, it doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work that way, Mike. I come from a military family myself. Right?
Did you serve? Did you serve? Did you serve, sir? Did you serve?
In essence, right? Yeah, I've played.
In a sense. In a sense, what? Salvation Army? Were you in the Salvation Army?
In essence, I said.
In essence, did you serve the military?
I was born into it. I was born into it. I had no choice. I was born into it. I was called. I'm what you would call a pad brat.
Real quick, another 10, please, for Mike. Jesus Christ, I want Mike to stay up here, man.
I know. Anyway, what I was saying is, don't confuse me for someone who gives a fuck about pale-skinned people being kicked off farms in South Africa. I'm just saying it how it is. I'm not saying how I want it to be. Right? Yeah. The weak, as far as I'm concerned, the weak justify the strong in all walks of life. And if South Africans of any persuasion, of any colour skin, are able to kick people off their land and take it over, then those people deserve to lose it. If you're not strong enough to keep, if you're not strong and wise enough to keep hold of your shit, then you deserve to lose it to those who are able to take it away.
Okay, that's fair play. I like the house you got. Let your neighbors come over there and do that, or a couple of them every now and again smash your window and stuff, and the police go, yeah, that's cool, let him look after himself. Let's do that.
That's how it is anyway. What makes you think it's not like that anyway? What makes you think it's not like that anyway? You're assuming I would rely on the police firsthand.
Racially, do you? It's not happening per. It's just a bunch of fucking people doing it. Is it like a specific group of people?
Welcome to life on Earth, mate. Welcome to life on Earth.
Oh my God! Yeah, okay.
There's no point crying to your God. He's not going to help you or assist you versus me. Right, yeah. Like the chances of someone throwing a brick on the estate I'm on or anything like that, if I was in the inner city and stuff like that, chances are high. Relying on the police and stuff like that is like what sort of idiot relies on the police?
But you're a military brat, you said, right?
I was born into it, right? Yeah, basically. My uncle is 3 RRF Royal Fusilier, right? Yeah, and I was a kid. Born into it.
You weren't brought up on any, military base, were you?
On the outside, they got houses on the outside of military bases for families. I was in one of them.
A woman can lead logically, not emotionally.
Yeah.
Oh, that was from the previous conversation. Go ahead. Hey, Plastic African. Please, sir, you are in South Africa, so I would like to hear from you, and I'm pretty sure the audience. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. No, it's all good. Let's see how it pans out here, huh? In South Africa. It's not going to end well, I don't think. And the way it is going is the way it is going. It's been doing that in Zimbabwe, Sub-Sahara for a long, long time. I mean, no matter even if you look at Kenya, like the boom in Kenya to Tanzania to Ghana, oh my God, that's strange. It's not just South Africa. I've lived around Africa as well. I grew up in a few countries, Sub-Sahara. Yeah. So
are you in South Africa now?
No, I am not. I've left South Africa years ago.
You left years ago. Okay.
Yeah. I go back here and there, but
how old were you when you left?
18, 19. Yeah, 18.
Well, give us the rundown. Was there dangers of something that would come close to? Hold it. No, wait. Was there anything that come close to a genocide?
I mean, in my term, what I had seen, no. I mean, I remember. Well, the worst part is during the apartheid. Well, after the apartheid came to its end, if you will, a lot of violence happened. A lot of things went really bad, really quickly over the span of a few months. It was very dangerous, and I think that danger, and also later on when they instilled affirmative action, what they deemed as how to take wealth and then spread it through their friends. Because they had to take, it was a very communist ideal, isn't it? Really, or Marxist, to do that. I knew families that they 60% almost of their entire business was given to other people without no compromise. So I think it slowly ebbed away, and no matter what, you're going to get rich people, wealthy people coming out of that, and lots of poorer people. And that whole thing in Africa is with tribalism, and its identity to Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, and then it goes up and it creeps up, and there's all these other things that have always happened because of the exiting of the Western influences, if you will.
Just to bounce off that, Marx turned capitalist in the end, for those who don't know. He made money on the stock exchange. So some of those hardcore followers of Marx know this and are actually like closet capitalists. Look it up if you don't believe me. Karl Marx turned capitalist at the end of his venture in life. That's his philosophy.
There's nothing hard to believe about that. All them bastards are nothing but corporate agents. Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, Skywalker.
So this guy knows. This guy knows.
I was just seeing what y'all were talking about, but I was going to ask you if you seen where he signed a bill yesterday about the Golden Dome.
Real quick, Chris Reed says African people don't want to end up white. Black Americans, people, South Africa is taking their country back. How come white people don't go and take over China or Dubai? I don't know, Chris. You gotta. Your voice to text is. I can't. I don't know. I thank you so much for the super chat, Chris. Positivity's coming your way. No, Skywalker, we were talking about Trump and the president of South Africa had a meeting today, and to me it looked like a buck breaking session. Trump was showing him videos of Julian Malinga. Is it Julian Malinga, Plastic African?
Yeah, it's Julia. Yeah, that's right.
Julian Malinga,
you said EFF, I believe.
Yeah, the EFF, and basically
to me, it looked like a buck breaking episode. Just how Trump broke Zelensky. To me, I think it was unnecessary and uncalled for because there is no white genocide taking place in South Africa. But that's what the media is the narrative is trying to be created that it is. But what say you, Skywalker? Go ahead, buddy.
But then we had someone come up here and say that was like the case, 20 years ago or something? It might have been like that, but it hasn't been nothing in the last couple of years or something like that. That's what, I don't know. It was someone that came up on, we were talking about it like about a week ago. And someone came up on, and we were talking about the same thing about the white people over there that was getting deleted. And they came up and said, yeah, maybe about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but not no time
currently. Yeah.
Yeah, not currently. So I don't know. I don't live over there. Maybe it's happening. We got EB3 saying that he done spoke to some people saying that it is happening. So maybe you have to have
not a genocide is not happening. No.
It's all anecdotal. No matter how it comes, it's anecdotal or propaganda from the fucking state one way or another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
I imagine the truer nature of what's happening is somewhere in the middle of all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Dr. Ching, what's up?
Hang on. To get data, what do you think we can rely on as a proper data source then?
That's a good question. Yeah.
It's going to be a trade economics, right, and money and how things we can see it that way, right?
I don't think there is. I don't think there is anything that you can 100% rely on.
But you can gauge it. You can gauge it, can't you?
Yeah, they're just gathering as much intel as possible and doing the best with that to the best of one's abilities. That's it. I won't call it something to rely on because all data is past tense. It's history. It's not the now. It's not what's happening now.
No.
There is only now. We can analyze the data to plan logically for the future, but it's not something to be relied on 100%. Right? You've got to always leave margin of error.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm sure that world foundations use that data to evaluate things where it's going.
I'm a metaphysician. I agree with what you're saying. Data is used to the best of mankind ability, but what I'm saying is it's nothing to actually rely on, to trust wholeheartedly. Like, let's rely on this data, this historical data that does no way in any which way, shape or form represent what's happening now, right now, because it's history, it's past tense.
It's not
every moment from 1 second to the next, every iota of 1 second to the next is a complete unique moment in time, never to be repeated. So all of history and documented history is just hearsay. And it's not reliable data. It's just we use it to the best of mankind's abilities, but it's nothing to rely on.
Let's get Dr. Chink in. Dr. Chink, what say you about this summit? Is it Trump buck breaking the South African president, or is there a real?
It's under the premise that Trump is suggesting that this South African president is enabling somehow like violence against South African whites, right?
Yeah.
Like, give it to Trump for being like super controversial and grabbing attention. But what I've learned about Trump so far, whenever he has these press conferences with like world leaders, he kind of puts them on blast, and it speaks to like the transparency theme that the Trump administration is trying to do. But Plastic African, I wanted to ask you a question about apartheid in the mid 1990s. Supposedly 90% of the farmland was owned by South African Caucasians. And like around 1996, the government instituted that 30% of the 90% farmland is to be given to Black South Africans. Subsequently, like the crop yield of this 30% that was given to Black Africans yielded less than 1.2% of total yield. And my essential question for you is that if this farmland that is now given to Black South Africans, if it's failing to produce a substantive yield that's sustainable, should that farmland be given back to the white South African farm owners?
The hard thing to understand, it happened in Zimbabwe under Robert Mugabe. All right. And once that land goes to waste almost, it takes a long time to get it together again. So, and Africans generally will just give their yield for their own. They won't see the commercial value in it in terms of that and how to manage it correctly. They haven't given the right tools and understanding of it. It's an educational thing as well as a value thing in life that we have to trade and blah, blah, blah. You know that. So it's those aspects. And according, with Chaotic Truth as well, with what Trump did, is he showed it to the world what this man is saying, and under his government, this man has not been arrested or charged with incitement to murder and kill. And in terms of that is how that happened with the violence after the apartheid fell, is because lots of people in Soweto and Alexandra, those places, the Africans literally thought the ANC have won. We can go take that house now; it's mine. And they came out of everywhere, and just it was horrific. I promise you, it was horrific.
Plastic African. I voted for Trump in 16, 20, and in 24. I am pro-Trump. I've been a fan of his since I've been a child. But to a degree, I gotta
grown ass man. You
I gotta
kick
his.
child?
I gotta kick his. I gotta kick Trump's back in. Our country has bombed, sent over spies to overthrow governments. Who in the hell is Trump or any other president to try to chin check a president of a major country like South Africa about the treatment of anybody? Who is he to do that? A Plastic African. Go ahead, buddy.
After he's done, I'm going to ask one question.
Well, let's hear from Plastic African real quick.
Yeah.
He's
he's probably taking it on behalf of what Elon Musk has influenced on that. Don't you agree? In terms that it didn't happen there in South Africa, he had to get to America to make his X.
Okay.
I just want to ask this quick question. First was two of them. First one, and I guess I'm going to go with the one with least importance. Mugabe was sanctioned until he paid cash compensation that actually the United Nations and the West agreed upon and felt was sufficient for all white farmers in Zimbabwe. Once that was done, the sanctions were lifted. And when the sanctions were lifted, they were able to get the equipment that was actually banned from coming into the country to be able to farm adequately. But most importantly, my most important question, and it's just a yes or no, does South Africa compensate white farmers for the land?
Plastic African.
Cash compensation?
Plastic African.
No compensation. And they as well as they took.
I'll put a link in the chat, man.
My question to the gentleman is this: when under apartheid, South Africa's white population was 7%, but in a study, 70% of the population had 85% of the land, the farmland in South Africa. And you can say what you want to say about the ANC. The ANC, they're kind of like the two-party system here in the United States. Shaky at best. Worse
CT,
than
we can't do this, dog. Hold on. I'm gonna give it right back to you, Lynn. We can't do this, man. I just typed it into Google, man. And it's tons of articles, bruh. Y'all white farmers are arguing for even more than what was agreed for now. Like y'all gotta stop being disingenuous, man. They already been paid. They're arguing for more money. Ain't none of them getting their land taken without cash, bruh. Stop lying.
It's not. Well, Dave, you're not talking to me, Dave, because I'm totally in agreement with you.
Plastic African.
Oh,
people act like black people don't read.
See, nobody reads, black or non-black. That's why this country has a President Donald Trump, because this country has become the epitome of our leaders, so-called leaders, have turned this nation into what I would call a schoolyard, where the people are intellectually lazy, that we don't have nobody reads a newspaper anymore. Nobody even reads a local newspaper for that matter. Everything is on this idiot thing called social media. And so they just take it and run with it. It's no different than with, if I give you an example, when the whole East Coast, West Coast rap beef was going on, they didn't read the article. They just saw East versus West. Oh, it's on. When I see them niggas on the street, it's on. Now, I'm not reading the article, I'm not going to understand the issue between the two parties. I'm just, okay, I don't like what they said. I don't like the front cover. East versus West. It's on. And that we are, I say this to say this, we are on automatic. And we are trained to be on automatic in the society, as in react to something very quickly, rush to judgment very quickly, don't read an article, don't understand anything, don't want to understand anything. Just, hey, my side, my team is losing. We got to do something about it. And so I don't expect you to really have anything intelligent to say on this panel or on other panels for that matter, because you're dealing with opinions.
I mean, dog, look, even Harvard International Review, like the first sentence is saying, ever since 1994, they've been compensating cash for the ANC. Like this how old this shit is. ANC's buying land to redistribute to black farmers, was holding stuff up, is reading. Everybody wants more money. It's constant upping of the prices. But to say that they ain't never that people just taking land without money, dog, that goes against it goes against everything I've seen over my lifetime and how the West deals with Africa, bruh. Like as soon as you type this stuff in, you're gonna see that Zimbabwe was held under sanctions and all approved by the UN until everybody agreed on the cash. Like, where dude go? Why he running? That's all I wanted to say.
Well, because they don't care. I don't have to
I'll
care.
be gone because nobody want to address that, man.
Well, Dave, I don't have to care.
I'm gone though. I got.
Actually, Dave,
I just wanted to put that on
Dave,
blast.
to be honest with you,
They're
not going to address that. The reality is they don't want to address it because it's their boy, and I have to make my boy look good.
I know how the U.S. do things.
Facts do not matter. The facts don't matter anymore. Like hell, even if you could have all the articles in the world and you could have it backed by scholars, they'll dismiss it. The point is to keep as I love it. I love the
you Borgen, Lynn. You Borgen.
Go ahead, Savage.
CT, who founded the country of America?
Hold on for a second. Bob with the $5 super chat. Dave, I'm with you, man, but you lose credibility a tad because you keep comparing. You're like a genie that has a shitty cloak gene. Whoever Brandon is, you got to get on camera, man. You gotta, I mean, like all that. There you go, man. Who founded America?
Negroes.
The United States of America was founded by the founders. George Washington, Benjamin Franklin. I don't know.
Okay,
John Hancock. I don't fucking know.
Was it Christopher Columbus?
My fucking ancestors.
We're
That's
talking
it.
about the United States of America, not
so
just America.
So who founded the country?
Oh my God, y'all phones, man.
You born yourself.
Man, we can't hear you, man. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, go ahead, Savage. Try it now.
The country's government. Who founded the country's government?
That was under colonialism.
Who founded the country's government in South Africa? Well, the government there was the British. The British and the Dutch founded the country, created that government. Yeah.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So, did I hear people up here say that the whites need to leave South Africa? Did I hear that?
No.
Nobody said that up here. No, nobody said that.
I did say the weak justify the strong in all walks of life. If you're not smart enough and strong enough to keep hold of your shit, then you deserve to lose it.
Nobody said the whites should be kicked out. No.
I got one question, yo.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't matter what color you are.
Let's Savage just finish. Then let's get this guy Brandon in. Hold on. Let's Savage finish. Go ahead, Savage.
Because if we're gonna use that argument, then we can make the same argument about getting the African slaves, their descendants, back over to Africa. But CT, isn't there?
And you're gonna pay us reparations for that white.
Let me read this real quick. Bob says, Dave, I'm with you, man. I already read that one. Linwood, why should someone listen to you? Your simple question. I think Linwood's question is a good question, to be honest with you today. But go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
Linwood, we already paid you reparations.
You ain't paid us shit.
Go ahead, Savage.
Nah, they paid all the black women reparations for.
Hold on, let Savage just finish. Go ahead, Savage, please. I want to hear one at a time.
Cracker, you ain't paid us a motherfucking thing.
Well, Linwood, I can find articles that say that you guys were paid reparations.
Okay, Savage, where are you about to go with this question? though? Go ahead, Savage.
It wasn't a question. It was an answer to a statement or a statement to Linwood's statement.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so I can find articles that say that you were paid reparations.
If you find me those articles, I'll read them.
Yeah, find them, post the link.
Find them, and I'll read them.
I can prove it right now in this show, right here. The English languages, your reparations. Do you know the language you're speaking right now?
Guys,
so I can't join in. All right, okay.
Savage, please, guys. L with the $5 super chat, $2. Savage, why don't you go back to Ireland?
I gotta go, man. I can't do this retarded shit.
Go ahead.
Well, so if I can find articles that say that you were paid reparations and you say you weren't, who do we believe? The article,
well, first of all, is the article and the people there who are putting that information out, are they credible? Is it actually credible? Is it actually a stat that says, okay, Black Americans, quote unquote, I don't use that word because we don't function as Americans, Black people who were conditioned to racial slavery was paid cash payment, reparations, and $40 acres in a so-called mule.
Yeah, so
then we would not. And logically, to answer your question,
did we run any credible study? Did we check any credibility of any of the studies that Dave pulled up? Any of the articles he read?
Well, the articles that I read was from the article. The articles that I read was from a professor by the name of Dr. William Darty. And William Darty,
that doesn't answer my question. So my question was, did we run the credibility of any of the people that wrote those articles about the compensation in Africa? Did that happen?
I don't know if Africa got compensated or not, because Africa as a continent has been robbed of its resources consistently. And you had the U.S. and many of its white supremacist governments in the West, quote unquote, telling Africa and the nation states what to do with their nation, how to govern the affairs of their people. So,
well, if it's so bad, why don't you break your phone then? And not
real quick, Bob with the $5 super chat. Linwood, since you refuse to lose weight, I suggest you become jolly. Fat guys should be jolly, not angry. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
Well, Linwood, you're right. They've been stealing resources and minerals. So you should probably not support that system and break your phone and get out of your car. You should probably turn your car over too.
Actually, the mining is actually much more dangerous over there, and we don't call these corporations out for it, because bottom line is, in the West, we are very materialistic, and we are trained to be materialistic. We are trained to be fat, as far as our mentality of greed, of self-aggrandizement.
You're trained to be fat. You're trained to be fat.
Can you imagine a fat guy that?
That sounds like a victim mentality to me.
What I mean by that is, we got to have more than what we have, and we have to consume
so why
more.
Why don't you break your phone and stop using your car and stop supporting the system?
Well, because bottom line is, like, I can tell white people that. Problem is,
you're not smart enough to take it. You're not smart enough to have it.
Sir, we didn't make this white guy didn't make the argument that we've been raping and pillaging Africa. You made the argument.
Actually, I did not make the argument. Actually, I didn't make the argument at all. I didn't make the argument at all. Actually, the argument that I was making, since the argument I was making,
live in America, and you said that we steal their resources. Why don't you stop?
I said Western interests have stolen the resources.
Do you live
in the West? This is well documented. Currently, well, actually, I was born to the West. I didn't ask to be over here. I was born here. I didn't immigrate over here from West Africa.
Oh no. Linwood, do you think white people made you fat? Is that why you have two sets of eyebrows? It's because of white people?
White people caused a lot of the damage on the planet, and you're part of that problem.
Let's just stick to South Africa, man. Let's just stick to South Africa.
So I am thinking of South Africa.
Hey, yo, you don't have no type of personal accountability for anything that happened to you? Like,
Now on that part, yes, but I'm not talking
like you
about.
think
I'm
it's
not talking.
white
I'm not talking.
people's fault that
I'm not.
everything happened to black
I'm not.
people? Like black people ain't got
Well,
no
well,
accountability.
actually, it's well documented, sir. It's well documented. I mean, you can
Sir,
read studies and research on it.
if
I mean, I
you
don't have
got
to.
rid
I
of
don't have
your
to go around
car
body
and
arguing.
walked
But
everywhere,
I
you
mean,
wouldn't be
so I
fat no
mean,
more. So why don't
And
you
so,
turn
all right,
and
all
this
right,
is why
stop
we're.
doing
all
what
right.
stop
Take it
using
to
your
I
phone
take it to
and stop
accountability
supporting the
that
system?
you believe we were tricked, but you don't take no accountability for us falling for the tricks.
No, because
Okay,
and I'll
okay,
explain
so
why.
then don't
I'll
bitch and
explain why that
complain
is.
that Africa's
I'll explain,
resources have been taken.
and I'll
Yo,
explain
that
why. And I'll explain why. I'll explain to the
that's a
brother why.
woman's mentality.
I
Actually, no.
bet you're the guy
Actually,
that writes Coke and bitches about how
I'm
much
gonna.
sugar's in
Hang
their
tight,
pop.
guys. Bob with the $5 super chat. Linwood, you are making black people sound like a bottom mad at the top for not kissing him while being come on. Carmen with the $5 super chat. How y'all go from talking about white South African farmers or Africans to blacks? Like what the blank? How we go blacks be minding their business and here they come. Why? Yes, I would like to go back to the white South Africans in the topic. Go ahead.
Oh no,
How
much does Chad have to pay for a one-on-one between me and Linwood?
I'm actually trying to.
About the South Africans.
Trying to have.
How much does Chad have to pay for a one-on-one between me and Linwood?
I'm actually trying to have this conversation.
Hey yo,
like a
get back to
$10
my question about the South
$10.
Africans.
Yo, chat $10 one-on-one me and Linwood if you want it. If you want to hear it, one-on-one me and Linwood.
This is the
$10.
greatest channel. This is the
Go ahead,
greatest channel on
Brandon.
YouTube. This is the greatest channel on YouTube.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
Yo, like my question is like, would you have the same energy if it was white people doing the same thing to black people in South Africa, or does it just have to do with white people? Period.
Is that a question related to
we've
me?
taken
No, that question is to the whites.
We've taken
No, that's for
54
everybody.
We've taken 54 white people and we've taken almost 9,000 non-whites.
I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem.
The
Well, what's
problem
the
is
problem?
people bitching. The problem is people bitching that the South Africans got brought over here.
I'm not bitching at all.
Motherfuckers, over there, over like
about
10 million motherfuckers came over here by themselves with unauthorized access.
The
These
people who
motherfuckers was authorized to come here. What's the problem?
I'm not upset that they're here.
The problem is
Linwood's
that
upset that they're white.
the problem is
I agree. I agree.
I'm not upset at all about that.
The problem is that they're calling this a white genocide, which I disagree with.
How is it a genocide when nobody's dying?
Exactly. That was the whole thing. It was not a white genocide.
People are dying.
That's all
Now,
I'm saying.
I have no issue with them being here.
The
But
motherfuckers that came over here illegally was dying due to the trip and the circumstances of the trip coming here.
But my thing is the people who voted for him and thought that he was on their side, they were all buddy, make America great again. They're the ones that got tricked in the bag.
I don't feel like I got tricked. I feel like I got everything I voted for.
For 10 years.
Yeah, I feel like I got everything I voted for, bro.
I'm not talking to the black and white people. The black people that voted for him, mostly black men, they can do what they want to do. They're not even a part of black people anymore. They're over there. The white people,
they're not black anymore. They're not. If you vote for Trump, you're not black anymore. You lose your black card if you don't vote for Trump.
You sound like Biden, man. What that mean?
Well, let me explain this to people. I don't talk about black conservative men because I don't discuss things with them. But I will say to the non-black, non-white people that voted for him that thought, okay, he's just going to go after the negative people, and they're the ones that became the target.
How did they become the target? In which way? Like, explain to me how they became the target. How did legal Americans become the target of?
I don't talk to black conservatives.
Oh, so that's a cop out.
No, you're done.
That's your reason. That's your answer to say that you don't have an answer.
You're on a black conservative panel. You're on a black conservative panel, dude.
I'm only here for.
I didn't even know this was a conservative panel, yo. I just heard the dialogue. I was like, yo, I need to see
the reason why. I'm here for the brother Hotep. But anyway, because black conservative men, you can't really have a conversation with them because it's like sort of like talking to.
Because they not falling for the bullshit.
Jack Keys with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Will the South Africans be on scooters doing Grubhub, running red lights? I don't know. That's a good question. Those whites look very well to do, so I doubt it.
I mean, well, most of those
shit, they working.
most of
They
those,
working.
most of those people. Actually, actually, he's not bringing in the majority of South
This
Africans.
is
He's
pure
actually
evil.
bringing in.
This is pure evil.
What he's actually doing. Actually, if I can get a word in here for a moment. Trump is bringing in the well-to-do white South Africans. He's not bringing in those South Africans that are poor over there.
He's not bringing in the undesirables that was coming in before. That's what's going on.
Now, the people that are upset with him about this, that voted for him, they're like, oh, and they've been saying, we got tricked, we got fooled. I'm like, well,
how you get tricked? They tricked and fooled in the what?
Now, mind you, the people that I'm hearing this from,
that, you fat queer.
Now, when
Yo, you must be watching MSNBC or some shit. Yo, ain't
Actually, I
nobody
don't watch
saying that shit.
You know the
I'm not
difference?
watching MSNBC.
Linwood, you know the difference between you and Brandon? Brandon actually has life experiences. Brandon probably has actually been in fights. Brandon's probably been through stuff in his life.
So,
and he has hear me out. He has life experience. Linwood, you're a fat white guy with black skin. That's what you are.
So is a white person going to speak for you, sir? You can't speak for yourself? White person got to speak for you?
Nah, everybody entitled to their opinion. That's part of what I voted for. Everybody had their First Amendment right.
But brother, I'm talking to you. So I'm not talking to a cracker. I'm talking to a brother.
I'm saying but you already said that you don't talk to conservative black men.
So let me ask you a question.
I know that you talking to me.
So here's my question. You said you got everything you wanted. Now, mind you, the tax bill, you're not going to get any benefits out of it.
Why you say that?
Because it's not.
What's the tax bill? Explain the tax bill to me and why it's not going to benefit me.
So-called the beautiful tax bill. He wants to make his tax plan from 2017 permanent, which means that the three bottom tax brackets pay more in taxes. The top
all right, so where you getting this
So,
information from? Because this is inaccurate.
Wall Street Journal.
That's inaccurate. Those are Democratic platforms.
Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal is Republican. Wall Street Journal's Republican.
They not.
Wow.
That's from the Wall Street Journal.
Brandon, where you from? You mind me asking where you from, bro?
I'm from Charlotte.
Charlotte, North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I'm glad the Democrats got the governorship in that state, because buddy.
Yeah, okay.
We voted Republican in the presidential election.
But
it's only Democrat because ain't no Republicans running.
No, you just telling me where you from. I can understand why you talk the way you talk.
Your governor's a Democrat.
I smoke a lot.
A Democrat.
I don't know what you do, but you're from Charlotte, North Carolina. You answer my question.
Yeah.
This is why black conservatives should not be allowed to vote, because they can't even tell you who their governor is. Who's your governor? Who's your attorney general?
Cooper.
I don't know what they're trying to conserve. First of all, I haven't heard a so-called black Republican ever tell me what is it they're trying to conserve.
Is your lieutenant governor. Mark Stein is your governor. Roy Cooper got term limited.
That's the battle, Dr. Chink.
Once again,
tempt me to jump up and get my noon chuck, man. Stop that.
This is why black conservatives
ain't no Republicans running, y'all. On the ballot, it wasn't nothing but Democrats, so it didn't concern me.
So wait a minute, stop right here. So the governorship between Mark Stein and your former lieutenant governor, Mark Robinson.
No, Robinson, he fell under that scandal shit, yo. So he wasn't eligible like that. That was a lost cause for him to run.
Brother, how much weed do you smoke on a daily basis?
Shit, a lot.
Okay. And you on the platform
this is why he's a
discussing political affairs, geopolitical and social political affairs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Ben, what's wrong with that? If the man wants to smoke weed, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, Ben? Ben, you smoke poles. Ben, you smoke poles all day.
Mike,
so what's the problem with the man smoking weed? What's the problem with it? You're not going to attack my friend Brandon. You're not going to attack my friend. I will rip you, Ben. Ben, you're an angry old man who sits in a dark room. Brandon, Brandon, don't let this old crusty man. And look at Linwood.
The more
Brandon, Linwood said, Linwood said he plays semi-pro football. Linwood said he plays semi-pro football. Look at him. Look at
somebody's gonna pay to drop you, Mike. You just keep talking. Someone's gonna pay to drop you. I guarantee you.
My man be rocking the dress with the
somebody's gonna pay to drop you, Mike.
He said he plays semi-pro football.
No,
which means he's one step under the NFL, dude. You have two sets of eyebrows.
Real quick, guys. L with the $2 super chat. Brandon has CTE from high school football, and Bob with the $5 super chat. Linwood, by your metric, you shouldn't even have a job because you don't know who the CEO of the company is or the vice president, or by your metric.
Actually, I do know who that is.
He's a black guy, right? Yeah, he's a black guy. CEO.
Marvin Ellison.
Yep.
Marvin Ellison.
Yep, Marvin Ellison. Correct. Yep.
So he does know.
Yeah.
See, once again, you're once again, and speaking abroad in a spirit.
Once again, Brandon. He said he was a nose tackle. He said he was a nose tackle. He's 5'8", 320 pounds, and he was a nose tackle, semi-pro.
So if you look at, we look at this. Let's also look at this in a broad context to Brother Hotep. I'm talking to you, brother.
Let me say this, bro. Let Mike keep talking, and I guarantee you, sooner or later, somebody's going to pay to drop you.
Look like a roach on my kitchen floor.
Somebody's going to pay to drop
Bob with the $10 super chat. White South Africans don't come even close to being in the oppression league. I agree with you, Bob. They couldn't even be in some Navajo reservation community college league where everyone is drunk and high on peyote. Guys, get the likes up, share the video, extend the show. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys get the likes on.
My whole point is black people the only people that ain't got over oppression, though.
You said
everybody else been oppressed in the world.
You said ain't got over it. You said ain't got over it. You said ain't got over it.
Ain't got over it. Still,
Brandon, you ever hear what happened to Ben with his ice cream, with his pappy? He couldn't get ice cream. You ever hear about that story about his pappy?
You're gonna get dropped, Mike. Watch. Sooner or later, somebody gonna pay to drop you. People do really genuinely don't like you, man.
So
where's my ice cream? Ben, where's my ice cream? Ben, where's my ice cream?
Genuinely don't like you.
Where's the inequity in Charlotte? Because the inequity in Charlotte is real. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. The inequities in Charlotte are worse.
Yeah, see, Mike, you dropped already.
See, if he believes,
what you mean the inequity, like inequality?
What do you mean by the inequity?
Inequity is only like equality. Don't matter about your skin tone or none of that shit. It matters if you're qualified. If you're qualified,
are you high right now? Are you high right now?
Actually,
I'm smoking right now, but I'm still like. My skin tone ain't stop me from doing anything. What can you not do as a black man that the white people can do?
So what are you doing
now? I can't take you serious, brother.
So what are you doing now? So let me ask you this question.
So keep your questions to other people on the panel, because I can't take you serious.
Well, I'll ask him a question.
Go ahead, Linwood. Go ahead.
I'll ask him a question.
You better put a sentence together.
Ask me a question. Go ahead.
If he doesn't, okay, I'll meet him halfway. I'll meet you halfway. So there's no systemic inequalities among black and non-black people. Am I hearing you correctly?
Nope.
Am I hearing? Okay, great.
There's individuals individuals that may be racist and have certain types of.
Let me ask you this question. Sir.
Go ahead.
You're interrupting. Nobody talking to you right now.
Now, the question I have for you is: can you prove that there are no systemic inequities between white people and black people?
Can you prove that there are?
Yes, I actually can.
Listen,
that's a good one. Hold on, Ben,
hang
tight. That's a good one.
There's plenty.
All right, go ahead.
There's plenty. I mean,
tell me one. Give me one. One thing that you can't do as a black man and white people can do.
I said inequities. I didn't say what an individual can do. I said inequity. Is there
what's the difference?
Outcomes or life expectancy?
Linwood. He is asking you a very good question. Can you answer his question? That's a good question.
Now, if you want to talk about individualism,
No. I mean, as a whole, like there's certain shitty individuals that judge people off of their skin or whatever, they're
But
racist or
sir,
whatever. But
I'm not.
as a
But
whole
sir,
systemic shit,
I'm not
no.
talking about. I'm not talking
Linwood,
about
Linwood, that
somebody
is a
disliking.
Linwood. As a whole,
He
are
ain't
black.
gonna answer
That's
because
a
he
good
ain't got the
question.
answer.
That's a
I'm
good
actually
He
going
question.
to
ain't got
answer.
the answer, Sway.
Collectively, black people can, but collectively, black people are systemically locked out. So systemically,
How is it both? How is
black
it
people
both?
collectively, black people are at a disadvantage when it comes to health, when it comes to medical.
So why
So
is that?
if
Is
we
that
break it,
black people's fault or is that white
so
people's fault? Is that black people's
there
decisions
there's
or is
Hold
actually
that
on, one at a
white
time. One
actually
at a
people?
well
time. One at a time.
there's actually it's
Linwood, you
actually
were
well
saying that black
documented.
people. Hold on, one at a time. You were saying that black people are kept out of health. What does that mean exactly?
If
Because
I'm
I
allowed to
have
explain
health
it,
insurance. I know
what I mean
friends of
by
mine who've
what I
sold health
mean by that,
insurance.
what I mean
Go
by
ahead.
that is when and you can look this up. There's a study up medical study of the medical study that black people, that white doctors and white nurses do not believe that black people suffer the same amount of pain as a white patient. That's number one. Number two, a black woman is more likely to die in labor than a white woman having the same thing.
Yo, what that
The
got to do with the
medical
system, though?
that is a system, sir. That's what I mean by a system. Even the richest
Just
black
because
people,
black people
even
health is
even
shittier because they
even
make shittier decisions on what to
actually,
eat and all of
actually,
that other shit,
actually,
the
Serena
system
Williams,
is.
Serena Williams, who is the most highly celebritized black female,
This.
she
Wait a minute.
herself almost died.
Wait a minute. How about this, Linwood? Okay, because
No, that's not a
Brandon.
joke. That's
Hold on.
actually
Hold
true.
on. Hold on. Hold
You
on. Hold
sound
on.
like a
Hold
joke,
on.
bro.
Hold on. Despite the fact that Brandon is smoking dope or weed,
Oh, I got legible points.
he is asking some very good questions, and he's
I'm
not even.
busting ass right now. I'm
Yeah, and I
cooking.
gotta admit this, man. You know, high or not.
If you're
No,
looking at
Linwood.
individualism,
Yeah,
that's
Our
I'm
one thing.
cooking, nigga.
guys, Brandon, hang tight. Let me do this real quick.
Go
Linwood,
ahead, bro.
are black people, are we not allowed to form our own hospitals? Our own. Okay, that's what Brandon is pretty much asking. Okay, okay,
and I'll tell you, I'm explaining why that is, because see, when I have to explain things to people who are slow learners.
Nah, because it don't make fucking sense, yo.
Actually, it does. If you don't have the wealth and the access to capital to build a hospital or the access to land, how can you build a hospital if you don't have the money to build it?
Game the shit.
If you don't have the money.
Why?
All right, so say you ain't got a house, yo. Won't you just go get a job, build your money up, and go get your fucking house that you need to live in?
Okay. If you don't make
Okay,
enough,
all
if
right.
you don't make enough money equity wise, you're looking at this
Then you
big
need
thing.
to
See,
make more money.
people think that this is so easy. It's not.
But Linwood, there have been historically black hospitals,
It's
and
been
yes,
historically
and where
black everything.
they are now.
I have
Where
no
they are now.
idea. I mean, I have no
The
idea. I mean,
motherfucking black community fell for the banana in the tailpipe
we
and
also
felt like we
we
needed the
also
government.
we actually
And
no, actually that's not true. Let me I'm actually explaining
yeah,
this to people.
Democrats fucked us over. That's what
Actually,
happened.
Republicans also fucked us over.
Nah,
Two
then the
party system is
Republicans
not
been fighting
the
for
two
our
party
freedom since
the two part
slavery.
the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are the two different parties today. They're not the same parties
Yeah,
they were back in the
they
60s.
too different. Nah, the
And
Democrats is
so
definitely different than the Democrats of yesterday.
yesterday,
Like the Democrats of yesterday was way more sneaky, but they were still on the same
but
bullshit. They were
actually both
the
parties are.
new slave. That was the new slave masters of
So
the new generation,
what I'm
bro.
trying to explain here is that yes, a black person can go out there and work 5 times as harder for half as much, but that white black person actually ends
So,
up
but
dying
at the same
earlier.
time, that
And
black person can work 5 times as harder for less, and then build what he need to
if he
build his
lives,
own shit, and then
if he
charge
lives
what
to
he
even see
wants.
it, if he lives to see it,
And why
yeah.
won't he live to see it?
Because
He in the hood
you ever heard
making
of thing?
bad choices?
Have you heard of a thing called John Henryism?
Nah, what's that?
John Henryism is when a black person particularly a black male, works 5 times as harder to try to overcome systemic racial problems. So in their lifetime,
Yeah, I ain't never experienced that because when I work
in their
5 times
lifetime,
harder than the next man, I
in
get
their
promoted.
lifetime, in their lifetime,
I don't
in
give
their
a fuck with
lifetime,
that.
in their lifetime, they end up having a lot of health issues because they have worked their bodies to exhaustion.
Is it because they work so much, or is it because they got a shitty eating habits?
Linwood, your
shitty life choices. That's what does it.
Bad life choices, shitty eating habits, and a lot of stress from the old lady.
Actually, that also causes a lot of systemic problems. Now, if Brother Hotep, he probably knows what I'm talking about with the John Henry
What, the
syndrome.
old lady causes a lot of systemic problems?
The John Henry, Hotep, have you heard of the John Henry syndrome?
Oh yeah. But you wasting your time there, Wood. You're wasting your time, man. Listen when this brother is talking.
Ben, how is he wasting
living in the past, brother? Like,
Ben.
yo, it's a new day. And you can do whatever the
No,
fuck
is this
you
your first
wanna do.
time on this panel?
Yeah, it's my first time
okay,
on
so
any panel,
you
period.
Really, you really on the curve, bro. You're on the curve.
Nah, I ain't on no curve.
No, yes, you are. How old are you? How old are you?
I don't want to be on the curve, yo. I'm not a
how old are you,
type
Brandon?
nigga, yo.
Brandon.
And judge me on the straight up.
Focus. How old are you, Brandon? How old are you,
I'm 37.
You have any kids, Brandon?
Yeah, I got 3 kids.
They up under your roof?
Yeah, I'm married.
Oh, somebody married you?
Brandon.
Yeah, I married somebody.
Oh, so they didn't.
Man, I'm not gonna let you take over the goddamn show.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Can you prove anything that he's saying is wrong, Ben?
No, he can't. That's the whole point.
But you gotta understand.
Throwing other bullshit in here.
You know what the platform is
a coping mechanism for managing long-term exposure to social stressors such as social discrimination.
We're not going to get into no deeper discussions about nothing. When I'm talking to a man from North Carolina, from the South, he's 37. He gets high. He's loaded right now.
Got anything to do with it,
James, you ready to interrupt?
Okay,
so how am I gonna? Okay, just like you and I, CT, when we were having a discussion.
Ben.
No,
he
CT.
is cooking. Ben, he is cooking.
He's not cooking. He's not even making logical. He's not even making a logical argument.
Hush up, man. Ben, hush up.
You tell your kids to hush up, CT.
I don't
want to go there.
He's making absolute perfect sense.
No, he's making absolute. He's making absolute.
Okay. What did he say that was? What did he say that was incorrect? What stopped
anything that white people do? No,
Linwood did not answer the question. What is stopping black people from doing anything?
You know what it is, CT. It's a multiplicity.
What is it? What is
some
it?
of the prop? Wait,
what?
Some of the prop.
Name it. Name it. Name
Do
one.
you want me to answer it?
Name it. Name one.
Some of the problems that we created.
Name an institution.
No. Hold on. Name
some of the problems we
without it being that white people can do that black people can't do.
Without personal accountability.
There's multiplicity of things that white people can do that we can even do better.
Name one. Just name one.
Well, there's some of the most prolific brain surgeons on the planet has been black men. You know that.
All right, so yeah.
So there's some of the most
white people are equal. Then okay, good. That's all.
When you look at the locomotive, when you look at the stop. Wait, hold on. You asked me a question. If we look at the stoplight, if we look at a lot of inventions that black people made contributions to, you know what those are, CT. See, this is what I'm saying when you're being disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. L with the $5 super chat. Brandon, white people lock people out of certain industries, like Asians lock people out of the beauty industries. Is not rocket science. Brandon, the super chat is towards you, but
you make your own industry, yo. Right.
Okay, let me explain John Henryism to the audience.
The brother's high and he's trying to have an intellectual conversation.
All right. I'm gonna take the accountability of John Henryism. What?
Okay, John Henryism.
John Henryism you cannot do.
Let me explain it.
You might have to work harder to get what you want, but you're gonna get what you want if you work
anybody in the chat, get Mike off the panel. Anybody in the sound of my voice,
Arguing
get
with a
them off
guy
the panel.
with you're
Okay.
arguing with a
John
guy with
Henryism.
3D goggles on, bro, who has divided attention, man. Why are you even entertaining it?
Okay.
Because I don't
John
need
Henry
him
is
to
a
Playing a
listen to
video
the
strategist.
game, bro.
bullshit that he's spewing at me, because it don't make
Actually,
no
hold on.
sense. Right, if you got any type of sense, so you can understand what the fuck I'm saying fully.
Hold on for a second. Chris with the $5 super chat. I want to ask the panel why nobody mad at Oprah. She took her money and built a school in South Africa. Nothing for the U.S. because if she had built it in the U.S.,
Because it wasn't advertised on TV for you to hate it.
Yep. All right, go ahead, guys. I'm gonna bring
whatever,
everybody back
because
up in a
the
minute.
shit
Go
that-
ahead. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna explain John Henryism.
I know what the fuck John Henryism mean. You explained it 3 times.
Actually, I'm gonna try and explain it, but you've been talking.
Doesn't matter.
John
because-
Henryism, the term was
Alright, go ahead.
conceived in the 1970s by African American epidermist and public researcher Sherman James, while he was investigating racial health disparities between Black people and others in North Carolina. One of the people he interviewed was a Black man who, despite being born in an impoverished sharecropping family and having only a 2nd grade education, could read and write. And the man had freed himself and his children from the sharecropping system, had 75 acres of farmed land by age 40. But by his 50s, he had hypertension, arthritis, and severe peptic ulcer disease. The name John Henry and his circumstances was evocative of folk hero John Henry. And
Hey, time for me, Lil. Hello, CT. Mike said you laugh at me every time I donate. I do? I didn't know that. Go ahead, Linwood. Thank you so much, Pat. Go ahead.
if I can still be heard, who worked vigorously enough to compete successfully with a high steam powered machine, but dies as a result of his effort.
Yo, we already heard the folk tale about John Henry and the ox, so I know what the fuck John Henry is. Like,
okay, the
that
effects
don't change that. All right, so you
men who scored.
all right, you got
Actually,
that. You
men
all
who
right,
scored.
when was that?
Men who scored higher on the John Henryism scale
when was
were
that
not
article
found
published?
to have.
When
Actually,
was that article published?
This gentleman, this is not an article. It's actually from Sherman James, actually. And Sherman A. James is an American epidemiologist. He is the Susan B. King Professor Emeritus of Public Policy at Duke University Sanford School
Yeah, I
of
know
Public
he
Policy.
old as shit with all them names and shit. Nah.
Epidemiologist.
But what year was that? Yo, you talking about some shit 50, 60, 70 years ago. Yo, we in a new age right now. There's been laws and shit that been made after that to prevent all of this shit.
But actually, this is not just. This actually was brought up again in 2020.
Yeah, it was brought up, but with no validity.
And actually, there's a lot to it, because by age 50, Black men we're less likely to live past our 50s.
Yeah,
Sometimes
because
our 60s.
niggas is killing each other and doing all this other bullshit. Yo, like, nigga, we barely make it to 21. What the fuck you mean?
So what saying is, as much as you're saying is about we can work harder.
I ain't saying work harder. I'm saying
by the time
work
in our
very
50s,
more
by the time we get into our 50s and 40s and whatever, we have these chronic health conditions.
Yo, you have better outcomes.
And
you can't run around being a thug your whole life thinking tomorrow you're gonna be a millionaire.
Well, majority of Black people are not thugs. They're actually working people.
Nah, not a majority.
Not a majority, sir. Majority of Black people are working. Majority of Black people are working people. They're not gangsters committing crimes on the black market.
People are working, but they still thugs.
So, are you a thug? Are you a thug, sir?
Nah, I'm not. I used to be.
So what makes you separate from? So what makes you separate from the Black person that works a 9 to 5?
JoJo says Dutchy reminds me of Velma.
I work a 9 to 5. Well, I don't work a 9 to 5. I work a 9 to 11 at night. I put in hours at work.
So you're telling me. So you're telling me.
I'm a chef though. Like, nah,
Now
I've changed my life. I used to live like that, but no, I changed my life, and I understood that better choices make better outcomes and better decisions made. Like, you make better decisions with your life, there's better things to come. You're not gonna run around being a thug, fucking hood rats and shit, thinking that you're gonna be.
Now, do I personally believe that Black people should function constructively on a code of conduct? Yes, but
that makes a big difference between the shit that you're talking about and what.
Now, systemically,
ain't
Black
no
people have far less wealth.
No, bro.
Actually, the average white household has $110 of household wealth.
It don't have nothing to do with systemically. It's all to do with fucking accountability.
So
what
wait
the
a
fuck
minute.
are you doing with your life?
Are Black people the blame for their systemic problems that they didn't
cause?
What
Systemic problems? Tell me what the systemic problems is. You still haven't told
lack
me.
of household wealth, locked out of economic opportunity.
What is? How is that systemic?
That's
and
systemic,
not personal accountability.
That's not personal. Actually, we can go back to the housing crisis of 2008, where Black people who had decent credit scores were put into. I'm actually explaining it, sir.
Bro,
Carmen with the $10 super chat, man.
Like, what the fuck?
Hang tight, guys. Hang tight. Carmen with the $10 super chat, man. And LLC.
I'm talking to a druggie.
Hold on.
Nah,
man,
I'm not a druggie. I just smoke weed, bro.
Hold on, Brandon. And LLC costs the same for everyone. Not everyone has a defeated mindset. Please be for real. They burnt Black Wall Street and we never rebuilt it. Can we get back to the topic? Go ahead, Brandon. Guys, let Brandon and Linwood rock it out real quick. Go ahead, Brandon and Linwood.
I'm not going to continue talking to a druggie. Because I'm talking something serious.
I smoke weed, bro. I'm talking to you serious too, but
I'm talking seriously.
You can't be serious.
I'm not going to talk on the panel. I'm not going to talk on the panel. I'm not going to talk on the panel full of suspected white supremacists.
We're not going to run in the victim Olympics right now, bro.
This is not victim
Olympics, man.
This is not victim Olympics.
If you make,
we're not doing victim Olympics.
All right, what you do for?
We're talking something very serious.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a flooring specialist at Lowe's.
That's what I am. So you got a pretty good job, whatever.
I would say better. I would say not perfect, but I'm actually just basically trying to work.
I would say pretty good.
I don't think it's pretty good. It's enough to get by on the plantation. It's enough to get by on the plantation.
Right? And you living right.
It's good to be on the plantation.
Here.
I mean, if the white people approve it,
no, hold on.
If the white people approve it, then they get raised.
You worked there long enough to know your shit, right?
I've worked there be a year this year. Be a year in June.
All right, so give it another year. You probably know your shit, know everything enough where you can open your own shit.
Well, sir. For me to open my own,
Ain't tight. Big Dolphin sleep with the $5 super chat. This fat fuck is 450 pounds complaining about making past
Yeah.
Well, I expect that from childish people like yourself. Actually, I'm not 400 pounds either. But nice try. But once again, yes, a Black person can go now. If you're talking about, I'm actually less than 350, sir. Not even close to 350. Way.
You must be like 5 foot nothing.
I'm 5'8". But back to the conversation at hand, as far as Black, as far as what I'm trying to discuss here, as individual Black people. Yeah, but the individual Black people do not account for the systemic problems that the collective faces. Because Oprah Winfrey has millions of dollars, does not necessarily mean that trickles down to the Black collective.
All right,
and
so all right, explain the systematic racism when a Black man made it all the way to the pinnacle of the United States and made it to be president of the United States, and the president of the free world, yo. How is there systemic racism in here and the Black man made it?
I'll explain it.
It was set up.
My bad, 49 pounds.
Black people
It was
themselves
all part
cannot.
of the plan, wasn't it?
Actually, black people themselves cannot vote for a president because we do have a thing called the Electoral College, which means that majority of black people are not the
Do
majority of
you
those in the state.
understand how the electoral college works, right?
Yes, actually, I do.
And
They
so
actually,
for each
and
state,
actually,
percentage,
the
like
Electoral College
it makes
benefits.
it a even selection for
Actually,
everybody in the
it's not
United
an even
Hold on a
States.
second.
selection.
Savage paid to come up real quick. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
You muted, Savage.
Just so you
There you
know,
go.
when he says that he is a floor specialist, he sells flooring at Lowe's. That's it.
Yes, I do. Yes, I
That's it.
do. Yes, I do sell for it.
You come in and say, "Hey, I want to do my floors," and then he shows you the products they have, and then he writes up your order. That's it. Not
Yes,
skilled,
that's what I do.
not knowledgeable, just some guy with a vest on selling you floor that you
Actually, I
already
know
want.
about it.
So
I know
that's
about the
personal
subfloor.
accountability. So
I know about the
he
subfloor.
can go to school
So
and learn how to install
now
those floors
I would tell a customer this.
and had a whole
I will tell
business
a customer this.
plan
If a
with the.
customer,
All right, go ahead, man.
I will tell a
You
customer
can
this
tell,
before
yo,
they.
I ain't nobody looking to buy no floors right now, so don't nobody give a fuck what you gonna tell a
Well,
customer.
but that's just about what I do. But when you talk about, he asked me a question about systemic racism and how that works. Well,
You
black
still
people
ain't told me no
by
type
the
of system.
year
You ain't
20
told me no
by
system
the
that's
year
against black people.
by the year
What system is
2040.
against? No. I don't give a fuck about 2040. Right
By
now, today,
2040, black people's wealth would be down to
what
zero.
system is against black people?
Linwood.
The system of white supremacy.
Linwood, explain to me. Linwood, explain to me how the housing crisis.
Yo, this a boogeyman.
How that was
It's a
systemic
boogeyman
racism.
chasing us, yo, as black
Okay.
people, yo.
Actually, Wells Fargo had to pay out $400 million in lawsuits
Oh
because
nah,
they
but you
called the
don't. But no,
loans
but do
ghetto
you
loans or
understand?
mud loans.
But do you
And what was
understand
happening with the
that Kamala
subprime,
Harris was
the
involved in
subprime,
that shit, and
the
she
subprime.
dismissed all of them shit, so.
Actually, that happened way before Kamala Harris. This is actually 2009,
Nah.
2010. She was not even
Yeah,
in the
I know
Senate.
that was
She
in
was not
that.
even in the Senate. She
No,
didn't.
that's how she got the job.
She was not in the Senate. She
Yo,
was
Will
a
with the $2
district
super
attorney.
chat.
That's how she got the job.
Brandon
as
is a
Senate.
dope fiend talking prison babble. Nah, Brandon is actually talking sense. Chill, Will.
Now, what I'm
Telling
saying,
bro,
well,
just because I smoke weed, that
he
don't
asked
mean I
me
don't know what the fuck
he
I'm
asked me
talking
about the
about, man.
subprime mortgage scandal. I'm
I
actually
be on
trying
this shit. I
I'm
be
trying
on
to
this
explain
shit
that to
like.
him.
All right,
The subprime mortgage
explain the
scandal happened
bullshit
when
that you about to try and swing.
the subprime mortgage scandal
Hold on
happened
for a
when
second. It's a lot of super chats coming through. Ernie with the $5 super chat. AI overview Black CEO. AI overview Black CEO Marvin Ellison. He is the chairman, president, and chief executive officer of Lowe's Companies. He's Black. Yes, he is Black. And I know.
he was appointed by the shareholders.
Yeah.
He was appointed by the shareholders. But
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm saying,
that's systemic
but what I'm
racism at its
but what I'm
finest.
saying,
So we
but
need them
he
type of
actually
racists all
Hold on, let
around.
Savage go real quick. Savage paid.
We
So
need,
let Savage
we
go.
need them
Go
racists.
ahead, Savage. Go ahead, Savage.
I'm trying to answer his question because Savage asked me a question.
Did pay, so I'm just trying to.
It was rhetorical.
Actually, I'm explaining that. I'm actually explaining
No,
that.
sir. Listen. It's a rhetorical question. The reason that subprime loans were made and they were forced to be given to people that didn't qualify was the federal government hearing blacks cry about not being able to get loans, forced the
That's
banks
not
to.
accurate.
They
That's not accurate.
That is
They
accurate.
forced the
That's not
banks
accurate.
to make them.
That's not
They
accurate.
forced
That is
the
not
banks to
accurate.
give.
Yeah, they forced them to get a loan,
They
and all the
forced the
loans that
banks
they
to
gave
give
out
That was
loans.
under
folded,
Jimmy
and they
Carter. That was
lost a
under.
whole bunch
That
of
was
money.
back in the 70s. That was
No,
under
that
Jimmy
was
Carter.
not in the
When
70s.
President
That was
Bush,
not in the
President
70s.
Bush,
No, that definitely was
Bush,
not in the 70s,
President
bro.
Bush deregulated the banking system.
Nah,
President
he
Bush
know
also
what he
deregulated
talking
the housing
about, man.
market. So let me explain. So let me explain this to the simpletons on the panel. The subprime mortgage scandal
all
was
them
when
loans they
banks were
gave
trying to.
out folded because they gave out a lot of loans to
They
ineligible
gave out to
people.
loan the people that were not eligible for subprime mortgages. So let's say a non-white candidate, non-white applicant had a credit score of 700 and did not apply or did not qualify for a subprime loan. They will put them into a subprime loan without them knowing that they were under not a non-prime loan, but they were under a subprime loan, because that was the way they can make the quickest dollar faster through the interest, was to put it in through subprime loans. And so when this whole thing broke out, they were trying to put insurance.
You just saying
They
a
were
whole
putting
bunch of bullshit that
they were
don't
putting
mean nothing.
insurance on. That's why AIG got involved, because they were putting the insurances. They were putting insurance on the loans and hoping that they defaulted.
Yeah, so Linwood, I understand that you're a floor specialist. I understand you're a floor specialist and your expertise is they asking you to find the flooring that's waterproof. But unfortunately, sir, you're missing the part that blacks cried about being discriminated against about getting loans. So they wrote a law and they made the banks give out these loans. The banks doing manipulation in order to make money is separate from the fact that the only reason that they were giving these loans out was because they were forcing banks. Banks were going to get sanctioned if a certain percentage of their loans was not subprime loans.
That were early days DEI.
I just got a question. Linwood, real quick question. What the hell does this have to do with white South Africans?
I don't even know, sir. I don't even know.
You don't even know. No, like what you're talking about, right? You have successfully 5 hours in turned the entire conversation from white South Africans getting killed on a daily to Black Americans' oppression. Like, please, bro, please, for the love of God.
That's the struggle of the victim, man. Well, personally, I don't care about white South Africans. They're here already.
Anything that you talk about is going to
Of course you wouldn't care, because you don't care about anyone but Black people, bro.
But white South Africans are not being killed. That is a media bullshit lie.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's absolutely
No, it's not.
They're
It's
not
happening. 1,000% happening.
They're not
It's
happening.
They had a fucking chant talking about kill white people.
Yes, it is, Linwood. Yes, it is. I have a friend in South
it's
Africa
not
that's
happening.
telling me that it's happening.
Dude, white South Africa. Okay,
JoJo says, Savage, it's time for your next. What's that?
The
boxing strip. Oh.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
okay.
it's happening.
Everyone just calm down, right? I got this, okay? Are white South African Boer farmers not being murdered as we speak on a day-to-day?
No, you're equating that with Zimbabwe.
They're not being murdered on a day-to-day.
Yes,
you're
they
equating
are.
that with Zimbabwe.
No, it's not Zimbabwe. It's not Zimbabwe. It's happening in South Africa. It's not Zimbabwe. It's not Zimbabwe.
Now, I understand
what is the current?
I understand white lives matter over here. I understand white lives matter.
All lives matter.
White lives matter. So
all lives matter.
So it's not happening.
That high sugar.
All lives matter.
Slacks like
what is the current? What is the current chant of the current political party within South Africa?
Kill white people.
Kill the Boer. It's
that
literally
not,
kill the Boer.
no,
it's literally kill the Boer.
I was South African friend telling me that.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Bro, I swear to
God.
EFF, give me back up, I swear to God.
The EFF is not empowered.
I like to be anti-white. I like to be anti-white because I'm CP. I don't give a fuck.
They're not in power. They hold about what 3 or 4 seats in the Senate. They are not in power. It's the equivalent if the Green Party had a parade somewhere and they were screaming "kill blacks" or "kill whites" or litter in all the parks. I don't know. They don't even have that kind of power, bro.
So if that political
power,
that's political CT. If that
controls the government,
power, I don't give a fuck. You know what? You know who controls the government right now? They're not stopping the white South African farmers from dying, are they? They're not stopping the white South African farmers from dying right now, are they? No one gets prosecuted for it.
Yes, they get prosecuted.
When the men die and the women get raped and killed, you don't care about that, do you? Because they're
I don't care about that.
People. Because they're just white people. No one gives a fuck.
If anybody cares about
study and data, study and data, study and data.
But it's not a genocide. Hold on, Brandon. It's not a genocide. They ain't killing them wholesale.
The whites control farming and producing and manufacturing in South Africa, but you're trying to make it seem like it's a day-to-day wholesale killing.
It is a genocide.
No
They are specifically targeting people that
You're
work in
being disingenuous.
I'm not being
wealth distribution.
You got 9 unarmed black guys get killed in 2020, and they burnt down cities.
Pumpkin made it seem like the government. He made it seem like that is the official chant. It's not. That was the EFF. The EFF is the 4th largest political party in South Africa. The ANC was not doing that.
Is Black Lives Matter in power in America, CT?
Was that an ANC event?
CT. Does that even matter at this point? You know these people are dying.
They're not
How
dying,
many people
sir.
do you think are dying?
You know these people are dying.
Hold on for a second, Linwood. How many people do you think are dying?
At least a family every 2 weeks. At minimum.
Is that genocide?
Yes.
There are 490 seats in parliament in South Africa.
What is the definition of genocide under the United Nations?
I'll pull it up for you, buddy. You want me to pull it up for you?
Please do. I would like to see
before I pull it up. I'm just gonna point out.
I would like to see it because, sir, I know people who actually came from genocide, and that ain't no genocide.
Before I pull it up,
that ain't
a genocide.
Hold on, Brandon, please. Hang tight. That ain't no genocide. Now, are whites being targeted? Possibly so, but that ain't no genocide, buddy.
Okay. How many white South African farmers do you think there are?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
It would be literally the equivalent of like an outer group coming in to like the Midwest and killing farmers and trying to take their land. That would be the equivalent of it. How many do you think there are of them? See, there's a lot. How many Midwest farmers do you think there are?
I don't know, Bucky. Tell me how many.
Yeah,
Midwest
exactly.
farmers? Okay,
not that many, bro. Not that many.
I don't know.
So I'll get that definition for you.
Oh.
All right.
I didn't mean to do that, Brandon. Hang tight.
Hey, CT, didn't BLM say that blacks are being genocided by the police?
I think they did say that, but I never agree with that.
And
either.
then, question: didn't a black guy decide to drive over a bunch of white people in the name of BLM?
Yep.
And didn't someone that you like go to their courthouse?
Is he really black? He's a mixture. He's an admixture. He's you talking about Darren?
So,
yeah.
Isn't
trial was really
your
good.
Longtime friend of the channel? Didn't he go and support him? Because
Jay Prince went to go support him. Yes,
okay. Now, is Jay Prince in power?
No, he's not. Okay.
No. So is the guy that ran the whites over? Is he in power?
No, but let's talk about South Africa.
Black Lives Matter in power?
Well, they were kind of in power for the summer. I ain't gonna lie to you. That summer of
Black Lives Matter was the Democratic Party, so yeah, they was in power.
They kind of had some power. Yeah, they kind of had some. What does this have to do with South Africa?
Does Black Lives Matter control the country?
What does this have to do with South Africa? No, Black Lives Matter does not. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
They control the portion.
I get what you're saying. The EFF. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The EFF poses some sort of problem. I get what you're saying. It poses a problem. It's not just a chant in the stadium. I get what you're saying, buddy. But the EFF is not going around wholesale killing whites.
So
they are not going around
wholesale
killing. They are not wholesale killing anybody, bro.
Okay.
CT. All right, so
we literally had
the
three
Republican Party,
South Africa
the party
call
of the
in
plan?
within a matter of 2 weeks. Oh my God! Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is the Klan? Are they a major party in the United States?
No, they are not.
So if the Klan made a third party and they were cheering, and their slogan was to hang the blacks. Do you think them being a third party would not be a large problem? Do you think blacks would not be revolting?
It would be a problem amongst the blacks. Yes, it would be. Yes.
Okay, so you would tell them the same argument that they're not in power.
Yes,
so
it doesn't. Power. Yes. The EFF doesn't have power. Okay. I mean, it's not as powerful as you think, and neither was the Klan, to be completely honest with you.
Because the Klan,
we've highly overestimated CT's intelligence. Basically, is what we're.
You're not. No, I'm not.
We've highly overestimated.
I'm just saying that you were saying that Bumpkin. What you said is that's the chant in the country. It's not. That's the EFF in a stadium. Every South African isn't running around saying kill the Boers. I literally have seen private schools where the blacks and the whites and the Indian kids are all together. Oh, we're all South African. It's a diverse nation. Anyway, go ahead.
All right.
Dude, if you listen to any interview from any white South African, all of them have crazy security systems on their houses.
I already said earlier, the lady
who and barbed wire.
I said that earlier. The lady who I got an exfoliating thing on my skin. She's a white South African. She said that her family left because of that. However, it is not genocide. That's all I'm arguing. It's not genocide.
UN definition of genocide.
Okay, what's the UN definition of it? Go ahead.
Definition: Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article 2. Right. This is from the UN website. Okay.
Sure.
It's targeting, but not genocide.
In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. By that definition, since even under your definition, it's in part, right? You don't deny that this is happening to white South African farmers, right? You would never deny that's not happening, correct?
There is no targeted effort against the white South Africans. It is not genocide. And if you want to argue that point, then the American government is complicit in genocide every goddamn day. They've killed the Iraqis, they killed the Afghans, and so we're genocide too, then, right?
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Whatever.
All right, well, fair enough then, man. If we're gonna go by the UN definition, by your interpretation, we all are guilty of it. Then we all got blood on our hands. Then
Christian blood is doing
every system has blood in their hands, right? But you're being disingenuous by not calling out what's going on in South Africa.
We've had people from South Africa literally call in, and they have said otherwise. Security boss, who by the way is an expat, she's not a South African, but she lives there. She says that is not going on. From
what color is her skin?
It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter. Gonna lie? You think she's just gonna lie? Okay. Okay. Oh, she's lying. She's an American, and she's lying, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
He said she's an expat. She's not an American anymore.
I don't know if she's an expat. I think she still has her citizenship. I don't know.
I mean, then don't call her an expat.
Hey, CT.
I made a mistake.
Yeah. So CT. So there's actually a journalist from South Africa that did an interview with Tim Pool like a week ago, and one of his colleagues had been charged with treason for speaking about the genocide that's going on in South Africa. If you want to see the interview, he goes through and explains that it's a common occurrence of the white South Africans being killed for their land. So let me get this straight. You have 142 laws against whites based on their race in Africa. You have them being targeted and killed. You have their land being seized, but it's not a genocide. Gotcha.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense, Savage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's targeting, maybe even an invasion, but not a genocide. Ain't enough people died yet.
They've been doing this for 30 years.
They've been doing this for 30 years.
They've been doing it for 30 years. They've been killing them.
And apparently we didn't know the definition of genocide that well, because according to the UN, it actually is
genocide.
I was thinking too, like a genocide, you would think like the Holocaust or something, but apparently, just targeting a specific subtype of people is already.
Yeah, that's gang violence in the United States.
With the $5 super chat, James, you have a neck bent down. Wow, I got my first boner position. Go ahead, guys.
What the hell?
If that's the case, then gang violence is the same thing as genocide.
Well, kinda.
Yeah. They perpetrate genocide on each other in a sort of kind of a way, yeah, because they're different subsets of the same group. and they don't want them to live anymore.
Well,
So in a way,
that's a term that's used loosely. Then, in
I
my
wouldn't
opinion,
say I wouldn't say it's used. It's used.
yeah, in my
You're
opinion,
killing them. You're killing a group of people or a subset of people based off of an ideology, religion, ethnicity. Like that is a form of genocide. I don't know why this is difficult to understand.
It's not difficult. It's easy to understand, but they just
Because
make it
people
difficult.
have become insensitive to it because they think of genocide as like wiping out an entire race.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Like, I don't think genocide is killing like 10 people.
Genocide is killing 10 people if those 10 people own all of the farming in a country. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because you are specifically targeting them to try to redistribute the wealth in a nation, right? Similar to what happened in Zimbabwe as well. You are trying to specifically redistribute wealth.
If you're doing it for the purpose of redistributing wealth, then it ain't really.
It is because you are
genocidal.
Because you are specifically
you just getting the people out the way that's in the way. You getting your wealth.
But it doesn't ever end up like that. Look at Zimbabwe. Like they legitimately killed and kicked out every single white farmer, and then 30 years later they asked for them to come back because none of them knew how to fucking farm. So I mean, like this happened. This happened in real time. So
I mean, that would. I don't know that. I don't say that's a damn genocide though. That was just a hostile takeover.
By the way, anyways, Dutchie, have you ever been here before on this panel?
I ain't never been on no panel.
Okay.
Yeah, several times.
Several times. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to be the first one to welcome you to the WWE of YouTube.
Thank you.
This is
WWE of YouTube.
This is a terrible hellscape, and either you're gonna really like it or you're gonna.
I can stand my ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't getting no welcome like that.
I kind of you were even if you were high as a kite, you were based in most of the things that you were saying.
Yeah, I'm not high. I just woke up. This is a cigarette.
I was just being like, I mean, I was just being unbiased, like it's like factually motivated statements. So like.
Wait, hold on. Chaotic is saying, before the whites came to Zimbabwe, Dutchie, the blacks ate air. Thank you, whites, for teaching blacks how to eat something other than air. Yes, you're welcome.
You know what's crazy about that? You know what's crazy about that? CT's logic isn't consistent because he'll say himself that a book like Blood, Steel. Yeah, Blood, Steel, and Germs. I believe that's the book, right? Like that's the reason that Europeans advanced so far, because they had stuff like, actual farming tactics where Africa didn't, right? He'll say guns, germs, and steel, exactly. He'll say shit like that, right? He'll say shit like that. But then when we say, okay, well, Africans currently still don't have good farming techniques, and therefore whites farm in these certain areas, he then wants to push back against it. You're high as shit, CT. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, anyone can pick a fruit off of a tree, right? But to actually grow grain on a seasonal basis and store food, that's a whole nother different story. So stop capping. Stop capping.
Dutchie, Bumpkin has never left Wyoming. How he know how the Africans farmland? I think he meant farmed, but I'll let that one slide.
That African accent's coming out. What's going on there?
CT's never been to Africa, but yeah, he somehow knows.
Has any of us ever been to Africa?
Why would I?
No, I've never been to Africa. I'm talking about going to South Africa.
African.
Because I want to go to South Africa and check out Cape Town.
My granddad from Ghana.
Wait, you're Ghana? Like
Nah, my grandfather from Ghana. I ain't never been to Africa.
Huh.
Yeah, my grandfather, he's from Ghana.
Yeah, so Brandon, you need to just understand when you're talking to Linwood. Linwood's a black guy that's pro-black that lives around white people, doesn't hang
I'm
out with black
pro-black
people.
too. I'm pro-black too,
But he doesn't. He's pro-black, but lives
he a
around white
victim.
people.
Nah, he a victim.
Yes.
He got the victim mentality, like everything is somebody else's fault while he not
He's the type
succeeding
of
in
guy
life.
that drinks Coca-Cola and then sues them for how much sugar is in the pop.
And he the reason why McDonald's don't supersize it no more.
Are you rolling a joint right now, or is that tobacco?
No, he's rolling a joint.
He's rolling a joint. He's definitely rolling a joint.
It looks like it's tobacco.
That's
tobacco.
It's the green kind. Hey, it's the green kind of tobacco.
It's fresh tobacco.
Oh, you're telling me you're able to beat Linwood in debate high as shit? That's crazy.
Yeah. He took Linwood and beat him up and everything.
That's crazy.
Yo, this is my first debate.
He KO'd Linwood.
And this is my first debate ever. You know, I ain't never been on a panel or nothing. I might start doing this for real.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being pro-black, by the way. Nothing wrong with being pro-white. Nothing wrong with being pro-Asian, right? But just don't be.
I'm pro-American though, like for real. I'm just pro-American.
Just pro-American. I feel discriminated right now.
Why are you not American?
Americans for everybody though.
Hey Brandon. Hey Brandon.
First. Yeah.
Welcome to the panel, bro. Like, I wanted to ask you a question, get the new guy's perspective. Do you think we're just too focused on race? We're too focused on skin color?
No, it's just the motherfuckers that play victim. They always diverge the conversation to race and skin color because that's the only thing they got.
The superficial stuff. Like, were you always this based, or was it like a gradual progression for you to go beyond?
I always was, but I didn't know I was.
I think it's also chronically induced right now.
Nah,
it ain't.
I ain't even high.
I just want to point out that the Asian man with the name Dr. Chink asked if we were talking about race too much. Just want to point that out.
My name might as well be Mr. Cracker, bro. My name might as well be Mr. Cracker. We should change my name to Mr. Cracker.
Okay, but my name is Dutchy, so
Are you Dutch?
No, I'm marijuana.
No, she just smoked Dutchies.
I'm actually not pro marijuana.
I used to be, but then I saw what it did to my home state. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I'm definitely pro.
Nah, it wasn't just marijuana that did that to your home state.
I know, bro. I know it was other shit as well.
It definitely wasn't just marijuana.
I understand that, bro. No one smokes marijuana is like, I'm gonna go take all the pipes out of that house. You know what I mean? No one does that.
Yeah, so I don't like recreational marijuana because the cost of insurance goes up. So
marijuana not legal where I'm from, so I buy it off the streets.
Yeah. Here in Ohio, we have recreational marijuana, so it's
the recreational shit ain't as good.
Regardless,
you need the good shit.
Brandon, don't admit to committing crimes. Don't admit to committing crimes on panel, bro. Please. Oh,
man, there ain't nothing but
I thought technically it was okay in North Carolina. I thought it was okay.
All right, for the purpose of the conversation, is THCA.
There we go. Look at that.
I bought it in North Carolina before.
James, you tell me you smoke weed too?
I vape it mostly.
He has to smoke weed.
Shut up.
He has to?
No, I got health problems.
I do it for medical reasons, man. So it's
that's what I'm saying.
What kind of medical reasons? If you
anxiety, autism, and ADHD. So
just my attitude.
So it helps my ADHD and my autism.
Yeah. I smoke weed because I'm sad.
I smoke weed because I want to.
No.
And it helps me sleep better.
I smoke weed because all of the above.
All of the above.
Hey, shout out to Chill Will on the side chat here. He says, "Is this the Dope Fiend Chronicles?"
Yes.
I mean, I don't belong here, man. I don't smoke weed.
Yo, my man tried to call me a druggie.
It's funny
hey,
because Linwood's addicted to donuts.
I know he was desperate. He was desperately losing when he started coming in with the personal attacks.
Well, he doesn't have a good argument because if he makes the argument that you're addicted to weed, I don't think that's any better or worse than him being addicted to donuts.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I have never seen that man driving his car with the seatbelt on. I just want to point that out.
It don't fit. He talking about I'm less than 350. I mean, you short as shit.
What is he, 5'6"? Oh, fuck.
Yo, when y'all be on the stream, yo, I might start jumping in here with y'all, yo.
CT, I don't know. CT, do you have a streaming schedule, man? I mean, I know he's in the back chat.
It just depends on when CT wants to not be a bum. That's really what it comes down to. When he decides that he wants to put his jacket on.
He don't really have a schedule. He just streams whenever he wants to, from what I've heard, what I've seen.
He's the epitome of fucking.
Oh, that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. Shit. If you don't feel
it really comes down to when the Wi-Fi is not being used at the shelter.
Oh,
that was so savage.
Crazy. So, Brandon, are you remodeling your house?
No, I'm in the garage.
Oh, you're in the garage?
Yeah.
You're remodeling your garage?
Nah, I guess it ain't never been finished. I don't know. I thought this how it was supposed to look. It's the outside.
You don't like they taped it, which is odd. You don't really finish garages.
Nah, it ain't tape. That's paint.
That's paint? It looks like it's taped.
No, that's
mud. It's tape. I mudded it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tape. It look like paint to me.
It's
peel it off.
Peel it off. Stop it.
Well, then you can see if it's tape or not.
That's
that's paint.
That's definitely not tape.
You tape drywall. You use tape for the joints.
Yeah. And then you mud over the tape.
Oh.
You got the dude all like locked into the paint now.
You know,
like hyper focusing on it.
Yeah, I'm
high. Oh, you got ADHD. His ADHD kicked in.
Hey, Brandon, how did you find Chaotic Truth Live? How'd you find this place?
I don't know. I'll just be scrolling. I was just scrolling YouTube. Yeah, I seen the live. I was like, I don't know. I guess it was the damn title or something. I was like, I'm about to click on it or something. I don't know.
James, are you drinking a
You're chill,
Corona?
man. You're good people. I like you, Brandon. Good James.
Yeah, I fuck with y'all too, man.
I love Corona, man.
Hey, Dr. Tank, I see.
Beer.
Brandon kicked Linwood's back in today, huh? I see that, Brandon. You gotta kick the man back in.
Brandon kicked Linwood's ass like no.
Brandon already got the body. The first day on the panel, he got the body already.
Yeah.
Man, I be
You got instant street cred, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon, don't let them talk about you, Brandon. Don't let them talk about you. You hear me? You know, they know they know what I do every day.
I got the raw my next drink, so I'll be right back.
Who's talking about me?
Ben, what's up, Ben?
About me.
What's up, Skywalker?
What's been going on? I've been hearing y'all in the background, man. What y'all been talking about?
I don't know,
Brandon,
man.
Ben is a martial artist. You got to see him bust out the nunchucks, man.
I've been taking care of some business, man. So I logged off. So I don't know what you guys were talking about. You have to
we're talking about how Brandon kicked Linwood's ass.
Yeah.
Really
physically or verbally?
Verbally.
Oh, what did he do? What fill me in.
Tell him about it, Brandon.
Oh, I don't even remember. I was just talking.
He doesn't even remember.
Oh, he was just talking. Okay. So I can't count that.
I just know he was just saying some bullshit. I don't like.
Ben, you were up here when he was talking, Ben, earlier.
Huh?
You were up here when he was talking earlier.
Yeah, but I really didn't pay him any attention.
Talking about some old victim black man.
I asked him what's his age. I asked him what city or state he's in. He told me. I've been in them parts when I was in the service, so I didn't ask him anything other than his age. Asked him was he high. I see that he high, so I don't indulge in those high level discussions or intellectual discussions with people that I just don't do that. That's the reason why they give him any energy.
Oh, because you thought I was high? Because I was high?
No, not because you're high. Not because you're high. You can be high. You can have a drink. But
Hey Ben, Godfather Bob in the side chat.
That's the best time to talk to him.
He's asking if you were on the toilet for 5 hours.
No, why you weren't trying to discuss it with me?
Ben, what's your opinion on Linwood, Ben? All right, yeah, that's a good conversation we're having there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solid opinion.
Hey Ben, when you gonna start your channel? I'm gonna come subscribe.
Ben's gonna start his own channel.
We're trying to tell him to. He don't want to believe that he can get some people.
Ben, you're a superstar in the making, man.
Yeah,
you gotta start a YouTube.
Jump in. I jump on there with you.
He thinks people are joking with him, but there's like a lot of people in the CT's chat that rock with Ben.
I'd definitely be on a panel.
Oh, should I fuck with you?
I would join up just to see what's up.
I basically have a crazy track record of only jumping on FBA panels. So,
what's FBA?
It stands for Foundational Black American.
Black America.
Oh, I don't even know what that means.
Let me try to explain it the best way I can.
Thank you, James.
It's Black Americans.
Voting for president, y'all.
They were originated from America, and they were never brought here across the Atlantic on boats.
You're talking about the Moors.
I guess so.
Oh,
I
shit,
guess
here we go.
I guess it's the idea of the Moors and stuff. I guess so. So yeah, that's the best way I can explain it, I guess.
Oh.
What do you think about the Moors, Brandon? What do you think about the Moors?
I don't know. I mean, everybody existed.
But do you believe in like the Hebrew Israelite stuff, or you just what Christian or non-Christian, atheist?
Nah, I'm a Christian.
This is our show now, CT. Don't become
hey, real quick. Hey, Dutchie.
Nah, I'm a Christian.
Dutchie.
Yeah.
The Dutch, the British,
Yes.
the Dutch and the British.
Yes.
100 versus 100. Who
went into South Africa. Well,
Nah.
at the time, whatever it was called. They killed the natives. Now they did build colonies there that really were for them. Let's be honest about it. They created a system of apartheid. They took their land.
Did they kill all the natives, or they kill some of the natives?
May I finish? Let me finish, please.
So they settled.
Let
So
me
they
finish.
settled in their land just like the Americans did.
Let me finish, guys. Let me finish. The people were under apartheid until the 1990s.
I know.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
1990s. To this day, the whites still dominate almost every industry in South Africa. You expect me to believe that there's mass killings of whites just wholesale? I don't think so. I find it hard to believe, considering the fact, Dutchie.
Yo, do the whites own the military?
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. Considering the fact there have been multiple South Africans and Americans that have moved to South Africa, they've turned their camera on. They've gotten on camera. They're in South Africa. I got it's this one kid. I forgot that kid's name. Anyway, I've had a lot of South Africans call in. Where is all of this wholesale killing at? How come they are not? Are they all hiding this? I'm not saying that crime doesn't happen, but to call this genocide is absurd, considering the fact I knew girls from Rwanda We have an actual Liberian, Gway, that calls into the show, who lived under Charles Taylor, who witnessed actual genocide. But you mean to tell me that that's genocide was happening with those whites? I think not. But go ahead, Dutch. I want to hear from you, Dutch. Go ahead, Dutch.
Why? Because I'm Dutch?
No, because I just want to hear from you. Go ahead.
According, I said it's a bumpkin too. According to my definition of genocide, I would not speak of genocide in South Africa. It's a movement where they are definitely trying to either kill all the farmers or hurt them or do anything to just chase them off of the land. Okay? But according to the UN, I think there's a different definition. So I don't know which definition is actually true now.
Okay.
To me, genocide is actually just wiping out an entire
That's what I was thinking too. Now, let me ask you this.
Ask me, yes.
How come we don't have any of these white South Africans calling in? Everybody seems to know this stuff, but why am I the only person that has summoned people from the continent itself to call in? How come they can't summon all these white people? Not to say that it doesn't happen.
So why are you asking me this because I'm Dutch and you think that we have some kind of telepathic gift that I can just send out a message?
I'm asking you because what I like to do is I like to kick in the back of my own countrymen whenever possible. Now here goes the guy, Bumpkin. He ain't never been in no goddamn Africa. He don't know what's going on over there. Savage. He don't know.
Neither of us have.
Hold on.
Have you ever been to Africa?
Hold on, Bumpkin. Let me finish.
Has your dad ever been to Africa? Oh, wait.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Now here go Bumpkin. He ain't never been to goddamn Africa. He don't know anything about South Africa. He can't get any white South African to call in. Same thing with Savage. They ain't never been.
Can you speak your native language for me?
Can I finish, please? Without being,
please?
May I finish? I let y'all talk, and y'all didn't want to stay on the topic, so
I'm being rude.
Let me finish, please. Let me just finish, please. Let me finish. So, Dutchie, what I'm starting to realize is not to say that white South Africans aren't getting their teeth kicked in, but I'm more or less believing that there are narratives out there. And social media is this vessel to promote these narratives at a high level. You know, you keep getting the same information you think is happening wholesale. That's why Bumpkin can say, "Oh, yeah, that's genocide." Yeah, okay, yeah, that's genocide, right? So what I would like, Dutchie, is for people to start showing and telling, because I've had multiple South Africans call in, and they ain't said that.
Why would they? Benefits them?
Yeah. Okay.
security boss, it benefits her that, mind you, she lives in an urban environment, but it benefits her. Right.
It does. It does.
Hey, CT.
You know why it does.
Hey, CT.
I don't know why.
When did American whites become so tribal?
Oh.
There's always been tribalism.
People like CT.
And they started becoming tribal when all these black people started becoming so aggressively tribal against these white people.
So
now Black Bear Arms.
Go ahead.
Now, under apartheid, which was only it ended about 30 years ago, so it's still fresh. The blacks were subjugated. They were quartered off.
You gonna cry?
They were. I'm not gonna cry at all. I don't. Hey man, I don't give a shit really.
I don't care. Right.
But now I'm supposed to believe that those were goddamn refugees.
Oh, so it's a revolution and not a takeover.
See, I think the American people, I think we being played with, man.
I think we're being played with
every day. I mean,
I'm sorry. They're telling me to read super chats. Sheena, thank you so much, sweetheart, for with the membership and your moderating. Give me 1 second, guys. Bob with the $5 super chat. There is a certain genuine, transparent, humorous but sublimely kind aura to Brandon. And Bob with the $5 super chat. Brandon is the kind of guy that would knowingly drive drunk, but have the decency to come to a full stop at a stop sign. All right, go ahead, Brandon. You got the floor, buddy. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, nah, I ain't got nothing to say.
I like Brandon. Brandon is fucking hilarious.
Brandon is hilarious.
And shame on Donald Trump for buck breaking that South African president in there. You gonna watch the video? I'd have been like, sir, I'm out of here. I'm not about to watch this video. That was demoralizing. That was
would you have if you were the South African president and the president of the United States, the biggest empire on the world, was like, you gonna sit here and watch this video? You'd be like, nah, I'm leaving.
I would have stood up and said,
no, you wouldn't have.
Whatever residence
you'd have sat your ass down and been like, okay, sir, yes, sir. I'm going to watch this president, sir.
CT, I really thought that
I would have sat down and told him I'll hear you out, but I ain't promising shit.
I really thought Trump was not one of the pieces on the board. Now I'm starting to believe he is one of the pieces on the board.
What do you mean one of the pieces on the board? What do you mean by that?
I thought he was a piece on the board that I thought he was maybe that piece on the board. I'm talking chess. Like got his own mind and got his own will, and the pretty much the players couldn't play him because he wouldn't do they will. Now I'm starting to see a little something different, especially with this that 2A. Because I'm big on 2A, and he kind of led saying that, hey, you guys vote for me, I'm gonna make sure they don't touch your gun rights. And it just looks like he kind of playing in the way of the architects.
So
if that makes sense.
So we can accept in thousands and thousands of Somalians, but the moment that we accept in 50 South Africans, everyone throws a goddamn shit against the wall.
Not at all.
Bunking,
I believe we should have as many whites coming into the country as possible. But you can't convince me that those are refugees, nor should I sit here and let a sovereign leader be disrespected by President Trump with that buck breaking. Play the video. Roll that shit in here. Play it in front of this. That was kind of like a buck breaking session. That was buck breaking.
It's kind of base, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Let me see
it was almost like like in the 4th or 5th grade when they rolled the TV into the classroom and you knew it was
the video.
Man. I'm like, man, I ain't about to watch no goddamn video I can watch on my phone.
No, I want to see some gangster shit, yo.
Yeah, why would you want to watch the video? You can just walk outside and see it. You know what I mean?
TV. I want to see the video.
Dutchie, have you ever gone to Africa?
No.
Okay.
No, and the problem is, I agree with you. Like, I think our media is definitely not giving us the full details.
Hell nah, they not. You watch the media in other countries, they praising Trump and doing all
Right.
this other shit. Like we, America, the only media that shit on Trump every day.
Putting them down every day, and no matter what media. I heard Mike up here say that you could trust Fox. You can't even trust Fox.
Listen, man.
Wait, he trusts Fox?
Everybody,
Yeah, he said that
they
the
all
other day.
ran by the
You
same
can't trust none of that. You have
They
to go
all
to the
ran by the same
YouTubers and
people.
everything nowadays.
Now, Dutchie, now, Dutchie, nobody would admit this but me.
Sure.
Now, during the Rwandan genocide, America didn't intervene. Clinton refused to intervene. And obviously, because Rwanda didn't have any resources, so they didn't really care. Let's be honest, Dutch. If there really were a genocide going on with them whites, somehow NATO, which I don't even think South Africa is even a part of NATO, which is not.
No.
They will justify going down there and protecting them whites as soon as possible. They can have jets. They can have jets in South Africa within the hour. So the media is really fucking with us, man.
You think so? Even while they're now playing border off with Ukraine and Russia.
Again, let them blacks start deleting them whites in a real genocide. Watch how fast them jets are down there.
No one would care.
Yeah, okay.
When we
CT.
When we
If the
gonna
entire
have the conversation that the South
But
Africans
yo,
that
we
he
talking
bringing in are the
about
farmers.
50 people though.
They're the farmers,
we ain't
dog.
talking about no thousands of millions. They've been
CT. If the idea that because the people that run the United States or NATO are majority white, if you think that their goal is saving white lives, then explain Yugoslavia. Explain all of these. As Eastern Europe, those are white people.
Well, I mean, you know how like
don't shop it.
I mean, but the South Africans the South African whites are Dutch, and those are like Western whites.
And
the
English have historically hated the Dutch. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, look at history and look
I'm looking at history.
Eastern whites and Western whites. Really
What was the first concentration camp?
I have no idea.
It was the English that they put the Dutch in concentration camps.
Where?
In South Africa. Did you not know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, the English have historically hated the Dutch.
Really?
Right? Yes.
I mean, okay, but to be fair, I'm Dutch. Everybody in the fucking world is hating on the Dutch. Even me, myself included. Okay, so I can understand. I would put myself in a concentration camp too if I were, British. But go ahead, continue.
But so if the goal was saving white lives, then that shit with Yugoslavia would have never happened, right? UN would have never intervened, right? NATO would have never been staunchly pro-Ukraine for such a long time if the goal was saving white lives. Two white Slavic nations trying to fight each other. It's just like if the goal was saving white lives and we lived in this world of this absolute world of just like white supremacy, save white lives, none of this shit would be happening because they put an end to the conflicts.
You guys, he's bringing these guys in who are farmers. You got to understand that our farm food has been sourced out. Since we're going through wars right now, he has to bring farmers in to get our food back to the numbers that they need to be back at. This is all a plan. This is all strategic.
Yeah, it sound about right.
Our food, there's nothing going wrong with our food or our farming, bro. If you know the data and statistics, we literally give away 70% of our grain to the rest of the world. We could legitimately go through a famine in America and still have plenty of food for thousands of years. That's not even a problem for America.
Okay.
Now, if you want to say that he's bringing them in, right? If he's going to bring them in en masse for cheap labor, as someone that lives in an area where South Africans will come in and drive trucks and work on these farmers' land, then sure, we can make that argument. But they're not coming over here to be farmers, bro.
Okay. You should look. You should. I don't know if you've seen the way these people look, man. They look like they got some bread, man. They ain't got
Of
no
course, they
dirt
got
on
some
their
bread because historically they come over to America on a visa, right? And then they'll work during the winter, right? Especially in states like North Dakota, Minnesota, and South Dakota, right? And they'll work on the farms, they'll drive trucks, they'll do stuff like that, and then they'll take all that money back home to South Africa. And like that has been happening for a long time.
Ben, what do you think about all this, Ben? The South Africa talk.
I wasn't on. I had a important call. But what you talk about?
President Trump met with the South African president today and kind of broke him. He had the video of Julian Malinga, who is the president of the EFF. You know, when that nigga was going around singing "Kill the Boers." But my argument is that the president doesn't support the EFF, nor that's the opposition. So why would Trump show that video to the president of South Africa? Why would he show him that video?
Oh, I didn't see it. He showed the video to him.
Shit down.
Yeah, he showed the video to him.
He showed the video.
Yeah.
Oh, you come on, CT. You have a couple of degrees. You already know why he showed that.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to agree with what I said. You already know why he showed that.
I already know why he showed it.
Okay, so
for the same reason why.
Okay, I know. So it may have the effect that Trump wanted to have, and what the what MAGA wants to have. And you don't understand. Trump's besides thinking he's the president, he's an entertainer. So he knows how to set up props and put you on the spot, and jerk your hand in, and try to be the alpha male in the meeting, and you're fired. So he did that to get the. If he did that, it's to get the president of South Africa to choose sides. Where's your loyalty, basically?
Yeah.
And then over in South Africa, if Lumumba did say that, then he said that for his constituency and his collective.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's American. He's supposed to. He's American.
Yeah.
He's supposed to.
No, somebody talking over me?
No, go ahead, Ben. Just go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, so it's this. So, it was staged, and Trump, same way he did Zelensky. It's all staged. Man, that Trump does well. That staging and pulling the rug out from under your feet and stuff like that. He's good at that. He's good at that. And if you're not sharp, then he'll catch you. He'll put you on the spot and make you look like a fool.
Yeah.
Man, he did that so he could let the people of America know what's really going on. That's why
no, he didn't do that to let the people of America to know what's really going on, because the people of America are not politically and geopolitically astute. So they read.
Just say you now.
No, I'm not going to say me, because I've been doing this young man, for more than a third of your life. So I don't know what you're talking about. But at the same time,
I'm trying to get like you. I'm trying to get 3 houses.
No, you're not trying to get like me, because I don't smoke weed. I don't drink. I don't indulge in any alcohol beverages. So you can't try to get like me.
No, I'm trying to get.
You would have to be my son, one of my sons, or something like that. You can't get there.
I want 3 houses and 5 Cadillacs.
No, you're gonna have to give up weed. You have to go on a fast, cleanse your system, and get on some type of disciplinary program physically, and get on a discipline program for your mental stability.
Are you trying to say all black people on weed?
No. I don't try to say anything. If I was going to say that, I would say that. When I'm speaking,
weed and liquor.
No, I'm saying this to you. I don't do that. So when you said you're trying to get like me, you can't do that.
No, I'm talking about positive.
No, I don't know what you're talking.
Cadillacs is a positive thing.
No, I don't know what you're talking. No, I really don't know what you're talking about. I think you need to go back to the books, get a more rounded in geopolitics and social economics. And then come
real
on these
quick,
platforms.
Republic Room with the $20 super chat. Salute to you, Republic Room. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me know if you got it.
But you got to understand. Go ahead, CT. Go ahead.
Thank you. Interesting fact. The assassinated presidents, 1, attempted assassinations, 2, also, what is this, black patients? I've noticed no disparities, except the uninsured folks are way more demanding. 28 years in the game. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Republic Room. I'm gonna give you a must be the money salute to you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So Ramaphosa has to go back home. He has to go back home. He doesn't live in Washington.
Hang tight, man. Hang tight. Hang tight. Hang tight.
Articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this on. It's right behind you.
Trump set him up.
That's a G right there. That's a
Trump set him up. I didn't like this.
Turn that. I could show you.
So I read to see some gangsters.
President Trump listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to you.
Now, and if you know, in 200 years, Dr. Chen, if something happens with multimedia, and this story still is in the I guess if we still know about this story, it'll be reinterpreted as how like they say black men were buck broken sexually. I'm pretty sure the story will be something sexual with this. If that's probably how buck breaking was back then, Bumpkin. It probably was a slave master talking with a black man about we're just gonna take your land, and women were around, and it was reinterpreted as something deviant.
See, you can interpret it as a
that's
number of things.
how the game of telephone works. That's how the game of telephone works.
CT, where all the Africans
Why would
at?
you?
Where all the
Oh man,
Africans
I swear to God, listen, Bumpkin. Think about a story that you were
This
told.
show has no bounds. I swear.
Think about a story that you were told. It sounds super bad, and then when you really get to the nitty gritty, it's like, oh wow, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I'm telling you, in 200 years, this scene, if we don't have any TV, they will retell it, and it'll be something really sexually graphic. Oh man, they buck broke the South African president, man. They did, and I think that's what happened with the slaves. I think that it was just nothing more than people just talking to them, like, hey man,
it could be on some level, CT.
And then somebody said, oh, he buck broke you, and then you get what I'm saying, Bumpkin, or they went over your head.
I'm gonna be real with you, man. Sure, buddy. Whatever. Read Bob's super chat, by the way. He just sent one.
Bob. Bob,
CT, I want to get back to my point.
Bob with the $2 super chat. 84 and Brandon look like
ceiling
fan salesman. All right, here we go.
I'm going to get back to my point, CT.
Hold on, man. Before your question, take it out.
But Mr. President, I must say that we have wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it, and we have documentaries. We have news stories, and that is Natalie here. Somebody here to turn that. I could show you a couple of things.
Oh, Republic Room. I couldn't see it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 3 Republicans and 1 Democrat attempted. Yeah. Okay. I didn't even see that at first. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Here we go. Let's play this video.
He got set up. He took the bait.
It has to be responded to. Yeah, sure. Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this on. It's right.
Yes, Amaze. Yeah. Amaze gets what I'm saying. Amaze, yes. Remember when I
can look like a common anyway.
Ain't I, Brandon? Yes, Amaze. You get my point. A lot of stories are either over exaggerated, or through the game of telephone, the story becomes worse than what it is. That's all I was saying. And Amaze got what I was saying. I wasn't trying. I didn't really want to be too graphic, but. That's what I always.
But you
go ahead, Ben.
You understand? Just say you. Well, it's your show, but this is classic propaganda and Hegelian dialect.
You mean with Trump? With
Trump?
Oh,
with
yeah,
Trump.
Yeah.
So he should have been prepared for that, but I think he's thick-skinned enough to brush it off. But he has to go back to South Africa.
Yeah,
you see. Where the grassroots and Lumumba, he has the ear of the youth people. See, so Burkina Faso's looking at this, Niger, certain components in the Congo and in
Yeah.
Sierra Leone is looking at this.
Sierra Leone.
But
yeah.
like I said, I give Trump credit. He's good at doing it.
All right, let's play it out real quick, Bob. Ben, thank you so much. Here we go.
There's nothing this parliament can do with or without you. People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care.
That's
we
right.
Do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are.
Salute.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot, kill, come on, sir.
They are on beat though. I gotta, that is on beat. Yeah, that is on beat. Yeah.
EFF.
Yeah.
You see, CT? See, that seems unheard of to most Americans, even Black Americans. But if you look at the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and America's colonies coming into existence, they came into existence through bloodshed. And no one, whether he's an avid reader or a novelist at history, can deny that. They can overlook it. They can pretend that it's not there in the annals of history, but it's there.
Hey, Ben. I'm just going to call it like I said.
Call it.
The white man, he came to the New World and slaughtered the natives, took their shit. So.
Yes, he did.
Man,
he knows.
That's the white man. That's what he did. Nah, I'm not making that up, but go ahead.
You're not. And not only that, the so-called white man's whole body, his whole body was a weapon. He brought diphtheria, he brought measles, he brought smallpox, he brought all these things. And old fathead Gippy knows this.
Okay, let's run it then. Let's run it then. Let's run it then, Ben. Let's have a race war. Let's run it, bro. Let's have a race war.
You're not my brother. You're turning red, Gippy. You're turning red, Gippy.
Let's run this shit.
So you know what? Look, you got to go back to the time of the time of the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal was so brute and rooty that he caused the Cro-Magnon to go extinct. Look at Gippy's face.
You know, man, about the Neanderthals, man. You don't even know my name, man. You don't even know where you're at right now.
Bumpkin. What are you so upset for? Did I strike a nerve? Caveman. Did I strike a nerve?
You talk.
Did I strike a nerve, caveman?
Strike a nerve with me.
Every
time you talk.
The day and time for your kind to tell other people what to do, particularly black man, that goddamn day is over.
The end result of this, Ben.
That goddamn day is over. Let me tell you, caveman.
You're gonna fall and die in the shower.
Neanderthal. You will not go out of history the way you came into history.
Afrikaaners.
Afrikaan my ass. You got white folks in the Midwest. You got Africans. You got white folks in the Midwest that are against the Afrikaners coming here. Know why? Because over the time that they were in South Africa, during the times of the wars against the British colonies and with the Boers, they end up developing a language that was extracted out of the linguistical patterns of African. Now, these South Africans that are coming in, they don't speak what you speak.
Hey, Ben, real quick. Savage sent over a $10 cash app. I'll bring you back in 10 minutes, okay?
I don't give a damn.
I'll bring you back in 10 minutes.
Whites roll deep.
He said, bye, Ben Gay.
Thank you.
Zulu, you are South African. Your president was over in the Oval Office today, and I thought that was very shameful of our president to play that video
because your president is not a part of the EFF, nor I'm assuming he supports the EFF, nor that song. I thought that was very shameful of Donald Trump to do that. What say you, sir? We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. All right, there you go.
Can you hear me, CT?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, how are you? Hi, everyone. I'm glad I'm back, and fasten your seatbelt, Pumpkin.
Bro, it's gonna be a long night when I'll be able to say my name today, isn't it?
Go ahead.
So yes, CT. I regard that as part of the ambush by Trump. To be able to project the video of Julius Malema singing that song.
Yes.
I mean, of course, from the question that you have asked, Cyril Ramaphosa is a president of the ANC, which is a governing party in South Africa.
Yep.
And Julius is not part of the party which the president belongs to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
no,
no. I gotta leave. Oh. 1 second, okay? Listen, finish that statement, right? All right. White man's gonna leave, okay? Skywalker, James, and Hafez, right? You are the forefront of the whites on this panel, okay? Skywalker's getting a pass today for sure. James, you're good. Hafez, you're also getting a pass, all right? You guys gonna hold this shit down, okay? While I'm gone, all right?
Thank you so much, Bumpy.
We shall hold it down for the Caucasus Mountains.
No, Savage. No, I'm not getting rid of hold on for a second, Savage. I'm not getting rid of Mzuzi, so I'll refund that one. I'm not.
Pumpkin, why are you running away?
Now go ahead, buddy. He has to go to a clan meeting, Mzuzi. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So I was saying
those crosses don't burn themselves.
I was saying that EFF it's a 9% party in South Africa, which is independent from the ANC. And the ANC is the governing party, and there is a coalition governance in South Africa between the DA, which is a white party, together with the ANC, which is a black party. So both of those parties are in coalition to govern South Africa. So the EFF it's an opposition party with a 9% share in terms of representation in the Parliament of South Africa. So obviously, Donald Trump asked a question, or why the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, a question, or why don't you arrest Julius Malema after uttering such kind of statements? I reckon that was a very interesting question that he asked him. But why don't you arrest Julius Malema? Because they know Julius Malema is just an actor. Those are aesthetics. It's not real. And whatever that he sings about is not acting upon those songs that he is declaring. So basically, I regard that as part of an ambush by President Trump. And President Ramaphosa didn't fall into the trap when Donald Trump projected the video. Because from that moment, that is where all hell was going to break loose if President Ramaphosa was to respond in an inappropriate way. So, but what I want to highlight to you, CT, a very, very important point. Can I highlight it to you?
Sure.
Amongst the delegates of those white people that are there, there is another one called Johan Rupert. I don't know whether you have seen him.
No, go ahead.
So Johan Rupert, one of the delegates that spoke there, that guy owns 50% of South Africa's economy, together with the Oppenheimers. They own, both of those two men own 50% of South Africa's economy. And the rest, we own close to about 50%, of which, appropriately speaking, white people own close to about 70 to 80% of the economy of South Africa in general, although them being 7% of the population. So the representation in terms of like the percentage composition of the delegates of South Africans that were present in the meeting, it's a 50-50% split between white people and black people. Did you take notice of that?
Yeah.
And I regard that as highly unfair because Black South Africans are 80% in terms of representation. There were supposed to be close to about 1 or 2 white people forming the delegates of South Africa in the meeting. So I guess, and I believe the reason why was to emphasize the characterization of white genocide in South Africa, to amplify the voice. There was no way, because I was watching the whole meeting and the whole conversation. There is not even a single point where they indicated the poverty that Black people are experiencing, the unemployment that Black people are experiencing. There was no voice representing that. It was just an amplification of white voices, and the mere fact that there is a genocide, which is a lie, it's a concocted lie. It's not necessarily true. I mean, you had one of the representation there, the Minister of Agriculture, John Stazen, saying that both Black people and white people are facing crime on the same equitable level. So, to be honest with you, I felt a little bit embarrassed.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit taken out of place. And I knew from the start that our president is walking into a lion's den, basically.
Real quick, let me play the rest of the video. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay. I mean, it's in South Africa.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Why is Trump trying? I didn't see it. Wow, Trump is really trying to set him up. That is some.
Nobody can.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, nothing happens. There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity.
Hafiz, is Saturday Night Live going to recreate this Saturday?
Ooh, are they gonna, I don't know if they're even going to touch this.
I don't think it's.
I mean, the thing is, they have to kind of explain away that. Imagine if a white party in America started to chant, kill the black people.
It'll be very offbeat too. It'll be very offbeat.
Yeah. Oh, it would.
James,
Oh,
you
yeah.
wanna demonstrate it, James? Go ahead, buddy. Okay. All right.
You don't want to sing it? Kill the blacks. Kill the. It'll be a country western. It'll be country western. It'll be in the style of.
That might work.
Yeah, it'll have to be in the style of country western.
That, so
yeah,
I feel highly uncomfortable with you asking me to demonstrate something like that.
But if that happened over here, what would he do? What would he declare? What would happen?
What do you mean? If they had that?
Yeah, if they started chanting that, what do you think would happen?
The thing is, the media, the whole country would lose its collective shit. I mean, we all know that. I mean, in Britain, in Europe,
yes.
they are banning, parties like AFD or the Le Pen parties because they're nationalist parties, and they're banning them under all sorts of different lawfare in order to make sure that no nationalist French party or nationalist German party ever gets any kind of power. They're already doing that in Europe. Now imagine if one of these parties in Europe, or the AfD or the Le Pen's party, would start going, kill the foreigners, have some sort of song about killing the migrants. No, they would lose their mind.
Yeah, all hell would break loose.
Yes.
But they have president. They have president.
Bob with the $2 super chat. Trump did a hit job on him. That's messed up. JoJo with the $2 super chat. Talk the truth, Ben. These nasty Neanderthals. Come on. JoJo with the $5 super chat. Can we agree that blacks ruled everything until we were stupid enough to mingle with the white? Come on, man.
Hey, CT, you have to agree.
Yeah, ruled everything in Africa.
Wait, hold on.
Before the whites ever came
on him. But you got to understand.
Great.
But you have to understand is that how he was trying to set up and frame that, like, you know. But aren't their white farmers being killed and nothing's being done about it? Now juxtapose that to America.
Yeah.
With police. With people being found hung by trees, and they're saying no, they hung themselves. It was suicide and so forth and on. Now in England, they have president. They have president. They have historical president for nationalist groups. If unchecked, what it will lead to. Look at the Third Reich. They have historical reference to prove why those type of groups must be kept in check. So, but the way Trump was trying to paint that is that farmers are just being slaughtered wholesale. But you got to look at what was happening during the time of the start of apartheid. How many Africans' bodies and blood are in the soil of their own land? See, people don't want to speak to that. They come on this panels on subjects like this. When I can see today you're trying to be objective, but it was a setup. Trump is good at that. Then you have affairs come on here. Everything he says, even though it's something serious, he has this snorky little laugh, and like kills the blacks. I might kills the, you know. But and all he do is laugh about it. But let me tell you, that will not work in America.
I said it won't work in America.
No,
we all said that. Everybody agreed on the panel. This would never pull. If somebody says kill the blacks in America, it would never fall.
You just said it.
Hey, Ben, real quick, Bill. Let's watch the rest of it. Hang tight.
Yeah,
are not only white people. Majority of them are black people, and we have now been utilized.
The farmers are not black.
I
don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
Wow.
So he just admitted the farmers own the farmland, the most fertile land. He just admitted it.
Well,
see, you got to understand. Trump is going to cash in on this white dialectic, Hegelian dialectic, until he's out of office. Because he knows it's currency in there.
Ben, for him to say that the farmers are not black, to me, it's like, why not? Why don't you have like a representation of black farmers in South Africa? Why is it that farmers are mainly white? Why?
Correct. And you just broke down the percentage of who controls what part of the government, how much land and wealth. You talked about the De Beers, which has been in South Africa for decades. Just looting diamond mines.
Zulu.
Hundreds of years. So people say, as if you land and find yourself on the damn moon and you find aliens there, Martians there, that don't make you a goddamn Martian just because you found a way to land on the moon.
Well, actually,
so they find themselves
were born on Mars,
no,
but not the moon.
No.
If you find Martians on the moon, you won't be a Martian because you're on the moon.
Shut up. If a human lands on the moon, that doesn't make them a goddamn Moonite or Martian. So I'm saying,
no, you wouldn't be a Martian because you're on the moon.
Just because you have to land on Mars. Just because the board and the Dutch landed in Africa, it does not make them sole proprietors of all the resources and control and dominate of the dominant class in South Africa.
Well, if the Africans give it over, then
No,
Look,
no, James. This
look,
is out of your brain.
If I go,
people, sir.
listen.
This is out of your
Let
field,
No,
James. I like
James
you,
is
James.
right.
on their own
The
people.
fact
James,
is,
I
the
like you,
fact,
but this is over your head, James.
Hold on.
This is over your head,
No,
James.
in fact, no. James is actually correct. James, you're actually on the money. Don't
this
let him
is over your head.
dissuade you.
I know
Zulu,
Bunkin told you guys to hold it down, but this is really over your head, James. I know you have an opinion, but James,
Ben, let me ask Zulu. Zulu, let me ask you this. The fact is, this is the quandary in which the South Africans find themselves in. They can't simultaneously call for the murder of the white farmers and the annexation of white farms, and yet at the same time go to the courts of international
Ben, you got 5 more
human
minutes.
rights or the International Court of Justice.
Hey, time to
who was that, CT? Who put the money on it?
Savage, but it's only 5 minutes. All right, I'll bring you back.
Okay, but tell Savage, fuck it.
Okay, Savage. He said, "Well,
Okay,
you
I
didn't
just want to say, Zulu, you can't at the same time, when you're trying to annex farmland from the white farmers or just kill the white farmers, then go to the courts of human rights or international courts and then talk about Israel being some genocidal country, because you yourself don't have the moral standard or the moral stance to be able to excuse some other person of genocide or some other country of cruelty and because, you know what I mean? You can't, you have to recognize if South Africa goes ahead with annexing the white farmers' lands and destroying the wars in South Africa, they will lose credibility on the international stage.
Let me answer that. So let me answer you, Hafez.
Hey Ben, I'll bring you back in 5:18. He said for 10 more minutes. So yeah, I'll bring you back, Ben. He set up another cash app. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, to answer you straightly, is that every South African delegate in the meeting stipulated very clearly that there is no genocide in South Africa. There is no annexation of black people over the farms. No one and no black person is walking into farms in South Africa and taking them. So definitely, the mere fact that we are going to the ICJ and claiming that Palestine, Israel is implementing strict measures and they are genociding the Palestinians in Gaza is not an equalizer, which is based on false premise that South Africans are annexing farms in South Africa, black people are annexing farms in South Africa. South Africa has a legitimate right, as deemed fit by what is happening in Gaza, to go and to the United Nations and to the International Court of Justice and plead with them, because all of us, we are aware what is happening in Gaza. The over a year bombing of Gaza, South Africa has a right to go there and represent the people of Palestine in terms of a genocide that is being displayed all over the world. So I don't think your argument holds water, Hafez, because there's no annexations of farms in South Africa. We stand on a very serious, good moral grounds. We stand on a very good moral grounds to say that Nelson Mandela taught us as his children to live in peace and to negotiate every difficult situation we find ourselves in. We are a very peaceful people, and I've emphasized in some of the things that I've said previously that we pride ourselves in how diverse South Africa is. In each and every group of South Africans bring what is best out of them to the table. So we have a Bill of Rights that protects the minorities in South Africa, which are white people, and our courts and our justice systems works very, very well and is very efficient in making sure that nobody's going to dishonor or nobody's going to take people's property without their permission.
Listen, I get it. I you are saying, you see, this is the thing. You are saying, or the South African government's saying, we are not committing genocide on the white people. We're, we're not annexing their land illegally, etc., etc. This is on your say-so. But guess what? Israel is also saying we're not committing a genocide in South Africa, in Gaza. It is not a genocide, and that everything's been conducted according to international rule. But yet South Africa still complains and goes to the International Court of Justice, complaining about a situation where they say it's a genocide, even though they don't really have any evidence of that. But nevertheless, you can still do that. But what I am saying is that you can do that. South Africa can go to the ICJ, but at the same time, other people can call South Africa hypocrites for not actually looking after their white farmers, or at least protecting their white citizens in the way that they protect their black citizens, and they're allowing them to be killed. So you see, I can make that accusation to you. You can deny it, the same as you make the accusation to Israel, and Israel denies it.
Let me ask you a question in reverse. Do you think the evidence in terms of the images and the video played by Trump was adequate and enough to demonstrate that there's a genocide and there's annexations of farms in South Africa? Do you think that was adequate?
This guy is good in the way he's able to reframe the same question. I like that. He knows how.
No. It's. I'll answer that. It is adequate in the same way as South Africa goes to the ICJ and claims that certain politicians in the Knesset of Israel have said certain things that sound genocidal. But the fact is that the data that is collected by the numbers of people killed, etc., does not display a genocide. And it's exactly the same as what Trump is doing. Trump is showing you your politicians that are saying something, but versus the data. Now, if the data correlates with what the politicians are saying, then you can say that, yes, South Africa is committing a genocide against its white citizens. But in the same way that you can go into the ICJ and complain about what Israeli politicians have said versus what they have done, that is the issue. You complain, you claim that Israeli politicians have said which they should kill all the Palestinians, etc., which some of them have, because there are fanatics in the Israeli politics as well, but they haven't done it. The numbers don't corroborate those claims. At the same time as when people can say to to South Africa, South African politicians are saying that we should kill all the white people, but South Africa's government has made, well, if the numbers correlate, they haven't. So that's what I'm saying. That when you go ahead, when South Africa goes, not you obviously, but South Africa as a government goes ahead and tries to hold the moral high ground when it comes to Israel-Palestine, they themselves have to be righteous too. They themselves have to have have to be at the have to hold the moral high ground. But you're not. You're not any better than the Israelis and the Gazans. So you're not actually demonstrating that you are the kind of caliber of a country that should be making such a complaint. If Sweden made that complaint, I would take it a little bit more seriously. But South Africa making that complaint, they don't have the moral high ground to do that. That's where I come from.
Yeah, but yes, I agree with you. I believe myself that South Africa taking Israel to ICJ was a miscalculated move on the following basis. That the first base is that we've got multiple of problems that South Africa is experiencing at the moment. The best premise for me will be, let's solve the problems that are in existence in South Africa first, before we can go and entertain problems that are beyond our reach in terms of global problems that the world is experiencing. So this is my position. I'm not speaking I'm not speaking on behalf of the South African government. I'm just a general citizen. I'm a concerned citizen of South Africa, and I'm speaking on my own personal capacity. So my viewpoint is that there is no genocide in South Africa. white people are not being killed, and every delegate, South African delegate that was present in the meeting there in the Oval House, stipulated very clearly, even white people, even white representatives were saying that crime affects both black and white people on an equal footing. Isn't that true? It's affecting us on an equal footing. So the South African government is it's sitting on a position where they have to solve the problem of crime in South Africa, and we all know why South Africa is experiencing such high levels of crime. It is because there's huge inequalities in South Africa. We adopt the most unequal society and the most unequal country in the world because of the high amount of wealth concentrated in the hands of white people, who are 7% of the population, that are holding almost close to about 80% of the economy and 80% of the riches of South Africa. And on the other hand, you've got 60% of unemployed young people that are so poor, that are experiencing poverty on a daily basis. And when the two clashes, they will obviously collide, because these young people are seeing wealth being dangled in front of their eyes on a daily basis. There are Porsche and Ferraris that are driving all over. We see them every day. And then on the other hand, you've got people that are living on 1 meal per day.
I feel you, Mr. South African man. I just got one question for you. I got you.
That situation is going to combust at some point.
Mr. South African man, is the South African government? I got a question for you, sir.
Go ahead.
Is South Africa compensating landholders under this transfer of farmland?
Yes, it does. It does.
Now, thank you for answering that question, sir. I have one other question to follow up, and then we rest, the defense rest, and all of that type of stuff. The next question I have, sir, is, do you think that the reason? Okay, I can't lead the witness. Hold on. All right. Would it be inaccurate for anybody to say that land is being stolen from white farmers in South Africa if there is a UN agreement?
This is comical.
This transfer of land. Do you think that this is considered theft?
Dude, this is funny,
when
bro.
there's a UN agreement,
can you imagine if white people got around
agreeing to the cash compensation for the
if it was inaccurate,
why do you have to interrupt?
Any racism against black people? Yeah, dude, you guys should listen to yourself. Okay?
Objection. Why is the
you guys are ridiculous sounding, dude? You guys all sound ridiculous. If a bunch of white people sat around,
look, man, hold
on.
Dave, I want to hear this.
It's okay for a bunch of black majority Africa.
Your question is very valid.
White people
your question is valid.
Hold on.
Dude, you people are silly. If white people came and said, in America, black people don't experience racism because we say so, because we're the ones who determine it, and because we're the ones who view what is and isn't racism, they get left out of the room every single time. But somehow, magically, all the black people
Your Honor, after this
today and sit on this panel and talk about there's no genocide of white people in South Africa. There's no proof of us doing awful things. Why? Because we say so. Sure, you're black and you say so. I got you. No, CT, I got you. You black and you say so.
Hey, Gimpy.
I can't even say
Gimpy.
Gimpy.
Hold on.
Jeez.
Hey, Gimpy. That's their holy land. That's the Zulus' holy land.
They should fight for it.
They should fight for it.
Say that they're not killing them.
Hey, look, man. I don't know if it's a genocide or not, but that's their holy land. Hey, man, just like where your people are from.
I didn't say. Whoa. I didn't say.
Thank you for answering my question.
What's there?
Man.
I didn't say that. I said a bunch of white people. There's a total difference, sir.
Yes, Mzuzi.
You white people are aware that the wealth of the country is disproportionately embedded in their hands? Where are their acts of kindness from their side to make sure that there is equitable distribution of land among South Africa's citizens? Where is their act of kindness to make sure there is an equitable distribution of land among South Africans? Where's their act of kindness, Jimpy? Where's their act of kindness?
Sir, as your legal counsel, you're not phrasing it right to make the
you're misunderstanding. You guys keep saying that there's nothing wrong with all of you talking about the minority group dictating terms to the minority group. But when it's on the other foot here in America, the minority group tries to high hell when the majority tells them what is and isn't their lived experience, right? Like that's the term you use for that. Lived experience. Am I right about that? That's the phrase, Hafez? By the way, Hafez, I owe you a huge apology. Long story short, I should trust your intuition. It's far better than ever imagined, man. Anyhow, so I just want to make sure I got that apology to you.
Is your filibuster over?
What was that?
I'm not entirely sure what I said, but thank you. We'll talk about it later.
All right. To the second question to answer Gimpy's question, but I'm going to ask you the question in a certain way.
Yeah, but you see, you're interrupting our conversation.
Mr. South African man.
Yes.
Do you think what percentage of the wealth that I don't like saying white South Africans, but for context, we're going to say what percentage of wealth did the white South Africaners do you think, upon your estimate, did they achieve by force?
Pre the dismantling of apartheid before 1994, they were holding almost close to about 100% of the wealth in their hands. Currently, after 1994, when we got our freedom, they are sitting at an average of close to about 80% of the wealth that is laying in their hands currently at the moment.
Okay. Upon what means was it through? Was that wealth acquired through monetary compensation, or was it acquired through force and duress? What percentage of that wealth do you think was acquired through force or duress in the similar means in which is being accused of the Black South Africans, of the similar means that they're being accused of right now while we're up here debating these charges? What percentage of that wealth do you think was obtained through force or duress?
100%. 100% of it was acquired by extortion. 100% of that wealth was acquired by declaring war and fighting wars and defeating the indigenous people like they did with the American Indians when they landed in America.
That's good. So would you say that at least 50% has been attained through duress or force? That would be a conservative estimate, correct? To say at least, if I said 50% of it, well, I know you said 100, but if I said 50, would that be a very, very conservative estimate?
Yes, it will.
No more questions. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me the time to ask these questions. First, I'm just restating what you said, sir. First, thank you, Your Honor, for letting me tell the jury and explain that these farmers are being compensated monetarily. And then secondly, I know he says 100%, but at least 50% of the current wealth has been acquired through force and duress with no monetary compensation, which through tort law means that it's an unconscionable contract. And how this wealth was obtained. I rest my case.
I'm looking at getting that comment.
Dave, you know when you say I rest my case, you should be silent after that.
I rest my case.
There's a point. Yeah, that's where you go.
I rest.
Okay, I got a question. This is for Gimpy. Hello, panel. Hi, CT. Okay, I noticed you did say minority, and I understand where you're coming from and how you think it's funny. for Black people to say that, but they're not the minority in power. I mean, the whites were not the minority in power.
The
Like,
whites are
if
not
you,
the minority in power now. The blacks are the majority in power, telling
yes,
you that they're living. Hold.
No, it's the other way around. Black people are the majority
White
in
people
city
not
of
around
power.
the United States of
Black
America.
people are the majority in city of power.
Racism, it would
Black people
not
have no political power in South Africa. Affairs.
And you're unhappy that you are abusing the minorities in your country. That's
Hey,
not
Dave, Savage kicked you off, Dave. 2 minutes.
But like you want to sit here and say that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, literally and figuratively, then you're all a bunch of hypocrites. Because the truth is if that happened in reverse in the United States, there'd be global outrage. You'd have marching in the streets, burning down cities, white people telling black people there's no such thing as racism. You're not
they
being.
do say that. You act like they're not saying that now. They say that now. It's like, oh, we know that racism doesn't exist, and that's not true, Gampy. They are saying that racism is no longer here in the United States. Oh, you have a black president. It doesn't exist.
That a bunch of black people sat around arguing that a white minority is not telling the truth. But if that ever happened in reverse in the United States of America, there would be global riots. So don't talk about a privilege, a right, an exclusive, because everyone can say whatever the hell they want, it seems, while they're complaining about not being allowed to say whatever the hell they want. But all of you be honest about it for once. Instead of sitting here claiming oppression when you're clearly none of you are oppressed, but you would all love to be oppressors.
Oh no, I'm oppressed in South Africa. Oh no, I'm still oppressed in South Africa. Oh no.
I won't say oppressed. How about disadvantage? That's not true. It is happening. You don't think it. When anytime that you have people like they're immigrating people from South Africa on the premise that they're being persecuted, and okay, that may very well be, but we literally in the United States sent a 2-year-old, was she 4? A 4-year-old back to her country, and she needed medical attention. They literally did that with her mom. She was actually an American citizen. She was born here. And they sent her with her mom because she was not.
Her mother wanted to take her with her, and she
said that was not true.
That's exactly what happened with that case. Go look it up. They didn't deport the child. They deported the mother. The mother elected to take her child with her. She didn't have to. Dude, you people make up bullshit. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are all sitting around talking like you're just doing what you accuse everybody else.
You see, Coco, Gimpy, what Coco is suggesting is that the United States should have let the mother also stay. Hence the whole anchor baby situation.
Good. That's you want to talk about anchor baby issue.
Mother
that's
not to be deported, so that she doesn't have to take the baby with her.
Used is she said that they deported an American citizen. That did not happen.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
No, I agree.
That is a lie, to quote Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I know. But what the underlining message or the underlining thing is that they're saying no, you shouldn't deport the mother, so that she doesn't have to take the baby with her. So essentially, you should just let illegal immigrants with anchor babies stay.
Go fight it in the courts like everyone else has. I can't do anything about
Maybe the mother
telling a lie in order to justify so that you can spend all day doing what you accuse the other side of doing all the time. It's hypocritical at best.
Maybe the mother should have come here illegally so she wouldn't have to be deported.
Again, that's up to the courts. I'm not getting involved in that argument. What I'm saying is that you all sat around all day talking about how white South African minority who says they're being genocide doesn't know what they're talking about. They're not telling the truth. And then you had a black majority member of South Africa reinforce it. But if we did that the other way, there'd be white supremacy claims. There'd be claims that
they had a white woman support it as well.
Jimpy, I have a question for you. When Obama was the president of the U.S., when Obama was the president of the U.S., did black people have any substantial power during the time when Obama was the president of the U.S.?
Look. The fact of the matter is, this is a phenomenon known as the soft bigotry of low expectations. The world doesn't expect these backwards, essentially barbarian countries like South Africa, Zimbabwe, Djibouti, and Burkina Faso to act civilized like the white nations. Let's be honest. There's a double standard. South Africa can scream "kill the Boers" and it's fine. South African politicians can scream "kill the Boers," but if a French politician screams "kill the Muslims," no, it's the same. In Iran, it's the same. In Iran, they execute apostates of Islam, they execute Christians, they execute Baha'is, they execute Jews, and no one cares. No one says anything.
In the UK, not knowing what is going on the ground in South Africa. You can't be saying such kind of statements.
No, but the fact is that is the reality, Zulu. That your politicians can get on TV and dance and sing, kill a minority group in your country, and no one seems to bat an eyelid. Whilst if a Swedish politician did that, if an American politician did that, hell, even if a Cuban politician did that, they'll be held up to higher standards than the Africans.
Real quick, well, Mzuzi, you don't agree with what Hafiz is saying. Why is that, sir? Mzuzi?
No, because he's saying that. This is what white South Africans have been classifying black people when they are demanding equality in South Africa. That blacks are barbarians. That blacks' behavior is barbaric. They've been justifying the wealth that they have in their hands. By saying that we cannot live together with black people on the basis that we do not have like a common views of life in general. The reason why they created the Group Areas Act was to declassify and separate people to live in different places. That was the reason why they implemented the Group Areas Act. To say these black people who are behaving like monkeys, these black people that are barbaric, they should stay away and they should be resettled in areas that are inadequately resourced. They should be separated away from white people. That's the justification that he's saying. So
hold on one second. Let me explain to you. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reaction of the rest of the world to a African politician who screams, "Let's kill this minority group," in your case, the Boers, versus any other more sophisticated nation, let's say a first world nations like the European countries or North American countries. The fact is that this is, by the way, the white people's bigotry. This is white people's discrimination of it's called the soft bigotry of low expectations. They expect less of an African nation, they expect less of a Middle Eastern nation or less of a Southeast Asian nation than they do of a European nation, a Western European nation, or a North American nation. When a politician in America, if a politician in America says, "Let's kill the blacks," the whole country will erupt in flames. The rest of the world will condemn it. There'll be media. They'll be running it on media reels for 24/7 for months because a white American said, "Let's kill the blacks." But when a black African says, "Let's kill the whites," they expect you to ignore it. They expect you to pretend that it's fine. He's just joking, fellas. He doesn't really mean it.
Who expects that, Hafez? Who expects that?
The media, how it's portraying
the
it.
media?
The global media.
Absolutely. Let me speak to Mzulu. Hold on. You spoke a lot. Let me speak.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Mzulu, this is what they don't understand. Now, Hafez is talking about
real quick. Give a shout out to you, man, for the $25 cash apps. I'm not
a minority leader of an African party in South Africa is chanting something. But the apartheid clique under the clerk and P.W. Botha, they didn't just chant it; they acted on the very chant. They put the thoughts in action.
They acted on it.
So you don't understand, Mr. Hafez. This man is in South Africa giving us on the ground commentary, what he sees and what he feels about his government in South Africa, and you way over in England trying to tell this man.
You would burn the country down. Dave would be
regardless. This man,
with Ben White behind him. If white people were talking about black people in America,
your brothers. You mean the white people that's your brothers, Gimpy?
You guys,
the white people that's your brothers, Gimpy?
I'm just a lawyer. You're not supposed to be addressing.
You talk about the white people that's your cousins or your brothers?
Again, you can make all the angry statements.
I'm not doing it. I'm just trying to see who you're talking about.
Spent the day
who you talking about
black people in America the way you.
Are you talking about the people in Palestine, or you talking about the people in America?
This be a very different conversation.
Yes, it would. But tell me, yes, I understand that, Gimpy, and you're right.
This conversation is about South Africans, not blacks in America.
But see, they'll do that. They'll take it and juxtapose it and acerbate it to where it includes everybody and not these people. This man is in South Africa giving us commentary of what's happening in his country, and then he's trying to tell these other people, trying to tell them, no, even though you're South African and you're in South Africa, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That is the most craziest. That's crazy.
Unheard of.
I already know that they control 80% of the resources. I already know that they're only 10% of the population.
Real quick,
but
real quick, hang tight. Aaron says, "Go ahead, Ben. If you got 10 minutes, and you go ahead. It's a cash out for you to speak for 10 minutes. Go ahead."
Okay, yeah. Every time I open my mouth is a cash out. But them Zulu, don't let them get you off your game. Stay on point. And every time they bring up these counter arguments,
I'm not going to let my eyes off the ball. I'm not going to let my eyes off the ball. Never.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And see, you're the son of those that survived apartheid. You are duty bound to defend your people and your people's vision for it, the control of its own destiny and its own vision. And don't let them tell you or try to equate or give you false equivalents or straw man arguments to express or articulate your point. Because they're good at doing that. And that's what happened with Ramaphosa when he came to meet with Trump. It was a setup. And don't let them set you up. You notice how... Yes, sir.
Ben, white people in South Africa are running us in cycles. They are running us in cycles.
I know this.
Every form of excuse when there's supposed to be equality between blacks and whites. They run us in cycles. I'm not going to let that happen to the next generation of Zulu. Black people in South Africa.
Yes, sir. Do you notice how when we're talking about issues on CT's channel, Chaotic Truth, and we're talking about issues of race, when it's a overreaching, broad critique of black people, whether in America or Africa, you notice how even white extremists and those small hats talk and defend each other's agendas, even though they claim not to be the same people or the same group. Just notice that. Notice that. Keep your eye on that.
I'm keeping my eye on the ball.
Yes, sir.
I'm keeping my eye on the ball.
Somebody's paying to have me put down out of room, so I'm gonna mute my mic. They wouldn't get away with that on me.
No, they paid to have you. They paid to have you talk, Ben. They paid to have you talk for 10 minutes.
Not with me, yes, sir.
Okay, so basically, what I'm saying is that, and CT's smart enough. He knows this. And that's the reason why I always ask Gimpy, who is he talking about? Is he talking about the same people? He talking about him? He talking about people that look like him? Or who is he referring to when he's talking about white people? Is he talking about his long lost cousins, 7 generations back, 8? Or who is he talking about? But make that statement, I will be considered, and people start calling me so-called anti-Semitic. But you notice how they unify when it comes down to being a reckoning or a bulwark against the destiny and the control of black people's destiny, whether it be in the diaspora or whether it be in Africa.
I've noticed.
Yeah, they have been doing this for centuries. It's nothing new. But when you pin them up against the wall, they'll say, no, I'm not them and they're not me. You know. But
it's the same argument they're putting. It's the same argument they're putting when Black Americans are looking for reparations. They will run in circles. They will concoct and invent every kind of excuses for them to give Black Americans reparations for the slavery. They almost 300 years of slavery that Black Americans have experienced. Why are they running around in cycles for them to give Black Americans reparations?
Because they want, if to pay the reparations will mean before the world that they committed a wrong and they owe compensatory damages, and they owe based on the damage and the destruction they did to the physical body and the soul of the Africans that were brought here and their descendants. And they can't admit that. See, there's really no price you can pay for that. Just like there's no price they can pay to what happened under apartheid in South Africa. And they know this. They're still digging up bodies of Africans that's buried under trees, in open fields, in drainage ditches today.
So they are cowards. They're running away from their responsibilities. So they're cowards.
More than cowards. They're executors of racial supremacy. You see, they don't get along on all issues, but when it comes to the issue of race, no matter what they call themselves, they unify around that position and that agenda and that objective. And they work behind the scenes, and they will create agendas and blood oaths and pacts in order to further the agenda based on the identity of what it means to be Caucasian and or white.
So there's a motion that has been passed in Parliament, in the South African Parliament, to deport a British citizen called Phil Craig, who has come in South Africa, and then he wants to declare that the Western Cape as a province should declare independence from South Africa. So this Phil Craig is a missionary from the UK who came into South Africa to tell the South African whites that they must declare independence of the Western Cape as a province to become independent. So
that's what they're working on. I heard about that. And you imagine, you come from Britain. So the thing is, you look at his lineage.
So this is a global white structure. It's a global white structure that is punching South Africans around to make us give up and water down our demands.
It has been for the past 8,000 years. They've been doing this, and they know what they're doing. And they know when to come and unify and back each other. And as soon as you started talking about the issues of what's going on the grounds in South Africa, you notice they came together. See, they don't never want that. They don't want to never show Africans that they have a collective agreement when it comes against robbing and looting and stealing the wealth of Africa. Africa is not a poor
real
country.
Quick, you guys have
no.
Hold on, guys.
Hey
guys, you guys have about 3 or 4 more minutes. But there's a Cash App that was sent over to me, Ben, a Cash App from Gimpy. Play Pastor Manning, put it on the big screen.
We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
And I agree with a lot of that. But guess what? They don't talk about John Brown and John Brown's sons. They don't talk about the Quakers a lot. And
is that Pastor Manning?
Huh?
Ben, is that Pastor Manning?
Yes.
That's Pastor Manning. I saw his videos around 2014.
Yeah. Yeah, but again,
how can you forget about his own people?
Well, look at General Langley. I mean, listen, Mzulu. Those type of black men are made out of the factory of Anglo thought in America. They make them. They send them to their schools and to their Ivy League schools, and they're made. These men and women, they are made and crafted in protecting and gatekeeping the upper echelons of American society. And you just take that on a micro level and expand that on a macro level. You'll see the same patterns anywhere you go on the planet. And when you move to the area that is called Africa or Kubalan, you'll see the same pattern. South African, apartheid, same thing. I don't care how you slice it and dice it. They are unified in one thing. I don't care where they're from on this planet. They're unified against the African cause, African freedom, African control of their destiny, and control of their wealth. They are unified in that. I don't care if they're from Persia. I don't care if they're from Europe. I don't care where they're from.
Against Ben.
It's extremely unfortunate that Pastor Manning is dancing for his life.
In Zulu, it's getting ready to play out right in front of you. In Zulu, you get ready to see it play out in real time. Just listen. Just listen. Listen to the people on the panel. It's some of them. It's going to play out in real time.
Ben, I disagree with you on a lot of things. You're 100% correct on this one.
Say that again.
You're 100% correct on that observation, bro.
Oh, okay.
But I got a question. If I'm wrong, this is for Gimpy, brother Gimpy. Hear me out. This is why I think it's different. Like you said, black people were the minority. This is the other way around.
Got a call.
Black people have never had the financial resources or wealth in this country. I think if we had it here, even if people say kill black people, we're the minority. If we had the resources, then what would it matter? They control the resources and wealth of those people.
No black billionaires in America. I'm sorry. That's just, again, a fallacy of misrepresentation. The same 1% of black people make affluent, just like the same 1% of white people, quote unquote, to make Mr. Hotep feel better about himself, are affluent. Like, stop. It's the same. That's why it's called the 1%. It's regardless of skin color. It's wealth. Wealth focuses itself right at the top. And then
I understand what you're saying, brother Gimpy. But even how many black people are considered middle class, or even have the same amount of financial?
The same proportion as every other demographic. In fact, black people had a time and place where their middle class outpaced other groups' middle class in this.
And what happened?
Dude, they burned it down and got the
economy.
What happened?
Everything else means
you don't know what happened.
No one's stopping you from making money today.
What happened in your example?
Oh, no, that is not true.
Hypocrisy
Hold
on, Lena. If white people sat around on CT's panel all day talking about how the black lived experience of what they're expressing isn't true, it's not happening. We know better because we're white and we say so. What has been going on all day for I'm black and I say so in South Africa, there would be riots in the street led by Dave and Ben.
I'm not saying that they're not.
Totally okay to do it when it's white people in Africa.
I'm not saying it's okay, Gimpy. That's not.
And every time someone steps up here to try and explain why it's not an accurate point, proves
I can't take you seriously if you bring
what they're saying is wrong. I agree. They shouldn't have to live in fear. I agree with you, Gimpy. However, when you have financial wealth, but you have the majority of it, even though you're a minority, you're not completely the same as we are.
Addendum just is a justification for somehow it's not as bad as when white people do it to black people.
I'm not saying it's a justification, but when you have resources and you get the money, okay, you see the money. Matter of fact,
ourselves in the mirror.
CTQ, it must be the money song, because if I had resources and I had the wealth, I wouldn't care if they called me whatever.
Yeah, but again, that's your personal thing. We're talking about it from a contextual standpoint. If all day The white people like righteous.
No, we're not talking about it. You're making statements where somebody asked you a question,
that they weren't under oppression. There was systemic racism. It happens whenever white people talk about that shit. They get kicked around. They're told they're racist. They're called names by you guys. You're all upset. But it's okay for you guys to sit around all day and call white South Africans.
Wrap that monologue
telling them what their
we can't ask you questions.
You're black and you're in the majority. That's exactly what's happening. Dude, that's exactly what's happening. I'm sorry. And every time you try and explain why it's okay to do that, you just prove my point that for some reason it's okay to go in one direction but not the other. I think it's not okay to go in either direction. And tell me
actually, Gimpy, I disagree with you.
I would say you want to answer the question, but you're not going to answer it.
Look, Gimpy, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I do slightly disagree in this concept of
chaotic.
You see,
I got a question.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. I was literally like saying things.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I was like right in the middle of that whole sentence. Look, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, the white people are just really good at oppressing other people. They got that formula down. They know what to do. They know how to get to other places and beat the shit out of them and take their shit. And other people are stupid, mostly stupid. Iranians, Iraqis, Syrians, Nigerians, Zimbabweans, South Africans. You guys, I'm sorry, you're dumber than the white people.
So
the white people just do better than you.
Saying it was duress in what's the other legal word? Is duress. So you are saying it's basically duress and theft, right?
Look, Dave. When the white man went to South Africa, you guys have seen the movie. Dave, have you seen the movie Zulu? Have you seen the movie Zulu? You remember the movies?
No.
All right, look. All I'm saying is that if you look at the movie Zulu, the Zulus were fighting with leather shields and spears against muskets and fully, armed Englishmen. Of course they're going to lose. I think it was something like 100 Englishmen with rifles, beat 1,000 Zulus. Of course you are. You're going to mow them down right now. Think about it on a global stage. These countries that are bitching and moaning, a single F-35 could take down a whole country of most of these idiots. You know when America went into Afghanistan, the Afghani mobile infantry was on horseback. They were riding into battles against tanks and Apache helicopters on horses. Of course you're going to lose. You just don't have the capability. You don't have the ingenuity. You don't have the sophistication. The only countries that will even come close to the American military is China and Russia. That's it. Maybe Europe if Europe gets together, but I don't even put a lot of weight on Europe. The Europeans, there's a few countries that have got nukes. That's about it. That's it. That's the landscape of the world. Now you can go ahead and bitch and moan about this and that. South Africa has had the apartheid taken away since 1994. And what have they done? You still complaining about how the whites have all the money. You own the country. You own the politicians. You own everything. The whole of the country's in your hands. And you're still complaining about the handful of whites still left. If you don't want them, you should just take...
Let me clarify it for you. Have you ever heard of the concept of manufactured incapability? Have you ever heard about the concept of manufactured incapability? Incapability is manufactured.
To people who don't like your existence. Mr. South African man, rule 1. Stop debating your existence with people who despise your existence. Make your moves and steamroll whoever the fuck in the way.
I got pushback from Hafez because when they came to invade the Zulus or whatever, the Zulus would have won. The only reason why the Zulus lost is because they killed Shaka.
The Zulus beat their head.
All right, I'm about to end the live stream, Lena. That was really Lena. What I'm sorry, Lena.
Because his brothers killed him. The white man did not kill Shaka. Shaka was handling that ass. He's considered a military genius. He's ranked number 16. I just read about it. Shaka would have won.
There were battles in South Africa where they had machine guns that just mowed down entire regiments of. What the hell are you talking about? Respectfully.
Shaka's considered number 16 ranked. Shaka knew what was up. Shaka was doing.
So you're admitting the biggest problem the black man has is another black man? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm trying to.
Brother, power and greed.
It's not the white man, but his own people who killed him.
Right, so, I agree. Power and greed will corrupt anyone.
What the man has is the other black man.
Lena,
well, not the other black man. The power and greed. It does the same to white people.
Tell me some rope here, Lena. How are the Zulu or any other tribal groups going to beat the Gatling gun?
Not now, but back then, Shaka.
That was back then. The Gatling gun was back then. It was like a machine gun. How are they going to beat the machine gun?
Shaka was handling their ass. He is considered a military genius. He was smart. He realized that they thought they were stupid. He was ambushing them. He was handling them their ass. That is actually true.
I didn't know
That's
that.
an unfair question, CT. It's an unfair question.
Y'all never seen a documentary of Shaka?
I guess history disagrees with her, being that the Zulu didn't win. I mean, you can say whatever you want now, and all you're talking about is a guy who's died by the hand of his own people, right? Like
his brothers killed him. It wasn't like some everyday average. It would be like if your brother or somebody came and killed you for your money and stuff. I mean, he walked, he was too trusting of his family. Shaka really did hand them their ass.
Shaka must have been bulletproof back then.
By the way, I don't even know if they even had the Gatling gun because from what I understand, it was still muskets, but they were using them wave after wave. So it would be the first wave of guys who would fire the muskets. The guys behind them would be reloading, and then they would come through. They'd start firing, and the guys behind, you know what I mean? That's how they would rotate the reloading situation. But the fact is that even a musket against a leather shield and spears is useless. Leather shields. Yeah. You can't fight. You can't take a spear to a gunfight.
And this is the quickest comment. With what she said, I know y'all have no knowledge of South African history, because what she said, I've debated real deal people who don't agree with nothing about the blacks in South Africa. And I know the flaw in everything she said. You do not even know South African history. How the people who are there now got there, or else you would have said certain things to shut everything down. So I'm gonna leave. Okay, so I know y'all arguing with people who just want to just argue. Y'all don't even know how the history. These two guys in the middle up top, they don't even know the history of how South Africa became South Africa before white people.
Real quick, JoJo with the $5 super chat. Don't worry, y'all. This money comes and goes. It still fucks Savage, by the way. And Chris says, "Damn, Ben done converted a female." Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so Dave, tell us what the history is. Give us the history, the quick version.
I won't, because it's going. I'm his defense lawyer. Why am I going to help y'all? I'm Mr. South African man defense lawyer. I'm not going to help y'all.
Look, Dave, you only come across as a black man in America who says we was kangs. So, unfortunately, I can't really take you that credible on history, because the history is, as we stand, the white people clearly won, and here's a South African man complaining about how they clearly won and are still controlling 70% or 80% of the economy. So clearly the white people came out on top at the end of all of that shit. Dave,
they try to bunch you and give you
no matter what happened with Shaka Zulu or anyone else, the white people clearly won. But they clearly won. Is the end result white people win?
Not that much of a walkover. It was not that much of a walkover. The Xhosa people in the Eastern Cape fought protracted war against the British for almost 100 years.
So the English eventually won, though, right?
after 100 years of protracted war.
So they won. The English won.
Okay. Let me jump in here.
Okay, let me just address.
Let me just address the point that Nefesh mentioned. Let me deal with the Persian British transplant. Hafez knows which side he stands on. He demonstrates it all the time. He's Persian. He knows what happened to his country. He knows the cause and the mechanisms that took place. And he said to myself, what level of Caucasian currency that I have in my outer exterior that I can use to navigate through this system so that I'm not considered a target? I'm going to advocate that system, whether it be just, whether it be unjust, whether it be collateral damage, whether it be spoils of war. I'm acquiescing to that system. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying. Now, he's saying it with a British accent. He's saying it very eloquently, but he's telling you, Mr. Mzulu, and anybody else on the panel, I side with the winners, I side with those who did the fight, those that are white, and those that are right. That's all he's saying. No matter how he says it. Mr. Mzulu is on the ground in Africa, and they're still battling and debating this man. He's in his own home country. Hafez is not even in his home country. Imagine that, Mzulu. Just imagine that.
Unbelievable.
Rahotep, I got a question the other
time. Well, how different is he from the Iranians that are still living in Iran? And he couldn't answer me.
Go ahead, Willie.
What's going on, CT, Dave, and everybody else on the panel? I just wanted to address something earlier. I got off for a minute because I had a couple phone calls. Hafez said something that was so ignorant earlier today, and I'm going to address it. When he said if a white person in America said that they was going to kill black people, the whole world would be outraged. The whole world has never been outraged when white people has killed black people in America. Black people get outraged and fight back when white people do harm to us. So when you're on the other side of the country speaking on America issues, try coming here and hanging out in the hood and find out how we stand up against racism and all the other stuff that goes along with it in this country. Second thing, CT, Gippy said some wild shit today, and I'm going to address that.
What did he say?
He said that black people aren't oppressed in America. Well, oppression goes off of control. We don't control no laws here. We don't write no laws. We don't control our education. Other people create and set up education for black people in America. So that is oppression. No matter how he try to escape it, because ain't no black person going to set no school up for no Jews. They're not going to allow that because they control their communities and their education. So when he can speak on us and speak equally as us, as him or them, then we can have a conversation. But as long as he's seeing through his blind, small head eyes, I don't see how he can even have a comment on it.
Now that I will agree with. I will agree with you on that. That's the one thing I will agree with you on. If a group of black guys got together and said, we're going to open up a, what do they call them? A yeshiva? Like the names of the schools?
Yeah, some of them.
What do they call them?
Whatever they call.
Whatever the schools are called, you are correct. They would not go to those schools. Same thing with you open up an all Asian school. However, other groups of people can. Yeah, you are correct. I'll agree with you on that. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. But that's because black people are too nice and accepting, and we go to if some thank you Jewish man for opening up this school for us. Whereas they stay on cold with their culture. But anyway, go ahead. I agree with you halfway with that one. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to agree that we're nice, because every time we stand up, or people that stand up for us, they get eliminated. They get deleted quick. And that puts a lot of scare in the community when, hey, y'all deleting us every time we say something. So, I mean, what do you expect us to do? And then, like I said, we don't control when we start controlling some laws and start controlling legislation for us, oh, it'd be a super problem over here then. So that's all I'm saying. When I hear guys like Hafez that live in other countries that's portraying to be somebody that he's not, he don't have no say so over here. All this information comes from social media.
What do you think Hafez is portraying to be?
Like he knows something over here. He don't. He don't know any black people over here.
Willie, I wasn't talking about America's. I actually, if you listen to my entire rant, I talked about the European politicians. I said Western Europeans and North Americans. I even throw in a Cuban politician. The whole point was that if any politician from any of these nations says kill the blacks, the world would erupt. All the newspapers and all the news agencies will run 24/7 about how this white politician from France or this white politician from Germany or Britain or America or Canada said kill the blacks. Whilst when a black politician in South Africa says kill the whites, we're supposed to think, oh, he's just joking, or they try to brush it off. You've seen it. You see how they react to this black politician from South Africa.
Saying kill the Arabs like they are in Europe, saying it now. So
who's saying kill the Arabs? Which politician is saying kill the Arabs?
I'll get you the name. Hold on.
Yeah. By all means.
It's the hypocrisy that drives me.
He's in your country, right? You in the UK, right? Okay.
Yeah. Find me a politician in Britain that has dared to say kill the Arabs. I would love to see that. Now remember, Dave, you said kill the Arabs. Don't come with some other bullshit now. Kill the Arabs is what I'm listening out for.
So Hafez, the thing that drives me nuts is the instant hypocrisy that comes with a lot of people, a lot of foreigners, a lot of white people, when you won't acknowledge the fact that the world ain't never stood up for anything going on in America dealing with blacks. The world has never stood up for the blacks. We stand up for ourselves.
Willie, are you in touch with reality? In 2020, when George Floyd died, people were protesting in Japan and South Korea for George Floyd. I saw protests in South Korea. Why does a South Korean give a shit about a fentanyl-taking criminal in the United States?
He said, round up, arrest all of y'all Muslims.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Dave? Dave, what did I say? I said kill the Arabs. Where's your kill the Arabs line?
You're right.
So sit down now, sir.
But are you
We're
cool?
done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. You are medium rare cook, sir. You're medium rare. I don't need well done.
Are you cool?
But it says
round up all of Muslims and get them out of here.
What'd you say, James?
It's pronounced yeshiva. The school. Yeshiva.
Oh, okay, yeah. What did I say? I thought I said yeshiva. What did I say?
I think you said yeshiva.
Well, we knew what he was referring to.
Real quick, L with this $2 super chat. CT, you just checkmated yourself on this topic. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
So
it's a simple yes or no. Are you cool with the people? Do you want the names of them? Because it's 3 of them. Of the UK, what are these called? They call them ministers saying, get rid of all these Muslims. If they, I would actually be right on that.
You agree with that? But the fact of the matter is, I would personally. But you do realize that the Muslims in Britain are actually of the Pakistani variety.
I still haven't heard a yes or no.
Oh yeah. No, I'm fully on board with that. I would get rid of all the Muslims in Britain. Okay. Absolutely, yeah. Because
he's no different than anyone else.
I am straight up Thanos on that. But as far as what you said about Arabs, the fact is the majority of Muslims in Britain are of the Pakistani variety. They're not Arab.
Is it a yes or a no? Definitively.
Hafiz, he said he apologized for that. We passed that. Okay, you didn't hear that?
Is there a definitive yes or no? Because you just said
deport all the Muslims. Deport all the Muslims from Britain.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm on board with that. I mean, I personally would have. I would be much harsher than that.
To say, oh, y'all gotta go.
Oh yeah, but of course, you see the thing is, number one, you're gonna have to give me the exact quote, because I can promise.
If I hear Alu Akbar chant, they should be arrested and deported. Okay, hold on.
Would not get away with saying get rid of all Muslims. If he's talking about, you have to give me the full context. In Britain, they would literally hang him to dry in the town square if he said get rid of all Muslims. Give me give me the quote and give me the context.
Now we gotta hear your context.
What do you mean? To say to kill the farmer, kill the Boer, that is in its context. It wasn't out of context.
He was telling you.
Okay. What did the South African? Okay, what was the context of kill the Boer, kill the farmer? Dave.
You didn't want to hear his context.
Dave, tell me, what is the context?
He was talking about the farmers that were beating the hell out of them and shooting them too. Like, I heard the whole damn speech.
Was he?
I've heard the whole speech.
So he was saying,
what the hell is they doing over there?
Just those farmers.
Black Americans put a whole lot of work in to get Mandela free and to keep the movement towards justice non-violent. So I had to listen to that whole speech. So
it's okay. It's okay if he was.
Man, F your context. Now,
so it was okay. It was
context. I'm asking you without context.
No, without context, if he's saying deport all Muslims,
yes,
that minister, without context, if he's just saying let's deport every Muslim in this country, that politician would never be elected again. I'll promise you that. In this country, it wouldn't pass. It wouldn't fly. You can't say things like that in this country.
So you're not going to answer yes or no? All right.
No. I'm Dave. Dave, I already said yes. But I am. Listen, Dave. I've already said I would vote for that politician 100 times. But that's me. But when it comes to Britain and the makeup of Britain and the British politics, a politician who just says let's get rid of all Muslims would never be elected again. Because the politics of Britain is such that the Muslims actually carry a lot of weight in their votes.
Dave, let me cook on him.
Just keep talking over me.
Hey, real quick,
let me cook on him. Let me cook. Let me get the grease hot.
Hold on, let me get.
You gotta listen to what this man says. He says.
Go ahead, Willie.
So just to address Hafiz with the South Korean garbage he tried to go to. There are South Koreans that live in America, so you would definitely think that they would protest a murder of a man in front of the world to see, and they're supporting their South Korean family members that live here in America. So when you make these little crazy statements about the world is protesting about the death of George Floyd, they're protesting because of their family members that's here. We are the only ones that fought for George Floyd's death that we saw the whole world was able to see. Nobody else stood up. We stood up immediately. Like any other situation that happens over here dealing with racism, we're the first ones to stand up. Not you in the UK or anyone else anywhere else. You guys come in and last and try to act like you supported it as well if you think it's going to run y'all over. So miss me with the bullshit, all right? Just that's all I'm saying, Hafiz. You got it, Ben.
So how many times have you protested for a Uyghur Chinese man who's been murdered or killed in China? How many times has the American blacks got out into the streets, started screaming about these Chinese Uyghurs who are being slaughtered, who are literally being raped by the Chinese? You don't give a shit, but Chinese are people. They've got people in America, right? Chinese have got families in America, right? But no Chinese in America has got up and started screaming and burning cities down for the Uyghurs. No, Japanese people, I'm sure, have families in China.
What's your point?
The fact is that your black community gets far more attention and far more other people uprising for the blacks than your black community will ever stand up for other oppressed people around the world. You don't give a shit about other people around the world. My point is that you don't give a shit about other people around the world, and yet other people around the world seem to give a shit about American blacks. That's the inequality.
Listen to me, Hafez. Listen to me real good. Fuck you, Hafez. Fuck you, and fuck your mother, your father, and your uncle. And you know what you're saying is bullshit. And we've marched and fought in every fucking war of this country.
Have you? When was the last protest you went to for the Uyghurs? Ben?
No,
when was the
last
Uyghur protest did you attend?
No,
I was at a protest on Saturday. I was at a protest on Saturday. It's on video.
Been to for your country.
It's on video. I go into London every weekend and I cover protests.
You've been to for your father. For your
Hafiz, what was the protest, sir? Go ahead, buddy.
It was the Palestinian pro-Palestinian protests and also the the counter protest Israelis. Protest.
What do you mean?
It's on video. I live streamed the whole day.
Oh,
what you in a pro-Palestinian protest for?
It's protests that are held every 2 weeks in London. Pro-Palestinians.
What was it for? So you really think you're British, don't you? You really think you're British, don't you? You think they look at you and accept you as a Brit?
What are you talking about? I said I went to
what
a
I
protest,
just said.
sir.
You think the English accept you as being English, correct?
No, I don't want them to accept me as English. I'm not English.
You're done. You're done.
I'm British.
Put a knife in it. You're done.
What the hell? I thought this dude was like in the obituaries. I was reading about Linwood's passing from this channel, and yet he's resurrected again. Are you Jesus now, Linwood?
Let me.
If he was Jesus, you wouldn't support him. He black.
Let me speak to that what you just said earlier. You said something about black people don't support other non-white people suffering on the planet. Actually, have you heard of the Dalits? When Dr. King went over to India, that's where he got the Gandhian principle from, was when he sat down with the Dalits of India, who were being subjugated based on a caste system from the Brahmins.
Which, by the way, the British were the ones who stopped the caste system. You know that, right? They stopped Sati, the practitioner to practice Sati, and also the caste system. It was the whites who stopped that.
The whites actually subjected them as well. So
you didn't know that we protested against Kosovo War?
Don't try to rewrite history.
Have you, Dave? Did you go to a Kosovo War protest?
So, I never protested, but I will be honest with you about it. Black people always been there for everybody else. But
you literally never went to any of these things, but you're like claiming for other black. What I'm trying to tell you is that when George Floyd died in 2020. People in Japan and people in South Korea were protesting. Yes, and whatever. When George Floyd died in 2020, people in Japan and South Korea were marching down the streets.
Okay, was Japanese?
When did the blacks?
This is the bullshit.
Since George Floyd's death, there's literally been hundreds of thousands of Uyghur Chinese people who've been either put into camps or have been murdered by the Han Chinese. When have you protested for the Uyghur Chinese and their rights?
He don't even know what the fuck.
My point exactly.
Carmen with the $5 super chat. When do Americans care about anybody else when not influenced by immigrants in America? Go ahead, guys. Thank you so much, Carmen. Go ahead.
So Hafiz, that's a cop out comment. You're trying to run on a cop out excuse. And at the end of the day, when you make these comments and like somebody like Linwood come in here and check you with facts, you won't say, you know what, Linwood, you're right. I didn't know nothing about none of that. My bad. Instead, you go to some other bullshit.
No, Willie.
Bullshit within you.
No, Willie, you don't seem to realize. That we were such a self-owned that what Linwood did. Linwood had to go to Martin Luther King to talk about when the blacks gave a shit about some other group.
It doesn't matter.
I'm talking about since 2020. Since 2020, when did the blacks of America give a shit about oppressed people in other places in the world?
This is the first time I heard about Uyghurs. I thought you was talking about hillbillies, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Again, Hafiz is trying to move the goalposts. First he said we don't do it. Then when Linwood come in here and check your weak ass, now you want to put a date on it and say, well, since then.
Because I was literally talking about George Floyd's death. And at the beginning of the conversation, I said, when George Floyd died, I was giving you an example of how the rest of the world goes. Listen, you guys don't seem to follow the threads of how this conversation began. This conversation, Dave, do you have to talk over everyone else? Let me just say it. I'll wait for you to say what you want to say, and then I will reply. The fact of the matter is, no. The fact is, you guys are. I'll be honest. You're slow. You're slow. You don't get it. You don't follow the conversation. The conversation was listen. Hold on. The conversation was about. The conversation was about if a white politician in Europe or North America says kill all blacks, the world would erupt. Willie says no. The world doesn't care about blacks issues unless the blacks do some uprising. And I gave the example as God, Dave. Okay, Dave, go ahead. Say what you have.
No, Dave, let me say this. You need to be marching January 6th to try to get these pedophiles to not bomb your shit instead of arguing with us. Okay? Mr. Iranian man in exile. Don't you care?
So again, Hafiz, you give up.
Don't you care?
You give up these.
Isn't there a better way besides what's on the table?
You push these weak narratives, Hafiz, and you don't deal with facts. When George Floyd got killed, who was the first people to go against it, to stand up against it? Who was the first?
Fat, black, radical, lesbian.
No, of course. It was people in America.
It was us. No, it's not the people in America. It's us, the black community. We stood up against it.
Okay.
Stop it with the bullshit.
Sure.
And everybody else followed. And the only reason those other countries, other people in those other countries got involved is because the world was in a state of COVID and everybody on the planet saw that.
More fuck about the people.
So they went rioting in the streets in Japan because of COVID or because of George Floyd?
No, you're not. Again, you call us slow, but you're slow as fuck.
Well, you tell me. You tell me. So they rioted. So people in Japan marched for George Floyd because of COVID, because of state of COVID.
Please, can you help him, CT?
You're the one who made this.
Hey, Willie, 3 of the softest men on CTs. Go ahead, guys.
I mean, that's
so,
Willie.
You are aware. You are aware.
Follow the logic. Sir, follow your own logic.
Well, actually,
are you making logical sense that the people in Japan? Hold on, Linwood. Just 1 second. Let me deal with Willie, and then I'll.
You can't deal with me.
The fact is that you're saying that people in Japan marched for George Floyd's murder because of COVID. What are you saying?
What I just said again. We were dealing with a state where the whole world was able to see a black man get his life taken for the whole world to see. Do you understand that?
Okay. And why should a person in Japan march for George Floyd?
Hold on.
About what's going on in Iran and how people bombing his goddamn people, including all the innocent people. He don't give a fuck.
Right. Hold on, Hafiz. You gotta be able to keep up with us.
The innocence in his fucking country.
I'm trying, but if you actually talk in sense and have a logical thread, then it would make more sense.
Listen, it shouldn't be this hard if you claim that we're slow and you're
yeah, because you're talking gibberish, sir. I'm trying to get you to actually be logical.
Okay,
you don't have logic in your speech. Tell me what is the logical connection, Willie. Tell me the logical connection between a person in Japan marching for George Floyd's murder, and why should they give a shit about George Floyd and American?
Because of humanity. Because of humanity.
They know what this shit about.
Because of humanity.
The Koreans have been oppressed here. The Japanese have been oppressed here.
Dave, let me take this, Dave.
Non-white people have been oppressed here.
Hey, Willie, let me take this.
Something that happened 70 years ago got to
let me ask you this.
Wouldn't you?
It doesn't matter how long it happened.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Let me talk to Hafez.
We protested that Kosovo war.
Okay, hold on. We protest about the war that went on in Kosovo. Second of all, we protested in the streets, in colleges, in universities over what was happening in Palestine. And you know this.
Oh yeah, but you don't give a shit about the Uyghurs. But you don't give a shit about the Chinese Uyghurs, though.
No.
There ain't no protests about no Chinese Uyghurs.
China.
Are you protesting for them?
You go to the Chinese embassy.
There was a protest. There was a protest in 2023 in central London in front of the Chinese consulate for the Uyghurs. The Muslims of London came out. Yes, I was there because I cover these things. I actually cover these things. That's why you don't know shit. Because you don't know what I do and where I cover.
Okay,
there are protests. I cover a lot of the protests that happen in London. And there was a Chinese. There was a protest in front of the Chinese embassy in 2023. But you don't give a shit about the Chinese Uyghurs. Because you don't care.
No, the Uyghurs are Muslim. This is what he's omitting. The Uyghurs are Muslims.
Yes, the Muslim. I just told you.
But why should we care, Hafiz?
But why should a Japanese person give a shit about George Floyd? Why should a Japanese person give a shit about George Floyd?
Hafiz, go ask the Japanese why.
Why should we care?
Next time you see a Japanese,
in the same way. You shouldn't. I don't listen, Willie. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. But what I'm trying to tell you is that just because I'm trying to give you the inequality and an imbalance between when a black American listen, Ben, hold on. Willie, the point of my argument.
I'm not going to do it.
Willie, the point of my argument was that no one gives a shit about some Chinese guy being killed in China, but it seems everyone in the world gives a shit about some drug dealer getting killed in America. That's the difference. The man had fentanyl on him. He has a record of drug dealing and armed robbery.
What record do you have that is of his that is in your possession?
The fact of the matter is, Willie, this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is why if an American politician says kill all blacks, the world erupts. And when an South African politician says kill all whites, no one gives a shit. Because of this imbalance. That's going back to the original point. Willie, I have a logical path to my argument. You don't have a logical path to your argument. You're just rambling. That's why you don't get it.
Ramble these nuts. I asked you a question and you wouldn't answer.
Hafez is a new
You're
imperial.
Iranian, you're Persian.
Okay,
and you're
hold on
talking about
1 second.
black people.
Hafez has been tapped to take imperialist position.
Hold on, guys.
You're not trying to figure out a way for this for sides to talk without bombing.
Hafez have been. Hey, you guys, don't fall into this. Hafez has been tapped to take imperialist position.
I agree
He's
with
not
you,
telling you that, but I know what the game is. I see it right in front of me. Because CT really allow him to go on like this. But you notice he's trying to be the bulwark against all of us. But that's because he's taking imperialist position.
Yeah, it's because one man from the Caucasus Mountains can take down 4 black men, and that has been historically proven by over and over how one white man can take out an entire regiment of black men in Africa. It's called smarts. It's called logical thinking. It's called having a point.
It's called talking point. Listen to his talking point. It's in his nose and it's in his lap.
This actually is an equivalent to a historical battles of whites against blacks. A small number of white people can take down large slews of blacks.
I know you.
Well, let me bring this to a calm conversation.
All right, listen, I got to roll, fellas. Y'all got it. Y'all can handle it.
All right, have a good one, Willie.
Brother, you take care, brother. You take care. Now, let me explain. There's a lot of statements that have been made up here. But let's put this in context.
Yeah,
when you talk about this, the rioting, you are aware that those were FBI agents that caused those riots, that burnt those buildings down, that were agitators. And actually, FBI actually know they had this on film that they were FBI agents, agent provocateurs. There were protesters that were being kidnapped by federal agents that we have not even known what the hell they were to this very day.
And they accidentally kidnapped the undercover agent.
They
didn't know. They just thought he was just a random black person.
Disclaimer: this is Linwood's belief. That's not necessarily.
Actually, no. That's not.
And guess what? Antifa's black now. And did you know Antifa's black now?
Now that's actually not what Linwood is making up. That's actually facts.
Well, it's your belief based on
It's not
what you've heard.
Okay, facts based on what evidence? That's actually no, James. When he's claiming facts, then he has evidence for that fact. So let us see the evidence, sir.
Yeah, the facts were that when they did the study, when they were for studying who caused those riots, it was
Can
mainly
you cite the study?
FBI agents.
What study, sir? Can I look it up?
Yeah, so it was an episode of Democracy Now, where
An episode of Democracy Now,
where it was from a gentleman, Alphabet Podcast, I think his name was. They talked about how the FBI was sending in people to entrap Black Lives Matter protesters, set them up in entrapments, like get them to commit crimes. And these were actually the people that were setting up these entrapments were criminals themselves.
The same thing they did with January
6. Criminals. People that was coming in who were prompted by the FBI.
But what evidence did Democracy Now present? Because this is a podcast, so clearly it's just an opinion piece.
You're gonna be able to present to this guy.
Did they present evidence in the podcast?
No.
Documents, memos, emails.
Nothing. They were just
so they just ran their mouth and they claimed this shit happened. So your evidence for this fact is, trust me, bro, Democracy Now said it.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
yeah, it's just conspiracy theory then. That's why you need to disclaimer it then.
Wait a minute. You're the same side of the. I'll say that January 6th was an inside job. Ain't you the same people that said January 6th was an inside job?
No, I'm not one of those people.
Your political side of the house.
Keep asking him again, man, because he's going against code. You gotta get.
No, I'm not on board with the whole MAGA shit. I'm not Alex Jones.
No.
There was a group of people who were allowed, and as the video evidence shows, Dave, the Washington police, the Washington police actually allowed. There's video. No, you see that the differences between your claims and my evidence is there's actual video evidence.
Hang tight, guys. Chris with the $10 super chat. Oh, really? That's the same thing that is said about Jan 6, but you dispute that. Guys, I'm going to get up out of here. Any last words, guys? Go ahead, Afis.
Thank you. It's been an awesome show. I'm sorry I missed most of it today, but guys, like and subscribe and check me out at Hafiz TV if you want to actually see what I do on the streets in real time at actual protests, unlike these wannabe activists down here who never actually step out of their house to go to an actual protest. If you want to see a real protest, check me out. Peace.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, James can go.
Oh.
You go ahead, James. It's on you. Or I'll go.
Well, hopefully we can one day, like I've said before, come together as human beings, fix our problems and everything. And thank you for letting me up as always, CT. And that's all I really got to say.
Thank you so much, man. Go ahead, guys. I'm gonna get up out of here. Thank you so much, Chris, with the $5 super chat. It is all division, folks. Keep us doing this thing that we are seeing here. Savage with the cash apps, Aaron with the cash apps, Gimpy with the cash apps. Salute to you. Get the likes up, guys. Go ahead, guys.
Just wanted to say in closing remarks, we have heard expert testimony to say that the farmers are being compensated cash for every hectare. It's been a UN agreement on file, everything from day one. In the case of Zimbabwe, as we know, we've done our research. They were under sanctions because they did not provide that cash compensation. So all assistance, including feed and any machinery, was stopped until it looks like April 10th was their first payment to those farmers displaced in Zimbabwe. That's why their production was down, but all their farm equipment shipping is there. We also heard through expert testimony as well as corroborating testimony that we should use the same metrics that saying is a genocide. And if that's the case, then I think I will be in court again and we have a good case for reparations for Black Americans under that same definition for genocide. So I appreciate it. Thanks for listening, jury. Have a good one. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ben. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Thank you. You are on mute, sir.
Good show, man. But Hafez, all he knows he has to do is be polarizing. That's all he has to do. Fill that slot.
Yeah.
Just be polarizing, whether he believes what he's saying or whatever. And because he has a British accent, people think what he says has some historical validity to it. And he doesn't understand that black students in Ivy League universities, March, Stanford, Yale, all over, USC, UCLA, march in solidarity with other students of all different backgrounds against what was going on with the Palestinians in Palestine. You know that just as well as I know that.
I do.
But he will not go on record and state that. What he wants to do is be polarizing, over the top, without any real current historical value or any current headline value. So yeah, I mean, you got to understand, this man ran from his country. I wouldn't be surprised if his family were spies for the U.S. So, you know, a lot of these people that come from these countries that like Iran and places like that, the ones who make it into North America or to Western countries, they were working as interpreters or working as liaisons with U.S. embassies and attaches and groups, and they had a network of getting and passing information to Western intelligence and MI6 and Israeli intelligence. So, you know, that's how it works. He will never go on record and say that, but that's the way it is, man. Get you some rest, CT. Get you some coffee or whatever you do want to do, man. And check back in with you later, man.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much.
All right,
guys.
All right.
Yeah, peace. Thank you so much, Ben. Cliff, peace. Ben, thank you. Cliff, thank you so much for the PayPal. I want to give a big shout out to some dude, Nas, Lindy Lou, Roller Skater Texas Girl, L, Ogun, Triskint, Gimpy, Monterio. I said it wrong. L with the super chats. Who else with the super chats? Big Dog Physique, Big Dog Physique, Chris Reed, Lawrence, JoJo with the super chats, Republic Room with the super chats, Khan Shandery, Rise Girl, salute to you. Who else with the super chats? Big Bad Kahuna with the super chats, Carmen with the super chats, Kev, thank you so much. Positivity's coming your way. Who else? Marcus with the super chats. Let's see. Kev Stutters with the super chats. Kung Fu, salute to you. Bob, salute to you, Bob. Positivity's definitely coming your way, man. Jacquise with the super chat, salute to you, man. Pat with the super chat, salute to you, Pat. Who else with the super chats? Sheena, thank you so much. Thank you so much for moderating and your continued support. And thank you so much for becoming a member again. Republic Room, once again, thank you so much for your super chats. Who else? Chris Jones, L. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow, guys. Thank you guys so much. Long Shot Beats, thank you so much for your super chat as well, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Peace.
I was a grown man. I was a grown man.
Man, society.
Bend my ass. Bend my ass, nigga. Bend my ass. You tethered ass, coon, buck dancing, tap dances, old massa, sucking old massa's boots and licking the shine on them and make them shine so you can see your monkey ass face in them. Nigga, get out of here. Listen, no, nigga. Yo, I own 2,000. I'm retired, nigga. Listen, nigga.
I live a life.
Listen, nigga. I get a service-connected disability pension. Nigga, I get a retirement pension. I get all my Social Security and then some, nigga.
Bro, Hotep, we can hear you in the back, buddy.
Not your buddy, punk.
No, all I said.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
okay, go ahead.
A friend. Hold on. If you. Oh man. Okay, now. The Nigerian tether. You gotta imagine you're doing a whole content show and we'll be monetizing on this just based on yesterday. I don't have that, man. I don't put that much in. You know, I can do that, but I don't have that. Because you're doing a whole show about Ben Rahul Cat, old man, 70 years old. I already told you. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing. You're a bona fide liar. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers from, because I'm not 70.
Okay, well, you have time to speak now, sir. Do you want to speak?
No. You the show. You erroneous, disingenuous, and fear or
I'm your spiritual.
Something that is spiritual. Okay, you're my spiritual father. Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
If you're my spiritual father, what did you do to help shape and mold me to be your son?
The fact that you obsess over my channel, sir, and what I say.
And so forth and on, and debasing people, and the in the director chair, the small hat guy, you know, they want to lambast me. But let me tell you something. Stop holding up signs, small hat. You got enough issues. Your people got enough issues on the
you try to get some get back for the payback, but that put money in your coffers. Listen, they do it because this is comedy to them. When I come on your panel, it's not for you, CT. It's to challenge the lies and the myths that the people that come on the panel spew out of their mouths. You going to Starbucks or you going to some restaurant.
Man, do you want to do a show by yourself over here? Yes or no, man? I got to get up out of here, bro.
I ain't your brother, nigga. You on here grifting people with your damn hair standing up like a 500 black power fist, but you acting like a damn coon, buck dancing and tap dancing for these white folks and these crazy ass niggas that think like you. Nigga, you think you new? You not new, nigga. Think you new, doing something new, innovative. Nigga, you crazy? You crazy, nigga. You crazy.
Something that...
You can't even get on PS4 again, nigga. You ain't network known, nigga. That's what you think you're network known? Them niggas, they don't even call you, man. I guarantee you, you can't even get on Jesse Lee Peters. And he the biggest coon to get on Jesse Lee Peterson.
May I speak, Ben?
Talk about my world known. Nigga, you only known in the ether of StreamYard, and that's it, nigga. And try to make people think you some kind of guru. Nigga, you ain't no guru. Nigga, you a grifter. You a coon. You a bamboozler. You a hood and winkler. And as far as lactose, I never like milk. I don't like nothing white. I don't even like white people that like white people. I don't even have brown friends. I don't have black friends that got white friends. The friends that I know and I haven't seen years, and I run into them, they with a white woman, and they talk about groovy shit and that all that. No, nigga, you cut off. You better not never drive up. If you used to know where I live, nigga, lose my address. Cause you just show up because you're in the neighborhood. I'm sicking both of my Rottweilers on the way.
So again, CT, is that it's a feeling that you want to just say the N-word. You also, the repercussion of that is you're gonna catch a fade. Split ethnicity between the Moors and the Italiano. Let me tell you something, Dago. Let me tell you something, Wop. Let me tell you something.
More racial slurs.
Okay. Let me just say it's funny. I never been with a Yeti. I never.
Oh my! Never?
No, but what is the ethnicity or the ethnogenesis of a Dominican? What does that mean? Now you know if you're Hispanic, you are the Hispanic. You are the Spanish. You are the derivative thereof of the. But no, man. Really, be honest with you, I've never had that like just that fascination or what would it be like that. I never had that, man. I'll be lying to you. Never. May draw based on sight, thought, speech, and or action, based on those experiences. So I don't go around proselytizing, man, or I'm not a apologist for any theology or theos. He brought about linguists and different authors of the first 5 books of the Masoretic text, which we know is Genesis on down, which is the Torah, which with those that classify themselves as Jews classify as the Torah. So you said I'm going to hell. You said I'm going to hell because of what? You said I'm going to hell for what reason?
You want war against God, and that's what you're doing.
I don't want war against God. I'm just dealing with the scripture. That's what in John 9:12, Revelations 9:12 stated. Said that he had the scripture.
Your God is money. You know.
No, I don't have a God. I don't even believe in what you believe in. I'm trying to get you to persuade me to believe in what you believe in, and you're not doing a good job of it, Wesley. Let me ask you this, Wesley. I'm gonna give you an easy. Who was the writer of the first 5 books of the Old Testament?
Huh? Now I can hear you.
Okay, what was his name? The person you just spoke about. I know that you're disingenuous. Okay. And especially, and it's good that you're a recovered drug addict, but right now, I think you're still dealing with some of that after effect or residue.
Okay.
From those psychedelics.
I'm not going to disagree with you about that.
Or nobody else. Don't come here with that Johnny come lately. Don't come here with that damn Johnny come lately religion. Telling me about some damn silver and gold. We're talking about the book of Genesis, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, Genesis 3 and 4, which is the creation story, which they give credit to Moses as right next year. The hate that hate produced. And let's not act all willy-nilly like that. There's some good cops and there's some bad cops. And the bad cops know who the bad cops are. Matter of fact, the bad cops weed out the good cops, the cops that want to be just and fair and that want to police fairly. And if an officer's in the line of fire and he has to use his service weapon or whatever it means to go home or back to his kids, I'm okay with that. If it can be proven within a court of law. But we know there's rogue cops out there.
Well, calm down. So CT talks about all those blackity black books, but when he was taking African studies, I guarantee you, when he wrote a paper and had to give sources to whatever his interpretation of what the author was writing or trying to explain, I guarantee you he went through those same blackity black books in order to get that grade. I guarantee you. So I'll say this.
I did. What about it? What about it, man?
What about it is what I just said. If you didn't understand that, and I'm not even going to go there with CT today, because this is not a platform for some of the statements may be historical.
Why isn't this a platform? Why isn't this a platform, Ben?
No, it's not. It's not for that. This is for just what we're doing now. That's why I'm so calm.
No, I'm asking you, what about this platform makes you believe that it's not the platform for this?
Well, because I've seen some of your old reels from 2 years ago on other platforms. But this is when you were, and I could tell you were a little younger than what you are now by your face. Your face was a little more streamlined.
Man, you say the same thing every day, man.
I'm trying to tell you why.
You're a little rounder face.
Statements you were even making on those panels. I can't take a person like you serious.
Well, like why can't you take me seriously? What have I said? What did I say that you can't take me serious?
Right now, I'm calm. I'm calm, CT.
No, I know you were calm. Sir, I'm asking you, what did I say that made you believe?
It's not what you say. It's what you're saying now.
What am I saying, sir? Just say it. What am I saying?
You're trying to take the sting out of a person's comment or their statement or whatever it is they expressed on your platform, and you tried to take.
Ben, I don't know what you're talking about. Ben.
Okay, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's not even.
We can tell if it's our deck.
Ben, listen to me.
And see, and Gimpy's being disingenuous when he's talking about reparations.
Oh my God, Ben.
Dude, land the plane.
I have more of an influence on Linwood than you.
Yeah, you do. I think you do. I think you do.
Hush. So when you say I am not a serious person, sir,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the platforms.
Okay, sir, the platform, sir, this platform has a very, very powerful impact on people, and including Linwood, something that he's not coming to talk to you, sir. He's coming to talk to me.
No, he's not. He's coming to talk to you and probably coming to get you. And probably coming to get you.
Sir, that just shows you.
And probably coming to get you. That's true.
Ben, could you shut up, Ben?
that just shows you how powerful of a leader I am. The fact that I can get such an emotional response from Linwood that he would do something like that. Don't you see? I've done something in 40 years that you couldn't do in 70, sir.
Well, he's not my son.
Sir,
he's not my son.
I know he's not. But he's my child. I know everybody's watching the show for different reasons, but he's watching it.
No, he's not your child.
Sir, he is my child, sir.
Your children has been all in your hands and in the toilet.
That's
and
funny.
you know it. And you know it. All of your children, all that sons.
I didn't even read that card. What was that?
You could have all your scientists, space exploration scientists, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Oh wow!
Hey man, they're all in your hand. They all went in the toilet. They probably, some of them probably still in the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. So that's where all your kids are.
Man, listen to me. Listen to me.
Everybody
listening. Watches this show for different reasons. Some people watch it for
I agree.
Be quiet. Some people watch it for pure entertainment purposes. Some people watch it while they are at the gym. Some people watch it while they're studying. Some people watch it for white noise.
And
I know for a fact. Be quiet. Hush up. I know for a fact.
You tell your kids in the toilet to hush up.
Ben, I know for a fact that
you have any kids in your right hand right now? Because you did take a break. You did take a break.
Okay, that's funny. Ben, please, let me finish.
See, this is what this show is for. This is what this show is for. That's why I'm laughing and not taking shit serious anymore.
Ben, listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
What I've done on this show is I've done a hodgepodge of comedy, drama, politics, race. This is like a big gumbo, and I believe that this is the best form of entertainment that has ever come out in history before.
Okay.
And Linwood is watching this show because he yearns. Quiet, man. Because he yearns.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those books, all of those philosophers don't hold a candlestick to me. And I know that they don't, from his perspective, because if he did, he wouldn't come over here. He comes here because he is my child. He's in search of direction, sir.
He's one of your children.
Yes, I'm his spiritual guide, sir.
Yeah, but all the other ones is.
I don't know why. I know for a fact why Linwood comes.
Yeah,
I know why Linwood comes.
Mm-hmm.
And to a degree, Ben, you're my child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But guess what? I wasn't born in the toilet, and wasn't from your right hand choking the turkey. That's the only difference. I mean, if you want to say that, fine.
Ben, here goes the thing, Ben. Here goes the thing. Think about this.
You're a habitual masturbator.
Ben, can we be serious, bro? Please, for the love of God. You're a 70-year-old man. Can we be serious?
I am serious.
Ben, here goes the thing, buddy. You and Linwood have read these smarty articles.
What your show about?
You and Ben have spent a lifetime.
No, I am Ben.
You and Linwood have spent an entire lifetime reading these smarty arty books, these little black books, and it hasn't gotten you to wherever go. Hold on for a second. And it hasn't gotten you to wherever you thought you were gonna be.
Who, me?
You and Linwood to a degree. Now you are, in terms of practical success, you're successful practically. But what I'm saying is that Linwood is watching this show because I'm speaking to his soul. That's why he got emotional that day.
Yeah.
Because I know
he wasn't emotional today.
May I finish, sir? May I finish?
Let me know when you land.